Where's Diana Ross?
Oh, sweetheart, I'm here. I'm never leaving.
Oh, thank you, sweetheart. I got real freaked out for a second.
I told you guys she wanted me.
Okay, look, listen to me. The problem you're having is you want the woman that you desire to be everything that you want. The fact is, she doesn't want the things that you want. So you go find one who does want the things that you want. That's simple.
What?
Yeah, those women are becoming very small, though, because they're starting to be corrupted by this feminism.
Well, I'm working on it, buddy. I'm working as fast as I can. Oh. I don't know
Well, do you mind changing over to the new Hangout? Yeah, the 8-hour time limit ran out, so please come over. Go ahead.
Yeah.
The link's in the sidebar text chat.
Oh, you know what? I'm on my cell phone right now.
Can somebody message it to her on an external chat or something? A private. Don't do it. I'll do it. It'll be slow, but I'll get to it.
That's fine.
Yeah, don't spread the link around.
Yep.
Let me post it when it matters. And it always matters.
Bitches ain't shit but hoes and tricks.
I think the first time I heard that was from Gus.
Please don't mention.
Oh, sorry.
Those people on air. Okay, well, that's not very helpful. Yeah, I just put the link to the new room.
Yes, this be the calm before the storm, I see.
Makes you stormy. Okay. I don't know there's going to be a storm.
Say what there, matey? You don't see no storm on the horizon?
I doubt it. I think everyone else is out cold. Oh, what the hell's his name? Weiser? Oh, and welcome back, Jack. Hopefully, well, somebody makes it. I'll have to make arrangements here. Bear with me.
Wow, I nodded off.
Oh, no worries. Is what here again?
Oh, never mind. I was just calling myself.
Yeah, I don't know why Matt hasn't made it over, but Well, presumably.
I'm gonna go anyway.
What's that?
I'm sleepy. I'm gonna go anyway.
I'm not sure who's talking. Who's talking?
So I'll see you later.
It sounds like Dave.
Yeah, I'm not very good at recognizing voices. My hearing is not the best.
I know who it is.
You may not, I don't know, figure it out as obviously, but I've got a bit of hearing damage too. And what is this? Alright, Tom just dropped off. This looks bad. I may get stuck having to babysit. What the hell?
How the hell did my camera get on without my permission? Echo.
Yeah, that's a really bad echo, even with mine.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, you're good, but there's an echo with everybody, I think. Well, it's like my echo's gone.
Yeah, we're good now.
My speakers are turned down.
Hey, so what do you guys say? I think we need to vote Islam off the planet. That's my vote.
You would love Godless, Slim.
Sure. I'm also for the complete and total elimination, abolition of Islam,
Okay.
and Christianity, and Hinduism, and Buddhism,
So we agree
and
that our president
and Sikhism,
we agree
and
that our
Tenrikyo, and
Yes.
Kaudai,
Yes.
and Zoroastrianism,
Not yet.
and
You're,
Baha'i.
not yet. You're crazy to believe that like you're not going to have the same conflicts without those religions. You gotta look at religion as an artifact, right? Like something sacred, but an artifact, not something to be worshipped.
Who was saying it had anything to do with?
When you say abolish, I mean like total annihilation.
Yeah. You see, just stopping people from saying it, it's nowhere near enough. You actually have to go about making sure people don't actually think it. People actually believe there's a God, even if they don't say it. It's a problem.
So what do? Are you gonna thought police?
There aren't really ways to read minds that way. The thing you do is, well, leverage psychology, neuroscience, and all that.
Did you say why and how?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's.
Amanda is over there talking. I've never heard him speak.
There's a lot of background noise. Sugar, is that you?
I don't know. What does it sound like?
It sounds like a lot of like a fan blowing.
Well, the laptop has a fan on it.
I'm gonna mute you. I'm not doing that to antagonize you. Just 1 second. Let me just see. Yeah, it went away.
Oh, and welcome, Wayne. I should inform you of the good news that there are no such things as gods, souls, or afterlives. That Abraham, Isaac, Joseph, Moses, and Jesus, and Muhammad, and Buddha never existed. And in fact, you know the truth of that in your own heart. Merely suppressing the truth in your anti-intellectualism, intellectual dishonesty, fear of death, and copping out with salvation instead of hard work, behavior modification. Go ahead.
Thank you for telling me the good news.
It's pretty standard boilerplate stuff. Can you hear me now, Diana Ross?
Yeah, you're good. I think the left is just as much as extreme as the right is. This is crazy. Like, I mean, we almost got it down to like thought police and people because they have religious beliefs. I don't want to do that to people. If they want to believe in God, they can believe in God. That's insane.
Well, yeah, I know, but if everybody thought like you and I, we wouldn't have a problem, because I'm the same way, but the fact is people don't. Not everybody does feel that way. You know, it would be nice if we could let people just believe what they want to believe. You know, as I think we should. But we ought to. No shoulds.
Well, the trouble is that theism is a false belief, and that it is an intrinsically harmful one beyond that. So, in that respect, it should be counteracted and prevented and made, well, abolished, as per the recommendations of Karl Marx and his critique of Hegel and such. And
Nadia, is
also
that
Karl Marx was an atheist.
Also in Mikhail Bakunin's God and the State. Go ahead.
Nadia, is that your answer to the current terror threat that we experience, that we should abolish theism in order to cure the Americas of violence by radical Islamicists?
No. I mean, it would do so as a side effect, but it's not for the sake of that. You would need to employ the solution I am proposing.
What do we do in the meantime about people that are just trying to kill Americans? You're an American, so I hope you can empathize at least. What are we supposed to do about people, Islamists, just murdering Americans? What is your plan for that?
Well, apart from the complete and total elimination and abolition of Islam, what could you actually, well, I'm planning to immigrate to the UK or France or Germany or something. But otherwise, I say doesn't actually take that much. The threat is less than that you would get from smoking cigarettes and getting struck by lightning. So I'm not concerned about it. Sorry.
It means we're all fucked, and you're happy to admit that with glee.
Yeah, we're all fucked.
Hey, Slim Jesus, are you a Christian?
Perhaps because I don't sound like one to you, right, Wayne?
No.
Okay. Well, Wayne, you need to work on your judgment stuff. I'll work on that, brother.
You just
Wayne.
judge my judgment, though, so that's a bad judgment call.
Wayne, I'm not questioning your Christianity at all. You're questioning mine.
I know, I'm questioning yours because the Bible says that no unwholesome talk should come out of our mouths.
Oh, it's going to be a problem being in here then. This place.
Yeah. Okay. Wayne. I mean, I hear you, Wayne. I hear you. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go mute and repent right now.
That'll be
Brother Tommy, welcome.
Good to see you, sir.
Right up Tommy's alley. Right up St. Tommy's alley. Sorry, I'm just choking over here.
Yeah, Tommy, I was being rebuked for my speech. Perhaps you wish to throw more dirt on me right now.
Oh, yes, sir. You mean you're not perfect in speech in every way and at all times?
Apparently, as many T's as I cross, as many I's as I dot, as many comments as I insert, I have failed. And well, I am a sinner for that, and God bless it.
Well, one can, I guess, thank God that your heart is still pure, even though your rascal tongue waves imperfectly. Yes, pure heart, imperfect speech, BFD. It'll be all right.
Amen, brother. Amen. BFD. And you're looking very good.
Well, little battle worn, but still breathing.
Girls think battle worn is sexy.
Not many guys think battle-worn women are sexy.
Yeah.
And welcome, Rev.
Yeah, let me try and get a mic check here because my
Yeah,
computer's
Rev,
acting
your
really
mic
fucking weird.
Hey, Rev,
Sounding
your
great,
mic is
Rev.
clear,
Great.
brother.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, because it just my audio, my system, my whole fucking system's going weird. Yeah, it's great to see you guys. I just wanted to make a kind of an announcement here. I share St. Tommy every day. I understand where you're coming from at this point. I see absolutely no Christian solidarity in this community here. So I just kind of want to make an announcement where these hangouts no longer for me are going to be about witnessing. I don't give a fuck about it anymore.
Is it out of season for you?
It's out of season, brother.
I understand.
So if you see me in here, it's going to be for fun. I'll be trying to show Jesus like you do, Tommy.
Rev, you're late to the party, Rev. Come on.
You always do, Rev. You always do, bro.
Rev is jaded, I think. That's what it is.
No, he's
not perfect. Our Rev is not.
trying.
Our Rev isn't perfectly mature yet. Oh my God.
No, I get what you mean by that now, Tommy. I've let go of the shit, because I mean, what we saw in here today, right? We had who? We had Max, we had Matt Bell, we had Jimmy Stevens. They were all like, it's like dogs in a fucking cage, and I'm like, so this is what this has come to now.
Us kids can be very. We do backflips and bite and spit sometimes. Yes, we do.
Brother. That's right. It's like rats in a fucking cage that have no food, right?
But Rev, do you understand? That's just human nature. That no matter what group you belong to, like me and Nadia, we have similar religious beliefs. I mean, I'm a Gnostic. She's an atheist, but her and I go at it, not intensely, but that's just a human nature. People like to just bite at anybody.
Are you sure you're not one of our group?
No, I'm a Gnostic.
Well,
I have. Let me finish. I have sympathies for Christianity, but I'm a Gnostic.
I hear your declaration, and perhaps your heart is purer than you suspect.
Don't you mean an agnostic?
No, it's not purer than he suspects. He wishes. Sorry.
Sugar, how do you know how pure my heart is?
Yeah. Because I know how pure mine is.
Because Sugar doesn't like the fact that I want a woman staying home raising my children while I work.
Who said that? You want me to believe that. You want me to take that position, but I have yet to take that position. I keep telling you that, yes, I believe that's right. I'm just saying it's not all or one thing.
Okay, Sugar, I like you, and I think you're right. I shouldn't have said that about you.
Oh, yeah,
Let me make this announcement right now, Sugar. Since I like you. But any woman who says that that's bad for a woman to stay home to take care of children is fucking trash. Any woman who says that.
Wow, that's really.
How long do they remain trash?
Really, yeah, it's really
until they convert into raising children.
You have declared it. Let it be written.
Let it be said. I just want him to tell me who did this to him, because somebody did this to him.
Why is it a problem that I want women to raise children?
No, it's not a problem that you want women to raise children. It's the way you format it is that it's the only thing that redeems them. It's the only thing that validates them.
Sugar, I understand. If a woman, and don't get me wrong, I'm being sincere right now. I'm not trolling, but I truly believe that it's okay. They are mitigating circumstances, right? So if a woman has to work, I'm not going to hold her accountable for that. It sucks that she has to do that, but I'm saying in a perfect society, my ideal society is that women raise children and men work.
All of them? Why do all women have to do what you want?
It's not what I want. It's what's best for the child. It's not about me.
Oh, come on now. We know better than that. We know better than that. That it just needs to be somebody at home with a child that reinforces the values of the family. It doesn't necessarily have to be, the way you want it. No life is cookie cutter. You
No,
know,
I think it's natural in us to want that. I think our society with the feminism has taught us that it's not natural, and
don't
it is
forget.
natural.
I know, but I think you're knee-jerking it, right? Like it or not, I mean, the feminists have gone kind of overboard, but that doesn't mean we should knee-jerk, right? I mean, I definitely am for our tradition, you know, and I think that children need to stay home and be raised by a parent.
Boxers or
No,
briefs?
wait. The feminists haven't gotten anywhere near far enough. Totally.
What more do we want?
What's
What
that?
more do we want? What more do we want, Nadia?
Oh, well, of course, the intersectional analysis reveals that
No,
the
just tell me in regular
superiority.
words.
Sorry.
What is it that we don't have that we need?
Well, in a number of respects, the kinds of occupations and pursuits and such that different kinds of people pursue are denigrated, as well as the actual nature of the person themselves when, examined by others are treated differentially, and it should not be on that basis. So, the extent that it can be resolved, one should, go about resolving it.
Sugar, I think you had said it before, how you had witnessed role reversal when you were growing up. How you saw the men becoming feminized.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm protesting against. I'm protesting against what you're protesting against.
Don't go too far. Don't go too far is what I'm saying, because what happens is when the pendulum swings too far, you know, we can't get any balance, right? So we can't get too crazy over this whole thing. What's the ideal thing? The ideal thing is that children have somebody at home, right?
Saying the pendulum swings too far is like saying there will be, I don't know, too much, rightness or, too many wrongs corrected or something.
You know what? I think you and I have to be at an impasse on this one, Nadia, because I haven't had the same experience as you. So you and I think, have had different experiences as women, because I have not run into this, but we grew up in different parts of the country, and so, you know, quite possibly you had a different experience than I did. I don't think I need any more as a female. I mean, I had all of the luxuries of working in a man's industry and working and taking care of kids, and I never had a problem. So I didn't have that same experience, so I have a hard time understanding. And I saw a lot of women behaving badly, and I saw a lot of men behaving badly. You know, I believe this is a character issue, not a gender issue. So
yeah, so but the feminists, they like to concentrate on like the rape culture and stuff like that. And trust me, like if somebody's a rapist or somebody abuses their wife, they should be buried. They should be buried underneath the prison. Okay, I am not making excuses for those guys, but I have never abused a girl. I have never been emotionally abusive.
I know. You guys seem to be getting the short end of the stick on the college campuses for sure. If what I'm reading about and hearing and the videos I'm seeing are true, it seems really odd to me. But again, I still have so much to learn about it. It doesn't seem right. I mean, I can't.
The expression of character does actually cut along lines that are deemed unjust to actually go cutting along as such. For instance, things like race, sex, and so on, right? Now, resolving that, the kinds of things that are protected classes, kinds of things that are deemed unjust acts and subvert them, along which lines one might express bad character by treating differentially. Those are injustices. There's every last one being stamped out is the right thing to do. Go ahead.
I don't have much to say. I just wanted to say that if I have anything to say, is just I just cringe when I hear people saying that they should abolish traditional values. I think they're traditional for a reason, and people value them for a reason. And I'm not sure. I'm sure some people got the short end of the stick when it comes to those values. It's not my fault.
I heard
What do you
traditional
think those
value.
traditional values came from? What do you think those reasons are and maybe should be valued are?
I'm sorry, Nadia. I was looking at the side chat. Can you repeat?
Wow. So, what do you think makes those traditional values so praiseworthy, worthy of valuing? Well, their injustices excusable and so on.
I think you're doing, Nadia, what I am sometimes accused of, and that is like painting it with a broad brush. You're not seeing the or even when the prenatalist, I think Vane was in here, he kind of and Logic was in here telling me that I'm starting to become, actually the more I'm talking to you guys, the more I'm becoming anti-natalist.
Anti-natalist.
No, but I'm saying I'm becoming anti-natalist myself, because you guys are not seeing the joys of traditional values and the joys that accompany.
Who says that we don't see it? We don't see it exactly the way you see it.
I heard traditional values may be developing.
There's subjective as well.
Yeah, there's some truth there. There may be a full circle going around, right? What's your name? Let me get
Traditions are not meritorious by dint of being traditions. For instance, the Aztecs had quite a tradition of, cutting off human hearts on the apexes of their temples to appease their god.
Wouldn't that be like a fallacy? Would that be a non-secular? I'm not sure. It sounds like you're talking about two things are not relevant. I mean, when I say traditional and valuable, I mean in the context in which we're speaking of. I live in the United States. The traditional values of the United States prior to World War II.
Yeah. I just wanted to say really quick that I'm with Russ 100% on this, but I do think at the same time, though, we have to admit that there's a balance, right?
Right.
So, I mean, if traditional isn't the ideal in certain situations, then that happens,
So you're balancing, what's right and the good against what? You sacrifice what's right and good for what, the moss of antiquity and the heritage of this tradition, or that has some kind of value that outweighs all the injustice and wrong things that come out of it.
Yeah, actually I do, Nadia, and I'll tell you a reason why I do. Because I don't believe. I think when you judge whether something has value or not. Now I know, like if you basically believe that the world should come to an end with humans, and you're anti-natalist, you will view the world that way. But even if there are injustices that happen with the traditional values, you have to compare those with the new values that people have taken. And I don't believe that the new values are going to be, there's not going to have any survival value. And I think that's the problem that we're seeing. Traditional values at least have survival value, and that's what we should judge ourselves, whether something can survive or not. There's a reason why they're traditional. There's a reason why they've lasted so long, whereas our values now with the feminists are not going to last very long.
190,000 years. Recall, this is the chromosome 2 fusion event. It's been only 200,000. Those traditional values made so that not 60% of all males died by murder. What kind of tradition was that? Had substantially more moss antiquity upon your, I don't know, transphobia or misogyny.
I don't have any transphobia, so you're absolutely wrong with that. You just really missed the mark when you said that remark. I just don't see how our current culture is going to be able to survive. And I think the reason why is because of the values, the new values that feminists had, what they've done to our society. It's not just feminism. It's complicated. It's so multifaceted. It's economical. It's feminism. It's it's generational problems as well. It's not just feminism, but feminism has played a great part in that. Too much luxury has caused feminism to not want to value the traditional roles of man and woman.
And
Too much luxury, huh? Okay.
Very good to have you on.
Yeah, Sugar. I mean, you being sarcastic, or do you not think that's true?
I didn't see much luxury in my life. I don't understand what that means.
Okay, so like the baby boom generations have really fucked us up because they basically, okay, so this is what happened after World War II when we've got all that wealth after destroying Europe, or they destroyed themselves, and so to speak, but there was just so much money, right? You know, anybody, no matter like how intelligent they were, basically, unless you were a retard, you could get a house, you could get a car, you could have a stable job. And what happens? They stop saving money for the next generation. They just start spending the money and that didn't care for tomorrow. And
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's kind of a revisionist look at what actually happened.
Yeah, that doesn't seem to be.
Well, let's slam.
I mean, the issue is their modes. The modes of saving money just became outdated and unfeasible. So, for example, if my dad's a lawyer, just to give an example, and my dad, currently when they have retirement accounts, it's a mix of, 401ks and IRAs and these types of things. Whereas, in the past it used to be you got a pension, but the problem is things like pensions aren't viable. And so what you basically had happen is there was a shift where the onus on ensuring someone's future went from the company to that person's investment strategy.
No. What happened is government got bigger and crony capitalism got bigger with it. I mean, it's a bunch of crooks just stealing from each other.
Is there something I said that was wrong there? Because what I described is actually the fact. That's why The Big Short happened.
No. It's criminal activity. That's actually what it is. It's corporations selling out Americans. That's what's really going on here.
I mean, you can use buzzword slogans the entire time, but that doesn't change the fact that we're talking about a much grander scale of things. We're talking about,
it's the grand scale of things. Americans are being sold out. That's the grand scheme. We're going to bankrupt everybody. We're going to have a lowest common denominator, and America has to pay the price for all their bullshit, all their slavery, and all their oppression. And now's the time. And the time is now. The Americans have to pay.
A declaration of group guilt is noted.
Yeah, and I think Sam, I think what you have to do is you have to look. I'm not saying what you said isn't true, and I'm not sure I quite understand what you said, but I would say that.
I mean, what part of it didn't you understand? You can't say someone's wrong and not understand what they're saying. Like those.
No. What I'm trying to say is that you may have a valid point here, but I'm just saying when you look at the entire spectrum, what you're saying is true, and what I'm saying is true, and it just kind of depends on like how you're looking at the situation. So they can be there are truths in what you're saying and what I'm saying as well. I think we did overspend. I think people didn't care about their future generations because
the issue isn't whether people. I mean, we need to stop with this whole people stopped caring about the future generations. Fundamentally, human nature has not changed regarding that way. It's the way in which we execute those plans. So it used to be, do you know what a pension is?
Yeah, I understand what a pension is.
Do you understand that when you have a pension with a company, that company, or it could be the state, or the policeman's union, or whatever is providing the pension, the liability to come up with the money for that is on that unit, that entity, right?
Yeah, I understand that. Go ahead.
So that stopped being
talking about what about the private sector? The private sector's immune to this bullshit.
That stopped being common until about 25, 30 years ago. Wouldn't you say it's the case?
Yeah,
right?
but why?
because it's not profitable to have liability. And so, and this is the issue, is that fundamentally when we weren't, the U.S. had half of the world's wealth at this time. So of course it was easy, just have the company insure it. But when you have a market-based economy, suddenly it becomes, oh, well, if we make, why would we, have us have the liability for the future of our employers? And why not instead just why not have the market take the responsibility, because that's going to be the best theoretically for everyone. Now you have a lot of really shady things going on in the background regarding business, but broadly speaking, this explains the general trend regarding, why the wealth has just suddenly evaporated for the future.
I don't disagree. I don't disagree at all with what you're saying. I think it's absolutely true. I mean, I think that you have to look at like my parents, for example. My dad was a plant operator. My mom was a nurse, and but they didn't really put too much into the future as well. So I think
no one does though. Here's the thing: it's a fundamental rarity that people put their own future wealth as a priority. The human nature aspect of it hasn't changed. I mean, people fundamentally act the same way.
But that's not true. Like, my girlfriend's father did. He was an engineer. Her mom was a stay-at-home mother. And he didn't spend money. He just saved and saved and saved, put his money in the economy, and now she's benefiting from that. So that's just not true. People do.
I didn't say that did I say that it was everyone, or did I say it was a regular trend?
I didn't hear you say either, actually, but maybe you did say regular trend. Okay,
I mean, you basically just said, oh, let's take an anecdote and let's supply that for general trends.
I did, but I was just trying to say, I did, you're right, but I was just trying to say
I know that there's an exception. I mean, my dad is able, because of some certain financial situations, he's able to put, I believe 45 or 50 grand a year into his retirement account, which is much more than normal. I mean, there are people who are very concerned with these types of things. That's by and far the rarity. In most parts, this is the reason why mutual funds and IRAs exist, because you can and CDs, you can just buy into these pools of money and have someone else take care of it. I mean, the fundamental attitude hasn't changed. It's the business attitude that's changed about it. Now, broadly speaking, this is one of many, many causes that led to it, but it's a major cause, because suddenly we started trusting everything in the future in the market, and that was, if the market operates efficiently, then yeah, that's a great thing, but the market doesn't do that.
But do you agree that a lot of this has to do, I think Jacques Berzon, the historian, he wrote a book called From Dawn to Decadence. You don't think a lot of this has to do with us being like narcissistic and decadent?
No, I don't. I don't think that fundamentally there's not really a lot of data to suggest that there's been some fundamental shift in the sociology of our culture in that way. I mean, there are people point to. I mean, the issue is now we have social media.
Has the work been done on that? Has anybody attempted it yet? Has the work?
Well, how would you quantify that?
I don't know how you would. There
are people who have been.
If there's someone who has tried.
There are people who have been famous for only the reason of being famous for a long, long time, and that's nothing new. A lot of our culture. I mean, there's some truth to the saying. There's nothing new under the sun.
I agree with it, nothing new under the sun. Human nature is human nature. But like Chris Hedges talks about this, and I do think that we can contribute a lot of to decadence. I mean, we're starting to see that. I don't know. I think it's actually very apparent. It's very easy to see. I don't think it's something that's subtle.
Wasn't decadence part of the fall of the Roman Empire? I
think Christianity was the cause of the Roman Empire, but yeah, decadence probably was.
I
mean, there are a lot of causes
ice cream.
to
I
it.
thought decadence was an ice cream flavor.
Yeah, no, I think. I mean, you also have to be careful to say that something like causation isn't correlation, right? So you don't want to say that the symptom is the same as the disease.
Well, you could at least say it contributed to it, perhaps.
I mean, you could say anything contributed, perhaps. If you had the qualifier, perhaps, I can
Oh, hell yeah, I love
perhaps.
perhaps.
I mean, I like to use this example. Perhaps Beyonce might blow me. Like, this is why I don't like hypotheticals, because they're.
But I think when you live in a country where there's plenty, or any state where there's plenty, you're going to be less. You're going to be less conservative. You're gonna think less about tomorrow because you're so used to the plenty, right?
Well, I think that part of it also is just you can take, there are risks, there are rich countries that are incredibly backward. The UAE, for example, is incredibly backward, but they're a very, very wealthy country. The reason why it happens to be developed countries tend to be a little bit more, because they're more metropolitan, they tend to be more liberal and these types of things, to my knowledge.
The word perhaps allows me to submit something to eardrums for consideration without it being harsh or vomited back out.
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah.
It's second. It's twin sister, hermaphrodite sister. Maybe I love him too. Yes, maybe.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think that ultimately, I mean, I don't tend to like to explain things in terms of cultural trends because they're so subjective, right? You know, one person.
Agree with that.
I appreciate.
It's like when people say the American dream is dead. No, I mean, I live in Southern California. The American dream is being lived by Mexican kids. We're going to be quite literal about it.
Yes. Well, I appreciate your non-mealy-mouthed, your proclivity to be very.
Oh, you mean you appreciate that I'm a dick? Well, that
might come
from a Jewish family. That's kind of how we argue.
To the family's credit, I might add. But
I was raised by two lawyers, so I mean that's kind of what happens.
Shalom, Sam. Shalom.
Wow, a triple shalom and a double hit of Hava Nagila. Yes.
Yeah.
So are you like Jewish in like the sense like Ashkenazi, Khazar Jew type?
I'm Ashkenazi Jewish. Yeah.
Oh.
I mean, I'm just culturally Jewish. It's. You know, it'd be the same if, you know, like I have a friend who he's Latvian, he's not from Latvia, but his family, you know, it's his first language, shit like that. But, I mean, fundamentally, yeah, I mean, when I look at a lot of, because I've read a lot about these, like, long-term trends, and a lot of it comes down to the fundamental choice that happened in, you know, sort of the Nixon era, which was and Reagan, which was to trust the market with everything, which, you know, it's simplistic to say you can't trust the market or you can. It's that you sometimes can trust the market in the right conditions. But I wouldn't make a good Republican candidate for that reason.
So what about that, Diana Ross?
Is that an oxymoron? I guess it's not. I would vote for you above anybody I saw on the platform, but that's just me.
No, because the problem is I'm a little bit too mercurial for a congressional hearing. I think I'd just tell someone to go fuck themselves, and that you can't do that in Congress. You could do that. You could do that in question time in the UK in Parliament, but.
I don't know, man. Trump sort of strikes me as that type, so we might get one of them anyway. You know.
Yeah, but you're basically saying like you're basically giving almost like it's like carte blanche. I mean, you're just saying like, okay, it's cool that you don't care about your future. Like it's cool to
I'm not saying that.
To overspend and not care about your kids.
I didn't say that. I said that the trend hasn't really. What? Okay, there's a fundamental human trend. There's a fundamental human resource for a very good reason. That humans tend to like food that is oversalted and, oversugared and too much calorie. It's because when humans were evolving in, the plains of Africa, well, they couldn't get their hands on high caloric food, so they had to feast themselves when they could. That's the reason why broccoli tastes like shit. It was stuff like that was always available. Now, is that a good thing? No, I don't think obesity is the tendency towards obesity. And pointing out a trend that happens to be the case doesn't justify that trend. what? I mean, it's fundamentally it's Thomas Jefferson, right? It's like or Alexander Hamilton. If all men were angels, we wouldn't need a government.
Yeah. Yeah, good points on both sides. I totally hear what Russ is saying too, because I'm leaning, towards that decadence is sort of it leads to, I don't know.
It's just what it is it's several generations of broken homes. Like that's what we're looking at right now as far as like I think that has the biggest impact on society.
Yep.
Up and over anything else. We're looking at several generations, multi-generations of broken homes.
Yeah, so I'll compliment on that. What happened was it was okay to like, the slightest thing that your husband did, the slightest thing, the slightest.
This is where the problem comes in.
Let me finish.
You always want to blame it on the female.
Let me finish. I'm talking about females and males, but I'm talking about the men, the wife beaters as well. All right, I would bury them under the prison if I could. But what I'm trying to say is, when it came that as soon as that a situation arose in a family that caused the slightest amount of inconvenience, it was okay to get a divorce. It was okay. There was no fault divorce. That's what eventually happened. There was no fault. No one was to blame. Everyone was still allowed to live their lives without shame. And I think that's and then that passed down to the children.
Let's take it back. Well, let's take it back one more step. Why is it that these people were getting married to people that they were not compatible with, that they couldn't weather that kind of storm?
You had legitimate situations.
You know what? I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. Because before these generations, people would actually take a long time to get to know each other before they even progressed relationships to that manner. So people were more picky on a person, not just in looks, but like on a personality level, whether or not they were going to be compatible. They considered
sounds like happy days to me.
Yeah, it was happy days. Basically.
Well, but here's the thing: there's a lot of women.
Is there statistics to back that up? Because I know the age of marriage is like way higher than it used to be.
What is?
The age of marriage. People tend to get married way later now.
16
is economic reasons.
That's actually you can. There's some truth to that, but not much truth to that at the same time. Like you can see the drop off on the likeliness of someone getting married. Like as they get older, they're less likely every year that they get older to ever get married.
Well, yeah, but that's just a law of statistics, right? Like my life expectancy goes up for every year that I live.
No. What I'm saying is
trivial. That's a pretty trivial statement.
What I'm saying
right?
is that if you're unmarried, if you've never been married, right, the older you are, the higher chance you have of never ever being married in your life.
Well, yeah, no, that's just a law of statistics, though. You get what I'm saying? Like that's a trivial fact of statistics, right? If there's some part of it, I mean, what you're describing is trivial. It's the same as saying for every year that I get older, my life expectancy grows. It's because I didn't die, and there's some non-zero finite probability I'll die at any given age.
The age of consent in West Virginia, progressive West Virginia, is 16. Come on over. Set you right up.
And Japan's 13. Mexico's 12. Mexico's 12.
What I would point out is that a lot of women were married and unhappy. And just because they stayed didn't mean that it was necessarily a good marriage. And those marriages, even though they're intact,
Are you hearing this, Dionysus? So in other words, it's always been the man's fault. And now that we have no-fault divorce...
Who said man?
We can expose it as so.
Who said man?
Exactly the scenario that
you understand, like happiness is probably not achievable.
Was I not responding to what Dionysus had to say about women?
No, you said women weren't happy.
Yes.
Right.
Was I not? And where did the thread start?
Who cares about your happiness when your offspring's at stake? I don't care about your happiness when your offspring is at stake.
Okay, well, there's our problem.
When your offspring is more important than you are, your offspring is so much more.
Wait, you're missing the point. You're missing the point. And again, I challenge you. Who fucking broke you? It wasn't me. Okay, I am not the woman who damaged you and makes you feel this way. I'm not anybody's woman who damaged them. So don't fucking yell at me. Okay. I am an anti-feminist, and I am here to support
I
you.
wasn't
I'm not your
yelling.
whipping boy. I'm not your whipping boy.
My
And
mic
you know
was
what? I
almost
get
close
a
to my
little
mouth.
tired of the misogynistic attitude when you know damn well I'm not that woman.
I'm not blaming you, Sugar. My
Yes,
mic was
I
too
know.
close to my
But do you
mouth.
know how much you hear what I'm saying, right? 1 minute you make a nasty comment about me about how much I want you, and the next minute I'm the bitch that screwed you over. So, I mean, make up your mind.
Nobody screwed me over, but the point that I was trying to make was that it became a situation where, because people couldn't do, like, I don't know, was it like delaying gratification? Like, as soon as things were going a little, rough, it was okay just to leave your husband and leave the kids, or grab the kids and not work it out. It was so easy to just get a divorce and take the guy's money, or vice versa. I mean, it was like, again, no fault divorce. We don't
So
value
this
traditional
is
values.
where I take an issue of sort of unrigorous thinking, because there have been studies that have been done on these ideas. For example, there was a big longitudinal study in the early 90s that basically said that essentially most of the difference most of the things where we would expect that divorce just horribly impacts children versus kids that don't get divorced is mostly due to just pre-existing conditions in the household to begin with, things like income, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, it's again, I think people tend to overblow the effect of some of these things, and statistically that's borne out.
Yeah, I just don't think that's healthy. You take the kids away, and then like they live in a single home, and then they I don't know, like I'm telling you from my personal experience. I actually am speaking from anecdotal experience. So, for example,
Well, yeah, but I mean, I just referenced something that was published in the journal Science, and you decided to counter with, well, my personal story is more valid.
Haven't they done like crime studies in relation to like whether or not, like how many, like in the areas, how many single mothers there would have been?
Right, I was about to say that. Yeah, especially in my area too. It's a whole lot of people robbing and killing and murdering. These kids are like 17, 16, 15, and they don't have a father.
Yeah, well, like I said,
there's been studies to back that up too. Like
a lot of that has to do, though, like I said, with like what's a better predictor rather than the divorce status of the family is all of these other factors.
Really, like, so people who like don't fulfill their commitments to each other and their children isn't a factor?
I didn't say it wasn't a factor. I said it wasn't the best predictor. I'm pretty careful about how I choose my words, so I don't really appreciate it when people are, misquoting me right after I say something.
All right. I'll give that to you, but you don't think that that's important, though?
Where did I say when did I say something?
You didn't say it was like I would say that it would be one of the main things. That would be one of the main contributors.
That is fantastic.
That would be my opinion.
That you think that, but data speaks better than the opinion of someone. I'm a big believer, I'll take the simplicity and straightforwardness of data rather than the complex opinion of someone when I have the chance.
Says the guy that grew up with married home, 2 lawyers.
Oh, right, because, okay, so the status of my parents invalidates my ability to read a study.
Well, what about the studies that show higher crime rates in areas where there's more single moms?
A lot of that can be explained by the fact that those are also tend to be lower income areas as well.
Yeah,
why wouldn't that go along with a higher number of single mothers? Why wouldn't a lower income rate, like per family?
What I just said, I said that these things are better. That there are other things that are better predictors than the marital status of someone. That doesn't mean that the marital status has no predictive value. You seem to have a very big dog in this fight. I'm just trying to be rational about it.
No, I don't have any dog at all in the fight.
Because it really, I can only analyze your tone towards me and it seems awfully hostile.
No, it's my usual tone.
Yeah,
Clean up aisle 3. Tone alert. Pass out some candy. Oh, cool. Let's get our blood sugar right. All right. Hey, everything's cool.
There is data to suggest, for instance, especially in young males, that's when most of they bear the brunt of when their parents get divorced. In terms of statistically, they tend to have more behavioral problems than girls do. That doesn't mean that that's the best predictor of what the outcome's going to be, but that does mean that that can be a factor.
Sam, you don't think it's counterintuitive to say that like a broken home is more favorable over a home that's not broken?
I didn't say
there
that.
There are many ways to be broken. Oh yeah.
Yeah. I mean, there's a big difference between me saying that something is a better predictor and something is the exact case. I mean, it seems.
Yeah, I would back up Sam this much, that, you know, I was raised by my mom for most of my life because my dad died, so, and I don't feel wounded by it. But in general, you know, I wish I did have that situation of a mom and a dad. So, but that's just from my standpoint. You know, I wished it happened, but I wasn't damaged by not having my dad. So.
I'm sorry, but when you're seeing your stepfather fuck your mom, there's going to be psychological problems there, right? So I think that it's important that your dad is fucking your mom and your mom is fucking your dad.
Well, I mean,
I don't mean seen in like the literal sense. I mean like to know that like if you have a stepfather coming inside the home or multiple men coming inside the home, that's going to be bad for the child.
Yeah, that'll mess you up. Yeah.
Well, we've all got unique little sexual cuts and war stories. I think nobody gets out totally unscathed from being human around other humans, other sexual beings. Yes, I'm sure we've all got our.
I mean, everyone has their issues. I mean, Tommy is absolutely correct on that.
And everyone is utterly unique in our little frisky experiences, no doubt. May we not see ourselves as jaded uniquely. I mean, as over jaded for being human around other sexy humans. Yes.
I mean, the bigger issue in my mind is that I think that you need to be objective about what your problems are and where they are in the pantheon of things. You know, I have my issues just like anyone else does, but, you know, sometimes it's good to sit back and evaluate honestly where you're at and say, you know what, the fact that I inherited my dad's hairline, it's not the biggest deal in the world. Like, it worked out fine for him. So, you know, and yeah, I'm saying something childish. It's not that that's my deepest issue. By no means is it even close. But, I mean, my position on a lot of things is, you know, obviously I feel passionate about my issues, but I try to look at it objectively because sometimes you'll find out that things are incredibly counterintuitive, but that's the way the world is. The world doesn't give a fuck about your intuitions.
Yeah, but I think when you had a culture that put a strong emphasis on the father and the mother staying together, and I don't say it's like a new thing. I mean, I think this has always existed, but to say that like a kid needs to look at the world objectively and needs to consider like a liberal point of view when there's a stepfather or multiple men coming in. I mean, that just
where did anything that I said entail a liberal point of view? I mean,
what culture are we talking about? North Korea?
Yeah.
Dionysus,
I mean, it honestly sounds like you have a personal experience that you feel very strongly about, and I understand that, but that doesn't mean
that's a ad hominem, but no, I didn't. But thank you. But
well, it's not an ad hominem. No, like I'm just saying
I'm protecting the traditional values because I was growing up.
Well, I'm not making. If I was making an argument, then yes, it would be an ad hominem attack. I wasn't making an argument. I was making a statement. Because, like, it seems very clear to me that you're not being rational about this.
I understand where you're coming from.
Because your first instinct was to say, well, you come from a home that wasn't broken, as if that means that my childhood was perfect. And as if it disqualifies me from quoting a statistic. I mean, do you not see how that's an incredibly, like, unproductive and childish way of discussing something with someone.
Yeah, Russ, he wasn't ad homing you. It's just that you seem passionate about it. So he's assuming you have personal experience with it. That's all he was saying.
Other than the fact that he said other than the fact that he also plainly said, that he had personal experience with it.
No, I've seen, like, I was a school teacher. So I have had personal experiences with it, I guess. Seeing, like it's not good. Like, I can tell, like, instinctively, I feel that it's not good to have these situations. I think we should we don't promote, I mean, at least it seems like the majority of people don't promote stable relationships or marriage. We find, like, it's okay to say, like, this is cool to run out on your father or to run out on your mother. Like, we're not saying, like, we don't use shame anymore. We're saying we don't want people to feel guilty for being promiscuous or being unfaithful. Like, we're giving, like, it's almost like an apology statement that we're saying, okay, we're trying to apologize for people who do these things, saying, like, all men are wife beaters or all or we're taking up too much for, like, the more, like, feminine issues. I think that the values that existed before that, even though we knew that these situations were happening that were probably abusive to the woman or the man, that people were, like, it was understood that you just work it out. But what happened, like, within the last 50 years, it was like, no, you don't have to work it out. You can just meet another guy, and he'll take care of you and your family and your kids. And I don't think that's a productive way to go about things. I think it's good that we have shame, that we do shame women for being sluttish or men for being promiscuous on their wives. And I think this is where it really comes down to, right?
I mean, I think that that's kind of a very silly puritanical way of looking at it in a lot of cases. And it seems to me to be, like, very much a caricature of what is going on. I can only speak for my generation, but most people are just extremely cautious about who they marry. Now, I agree that people shouldn't view marriages as basically being disposable. It's something that should be a serious decision. But at the same time, like, I don't see why we should shame people for personal choices. If those choices are personal and don't affect other people. If a girl wants to go out and,
You're wrong about that,
with
Sam,
anyone,
because it does affect other people. That's the point I'm trying to make to you, is that, like, in the classroom as a school teacher, it does affect other people. It has affected me. So just saying that it doesn't affect other people is fucking bullshit. It's like saying to somebody, go ahead and do drugs because it's only your fucking body. It doesn't affect anybody. But the guy who's fucking becomes incapacitated, has to depend on the care of others because he took a drug overdose, like, it doesn't affect other people. No, it does affect other people.
how does it affect? Well, I mean, the issue that I was going to bring up is, how does it, like, if you're single and no one's depending on, your choice of partner, how does it affect another person? Now, if you have an obligation to someone, obviously you need that's what an obligation means. You have to fulfill that, right? If I have an obligation, I'm not in a relationship, but let's say that I'm in a relationship, and I have an obligation to not cheat on that person. That's part of the nature of the relationship. Not terribly uncommon as far as obligations go. Then yeah, I shouldn't cheat on someone, and I shouldn't sleep with. But if I don't have an obligation to someone, I don't see what the harm is if I make what a personal choice is. I don't see what the harm would be. And the same goes for any woman. Like, if they don't have an obligation on the basis of being with someone. Now, the second that there is an obligation, seems sensible to me that, yeah, like, they should uphold that obligation. But this idea that we need to shame people instead of just treating people like they're rational adults, I mean, it seems silly to me. I don't think.
Well, that's how we got to how we are today. That's not
well.
really good reasoning.
Huh?
That's how we got to where we are today, with people going around and spreading STDs because, oh, well, I don't have to worry about, wearing protection because I can do what I want with my body, and then you go and have sex with one person and have sex with somebody else, and they get whatever you bought them. It's a selfish culture.
Well, what happens, actually, I think it's quite the, I mean, when you look at statistics, it's not the people who are prudish who have problems with using protection. It's the people who are uneducated.
No, I think the point that I was trying to make, and maybe Wayne was making the same point, was that it's just silly and naive to believe that your actions are limited to your own body. Like, your body and what you do to your body affects others. I mean, I think Peter Hitchens made a very good argument for that. So, You know, I'm not prudish, but I do think that my behavior affects others, and that's
Of course, your behavior affects others, but there are a series of behaviors that don't affect anyone else. Like, if I choose to go out and I choose to have a one-night stand right now, I mean, I wouldn't. I'm in my sweatpants right now. That literally does not affect me or anyone but me and the person who I engage in those actions with.
Well, do you have an STD?
No.
so.
Well,
You
there
don't
you
think,
go.
for
It
example,
wouldn't.
if I live on a second, I'll let you go. I'm gonna mute myself after. So you're saying, like, for example, if I have, like, I'm living in a community, and I actually do live in a community that everyone's kind of family oriented, right? And you're saying, like, it's perfectly okay for me, like, to have orgies, and, like, for them to see, like, other people's kids to see me bringing women constantly home to my house and having orgies, and you're saying, like, okay, as long as it doesn't affect them, like, they're not seeing what I'm doing, like, that's not affecting other people's kids. And that's why
If you're not making that experience a necessary part of their life, like if you're keeping everything under your closed doors, I don't see what the issue would be.
Yeah, and the only point I wanted to make really quick, I think we can all admit that promiscuity on a certain level is like a bad thing. If you got an STI of some sort and you just go around banging anybody, I mean, you're spreading disease in that case, right? So.
But also that you'll get prosecuted for reckless endangerment as well.
Is that true?
In a lot of diseases, yeah. So if you don't inform your partner and you have HIV, you can get reckless endangerment. If you knowingly have unprotected sex with, I think, chlamydia and gonorrhea, you also can get convicted on reckless endangerment.
Gotcha. Okay.
Oh, I think that's a great law from a public health perspective. Along the same lines of if you drive drunk, almost.
So do you think it's okay, like, for a community, for example, if I was a school teacher, and, like, would you think it would be healthy, me being a school teacher, if, like, all my students knew that I was having, like, what would be worse if they knew that I was in a committed relationship and I had kids and I was raising them the best of my ability versus if I was promiscuous and having orgies? Do you don't think
Why are you bringing your personal relationship into the classroom? That seems highly unprofessional.
You gotta be ridiculous to believe that, like, they're not gonna know. Like, in a small town community, if they're not gonna know what your sexual behaviors are, they do know. All right, people talk, and that's just the reality of the situation. And so I have to sacrifice what I want in order to protect them, right? In order for them not to, like, follow to do something that may be inherently destructive. So I'm just saying. You can't you're not an isolated system, right?
What is inherently destructive that you'd be promoting by doing that?
I'm just saying, like, if I were to act what may be considered to be immoral, that you can't.
Why is it immoral for you to have an orgy? If it's all consenting adults, everyone, STD checked out, etc., etc.
You don't think, like, for example, if another, no one will say that our traditional value system is bad, right? I don't think anybody would say that. Like, staying faithful and having one partner, or having, at least as long as it's committed. Like,
if you want to call it traditional, I mean, if you want to call originating in basically the 1950s traditional, I mean, traditional values was you could beat the shit out of your wife. I mean, that's where
that's Islam.
Rule of thumb comes from.
Is that like a new non-secular? I'm not familiar with those terms, so I don't know if I'm using it inappropriately, but it sounds like a non-secular.
Secular? I think you're going with.
Am I using it right?
I mean, what do you mean by traditional values?
Okay, when I say traditional, I guess I mean, like, the obvious roles that a man and a woman should play. And to me, they seem obvious. Maybe I'm ignorant. Maybe I'm ignorant, but I think that, a guy working and a mother raising her child is traditional.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see. I mean, the better predictor is whether the child's cared for. Who the caretaker is largely doesn't make too much of a difference.
Palm, hope you're doing good.
Oh, look, Palm's here. He was here when I first started coming in. Haven't seen him in a while.
I mean, the better predictor is the child engaged. Like, there's not really a difference in performance outcome between someone who's raised by, directly by their mother full time and someone who goes to childcare.
Hey, folks.
So glad you're here and doing good, Palm. You sound.
It's been a while,
I don't
right?
like the phrase traditional values because it means whatever. What it tends to mean whatever a conservative
No, but
wants
you're
it
talking
to
about
mean.
because you're talking like you're saying like America has traditional values because you're talking like the 1950s. But like, what about Japan? That was traditional, like long before World War II. So don't give me this. I mean, you're it's so
No, I'm
dishonest for you to say
asking,
that.
like, I'm saying I don't like the word traditional because it's meant to mean whatever people. It usually means they're whitewashing
Okay, so
history.
why did like other cultures have the same policies as we do in the United States? I mean, you can't even. It's obviously that most people believe these values to be good. I mean, that's why all
I
value.
mean, that could be a natural. I mean, it's a natural outcome of human sexual dimorphism. It doesn't mean that it's like just because it's natural doesn't mean it's optimal or that it's necessarily good. I think if someone wants to be a full-time mom, go for it. But if someone wants to work full-time and has a child, if you have two full-time working parents, I think that's fine as well.
I think when you have like complete independence of one another. I mean, this is my personal view. You don't have to agree with me, but I find like I've been with the same woman for 15 years, but I find that whenever you don't have somebody dependent on the other, for example, if you have two working class people, like you're going to have a situation where you're going to have promiscuity or you're going to have or divorce. I think the fact that when it comes to relationships. When it comes to relationships, when it comes to I have personal experience, but when it comes to staying together, it's important that each person depends on each other, whether that be financially or that be emotional. So I think it's important that, like, for example, I'm personally like my girlfriend's like emotionally, she needs me emotionally, and I need her financially. So it's important that that we need each other in one way or the other. But to suggest that that once you start to remove the need from somebody else, then that's what causes divorce or that causes separation.
Well, I mean, fundamentally, any healthy relationship is just meeting the other person's needs. I mean, that's.
Well, right. No, I agree with you completely.
Obvious. Nothing
right,
about
obviously.
what I said excludes that.
Well, yeah, but the point that I was trying to make was that when two people become financially independent, that sometimes can cause a situation where they find it more easy to go off with another person, right?
Is there any data to support that? I mean, you just seem to have this sort of anecdotal.
It is anecdotal. I'm sorry, but I mean,
that's not a rational way to look at it.
I don't really trust a lot of.
I could just say that my parents each independently financially could afford living in the neighborhood that we were in.
Well, I don't trust data because a lot of times I'm not saying data can't be done well, but what I found is a lot of people who do these type of research have an inherent interest in the research that they're doing. So, for example, Nadia, there's studies that show that there's no such thing as a female brain or a male brain, and there's other studies that will suggest that they are. So it all depends on who's doing the study, and that's why I don't trust.
You're grossly misinterpreting, misreading the studies that are involved there.
No, I'm not.
I would ask how in depth are you reading the studies?
No, I look, dude. I have a degree in science. I understand
I'm
caveats.
I'm not saying what your degree is in. I'm asking how in depth are you reading the studies, right?
I just don't trust statistics because I think people who are doing statistics have an interest in what the outcome is.
Well, I mean basically, right? I mean, so basically, you're making theories about what would happen if people were married and people weren't married, and based off of your theories, you're making observations, and from what we observe today, from people not being married and from people being promiscuous and sleeping around, your theory actually is correct.
Right. So I would say that because I don't trust, and I'm not saying I don't disagree.
Well, I mean, it just seems like a silly. I mean, you can't just if you want to dismiss any sort of. I mean, we're just going to be arguing opinion if we can't actually talk about data.
You're saying but my personal experiences don't have any weight in the
argument.
I'm
not saying that. I'm saying that they may have weight to you. They're as valid as my personal opinions as well. They're equally valid.
Well, to me, they're not equally because, like I said.
Well, yeah, that's the quintessential thing about subjectivity. This is why I try to be objective when I form my opinions because, we all have psychological triggers that cause us to view things in certain ways.
Well, I mean, the objective data shows that people who come from broken homes and broken families, and people who grew up with parents who weren't married and stuff like that. I mean, even looking at the news today, I mean, you see nothing but kids and teenagers doing the most violence because they're the ones who are being most affected by this stuff.
Well, the interesting thing with some of that is that, I mean, young men, it's been known for a long time for various biological reasons, are the most violent and the most deviant. But when it comes to, like I said before, the best data seems to suggest that, a bigger contributor is the larger environment rather than just, is this person a product of, a full household or a broken one. Again, I'm not saying that it doesn't contribute. It certainly does. But, people, with human beings, it's not a smart thing in general to have one cause and one effect.
You know what? Like, my issue is not so much with the fact that there are exceptions to the rule. For example, you cannot. Obviously, it's true that you cannot have the ideal situation of a man working and a woman being, staying home with the kids. The problem that I take issue with is when it's considered when people are degraded or criticized for having that family dynamic, right? When they are doing those things, and I think I'm seeing that now, when it's not okay or classy to have the woman staying home with the kids and the man working, where he's considered to be, where she's when other people tell her, oh, you need to, be more strong. You're a yes woman. You need to,
I don't really see that as a very common thing.
Really?
I see it all the time.
And I live in a southern state, and for you to say that, I mean, that just kind of goes against everything I'm actually witnessing.
Oprah is the main spokesperson for that type of lifestyle. The woman's supposed to go out and pursue her career. And I'm not saying a woman can't pursue a career, but when a woman makes that her main objective, other than being a good mother to her children, then she's already forfeited her right to be a good mother because she's not focused on her children. She's focused on her.
Yeah, a good example of that, Wayne, would be like the Young Turks. If you guys are familiar with the Young Turks, Anna isn't she's not even having kids, and it's because she's narcissistic. She wants to be with her career. She wants to be on TV.
Why is it narcissistic to want to develop your own career? I mean, can't someone have a different goal than be a factory for children? Why is that invalid?
Well, you were created to have children. That's why you got the parts.
No, the reason, I mean, there's so much wrong with that. But no, why is it so evil for someone to have different goals?
I'll tell you why it's wrong, because I think she intuitively wants to have kids. But
how can you speak to what she wants?
Because she keeps talking about it.
Maybe she wants kids and she's just not ready at this present juncture.
She's getting too old to have kids at this point. But what I'm trying to say is that, it's true. I mean, she's gonna have Down syndrome kids if she decides to want them after 35. But it's
she's
obviously
29.
Okay, well, it's obviously affecting her because she keeps talking about it. All right, I don't know how old she is. But
I mean, I hate to say it, but my mom was 31 when I was born, and she was 38 when my youngest brother was born. None of us have any birth defects.
I would object to that. No, I'm just joking. But no, I would say
why is it an obligation for a woman to have a child? I mean, I think that they have a choice to do whatever the hell they want.
They don't have to. I'm not saying they don't have to, but I'm just saying it seems to be whenever they get into the public eye, that they seem to be tempted with vanity and narcissism, and they're not.
Why is it vanity for a woman to want to accomplish things that she set out as a goal, and it's admirable in a guy to want to accomplish goals?
Well, they both can accomplish the goals, but what I was saying is, if you have children, your first goal, your first objective should be to your children, not to going out and try to pursue a career so people can give you validation. And once you have kids, trying to pursue validation by the world, that's done. You need to validate your kids.
I mean, it depends. I mean, my mom did both, and I ended up fine.
a lot of times we are projecting what we think on other people. So it's actually
I mean, I don't see why if a father can pursue his goals of furthering himself in his career and still be a responsible parent, a mother can do that as well. I've seen it happen in.
Right. I'm agreeing with you, but the problem is that's not what we're seeing a lot today in society. We're seeing, you know, people, well, especially in my community, the black community, we're seeing black moms giving birth to babies and putting babies in the microwave and killing their babies and aborting them, and that's a whole other thing. That's just my personal belief. I think abortion is wrong, but we're seeing mothers doing all these terrible things to their kids when if you don't want to have kids, just don't have them, you know?
But obviously, Wayne, you're projecting, and like your anecdotal evidence doesn't mean anything. I'm being sarcastic, by the way, but it's obviously. I mean, we see it all around us. Like, how can we not like say that there's like, you know, there's no claims to our arguments, or say that they're silly?
I would, and another thing with like when it comes to what you guys were talking about earlier, as far as like men and women and violent crimes, I think that men are more quickly arrested for violent crimes than women are.
Wow,
I mean, you can go in this I don't know, this is halfway anecdotal evidence, but just go to YouTube and type in girl fight and feast your eyes.
Yeah, you're right, Sal. It's the idea that men are more evil than women. Like that's just silly. Like they're not. How could somebody say like women are morally better than men? They're not. Maybe they get away with it a lot more, and that has to do with like white knight.
Women get lesser sentences for the same crimes.
Exactly,
like,
and a
by
lot of
proxy, all the way down the line. Usually, they get lighter sentences.
Oh, I think we should fight against that as a feminist.
Yeah, I don't see a problem with, you know, people fighting against an obvious inequality. The thing that I see is like there seems to be this, and I hate to be that guy, but there seems to be this this implicit sexism that like our goals shouldn't be women need to be better mothers. It's people need to be better parents and more true to themselves.
Oh,
like,
I'll agree with that. Like that, I'm right on board with that.
Do you not see like how that's kind of like the nature of the way that you guys have framed the conversation is a little bit concerning? Because I would prefer it if just people let's say that a gay couple adopts a kid. I just want them to be good parents. You know, if one of the gay guys wants to be a stay-at-home dad, go for it. You know, I know a guy who he's him and his wife have a kid and he's a stay-at-home dad. Like, again, I don't have any problem with whatever configuration of parenting that you want. The priority should be being a good parent. And no one's going to do a perfect job.
I know Nadia is going to hate me for saying this, but I personally, in my value system, I don't believe, and I'm not saying there are not good homosexual couples out there that raise children. I know that they are, but I just personally object to that idea of homosexual couples raising children. I don't know. To me, it just seems intuitively wrong. I can't help it. I'm sorry. You can laugh at me, but that's what I believe.
I mean, it's pretty silly.
Well, no, it's actually, I think it's pretty silly for people to go and to try and pretend like two men can, one can be the mom and one can be the dad. They're both dudes. They're both dads. And a child needs a mom and a father at the same time. Even the guy who, the gay guy, what's the gay guy? He's not Ralph Lauren. You guys know who I'm talking about. The gay guy who has like the shoe company or something like that. And he's gay. He opposes gay marriage because he's like, wow, like, I couldn't even imagine my life if I didn't have parents. And then the statistics, the data even shows where kids growing up without both parents, they actually object to having same-sex parents. So it's not even me saying this. It's the people who grow up under this and they're like, yeah.
Except that every study of comparing the outcome of children between gay parents and straight parents finds no difference except that there's slightly less gender conformity among people raised by same-sex couples.
Well, from the data that I read and I seen, let me find it and let me put it in the chat link. But there there were people who were growing up under same-sex couples and they were like, yeah, I think I had like the right for me to have a mother stolen from me or for me to have a father stolen from me because the child doesn't get a chance to pick whether they want a mother or a father. It's pre-decided.
Well, I would love it if Kareem Abdul-Jabbar was my dad, but I didn't get to pick that. You don't get to choose our parents. I mean, that's inevitable in any case.
Well, the way that statement is phrased, that's assumed as if two dads can be parents. They can't.
Yeah, they can.
They
There's
can
like
they
all
can
of the
try.
data. Like people have done many studies. There's no difference in childhood outcome.
What about the gay parents who rape children? Most of them rape their children when they get
No,
them.
they don't. There's literally nothing to support that.
I'll show you the statistics. Hold on 1 minute.
What's your source on it?
Would it matter the source if
Yeah,
the
I mean
images
it
there?
does, because if you're just quoting some right-wing blog and then I read the actual study and it doesn't support what you say, or it's some largely
Well,
discredited study.
every status is biased depending on who's doing the study, so it wouldn't even matter then.
Do you know what peer review is?
Oh yeah, that's like the cops saying we've overlooked ourselves and we're not guilty.
And now you've disqualified yourself from serious discussion. Like that's when someone says something like that. Like I've presented peer-reviewed articles. It has not like their job is to make you look like a fool. Like it is. It's not just some pat on the back. Oh yeah, you get to publish in our journal. Like no, it's more like a kick in the nuts and someone telling you you're not good enough. Like it's the hardest thing to do academically is to publish a journal article in a scientific journal.
So you're basically in the worldview where you're basically into scientism, where everything has to be scientifically and rationally thought out.
How does me accepting peer review as a methodology lead you to thinking that?
Well, no, I'm just going off everything that you said in the conversation. You're like, I'm a rational person this, and I'm a rational person that, and et cetera, this.
Yeah, how did any of that imply that the best source of data about the external world is scientific?
So you sort of confirmed his point there, didn't you, by saying that?
Huh?
I said you just sort of confirmed his point there by saying that.
No, scientism means that you believe that the only way of finding truth is through science.
That's what you just said.
Right, you just said that.
No, I said about the external world. It's the best way, not the only way. It's the best way.
What the fuck does external world mean, though? Like, what does that mean to you, though? That don't mean anything. Like, give it a context.
The classical philosophical definition of external world.
You mean the natural world?
That is everything then, according to you, because you see everything as sort of materialistic and physical, don't you? So.
Everything that's not my internal mental state.
That's the Jewish agenda, though. I mean, it's materialism, right?
I mean, I happen to be a materialist, but
Russ, no trolling, man. Come on.
All right.
That's more of a That's more of a result of the methodology I go by than an assumption. The external world, when it comes to word it precisely, when it comes to synthetic propositions, I believe that science is when available, is the best option for understanding how those things work. A synthetic proposition is a proposition whose truth depends on and refers to the external world. So if I say, let's say that Magic Johnson's 6'8", I'm saying something about the world external to my mental states and external to definitions. An analytic proposition is a proposition that refers explicitly to definitions. So something like all bachelors are unmarried. That's true by definition. The truth of it doesn't depend on the external world. Mathematical truths, for example. So if I embraced scientism, I wouldn't be able to logically accept mathematical truths. Although there are people who disagree, but that's more of a complex, arcane, philosophical argument. Does that make sense?
I mean, not really, but okay.
What part of it didn't make sense?
The part where you just constantly kept talking like a fucking robot about all these fucking, I don't know, like whatever.
Okay, so my problem is that I'm talking to someone that can't retain information. All right.
No, you're talking to someone that just doesn't entertain this whole fucking same fucking algorithm that all these same people like you sort of spew out every fucking hangout. Like, I go on my understanding of reality by the scientific method type shit. It's boring. Like, just can't be bothered entertaining it, really. So.
Yeah, because that's
and in
exactly
doing that, you just confirmed
said.
everything that other guy said about you. So yeah.
Yeah, because that's exactly what I just said.
So are you an atheist?
What just happened?
Yes, I'm an atheist.
Hmm.
You couldn't tell? Fucking hell.
Commando's named, his nickname is the Mindcracker, by the way.
Why is that?
I think I missed the argument you were proposing.
I mean, I was just saying why I don't accept scientism. It's basically because of my attitude towards synthetic propositions.
Is he, after the synthetic a priori?
No. It's basically the idea that when things refer to the external world, I think that science is probably the best guide, but when things don't refer to the external world, science can't comment on them. That's my opinion. Someone like Gary Edwards would disagree with me, but me and Gary tend to agree on a lot of things, though. But that's probably because we learned philosophy at the same place, and we both have like a very English, very analytic tradition in terms of how we both like our philosophy done.
Okay, well, that makes sense.
I don't know. Do you like? I assume that you like. I assume, Nadia, that you tend to like analytic philosophy rather than continental.
I think I straddle a bit of both. Well, okay. I probably actually am picking up more analytical and continental, given that the route the continental's getting to me is basically by, well, feminist affairs. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I just tend to be analytical, but that's just what I tend to like. I'm not as familiar with continental stuff, but there's some continental is pretty much to me the philosophy of trolling, so it can be entertaining. Like Nietzsche believed that psychologizing opponents was a good tactic for arguing and wasn't an ad hominem attack, because he believed that ultimately all arguments are a struggle to have psychological power. It's a ridiculous point of view, but
actually, I don't think it is. Actually, I'm very familiar with Nietzsche, and that's actually a very good point. I mean, I think what you're referring to is where he said that everyone's philosophy is basically an autobiography.
yeah, I mean, there's some merit in it, like anything. Broken clock is right twice a day, but it's a little bit on the absurd side. Or you could be Derrida and just be a complete obscurantist.
Yeah,
it's hilarious. He invented a whole interpretation of Hegel based on the fact that Hegel's name in French sounds like the French word for eagle. So he made a whole interpretation of Hegel based on the fact that his name sounded like eagle.
You're not talking about Nietzsche. You're talking about Derrida, right?
Derrida. Okay. I mean, it's a very similar school of thought.
Because Nietzsche
yeah, that's a lot more. That's actually a lot more of what I'm touching on. But again, I probably am not actually as anywhere near as widely read as you are.
I was just gonna say that Nietzsche is more Schopenhauerian than anybody else. Now, he did have some respect for Hegelian philosophy, but I think it's basically Schopenhauer redone with some tweaks to it.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I mean, I think he's a bit of a megalomaniacal crazy person, but it doesn't mean it's not fun to entertain the idea.
You know what's funny about that statement, though? Like when I hear people, and I respect your knowledgeable, you being knowledgeable about Nietzsche, but I think what's funny about that is when you actually read his most insane books that he published. Like I'm thinking of Ecce Homo right now. There's actually, you can tell that he's insane, but actually he makes some very, very good points in these books that he made when people do consider him to be crazy, like the Antichrist. So I don't know. I
but
mean,
their thing
there's
is,
method to madness.
even when he's totally insane, he's concerned with morals all the time. So he's still trying to be a good person.
Well, I mean, not even that he's being a good
I
person.
don't even think he's trying. He's not concerned with trying to be a good person. It's his version of morality. I think is more accurate psychologically than actually as a moral theory, which is that he believes that every person basically is the author of their own morality, right? And it's their obligation to exercise their own will to power.
He's trying to fulfill the purpose for his existence.
Well, I was just going to say that there's the only point I was trying to make was that there's method to madness. You know, it's like from Hamlet. So I think even when he seems the most mad and crazy, he's still making very good points. And it's obvious that he's going crazy, that he's gone too far. But I think the points that he's making are actually very valid when you look at him.
I think he's a better psychologist than he is a philosopher, but that's coming from my own biases against continental philosophy in general. Like, I think his theories of truth are just they're so wacky that I wouldn't even know. Like, he said some, like, again, like, it's not that he's not an intelligent guy. It doesn't mean I don't agree with him on some things. I just think that he said a lot of silly shit.
In an insane world, perhaps it's the perceived sane that are the insane ones.
Yeah, can you be more specific about what you said about his silly, wacky thoughts? Just because I am very familiarized with him and I'd like to entertain that.
Like, the idea he believed that which is true, that when you talk about things that are true, you're actually trying to obtain some sort of metaphysical power by doing so.
Yeah, but he also said like that. But always the thing about Nietzsche is that he contradicts himself. So, for example, we were talking about this earlier with Logic was in here earlier, where we were talking about, you know, he did make metaphysical claims about the will to power, but at the same time, he did say like the death to metaphysics. Like, he did not believe in metaphysics. So he was actually like a front runner to actually behaviorism. In my belief, I think he got to the point where he said like metaphysical, you know, to understand the world in a metaphysical way was useless. But there's a contradiction there, right? And I think even Derrida said that you don't understand Nietzsche until you understand his contradictions.
No, yeah. I mean, the fact that he has so many contradictions probably is a big reason why I think he's a little off the wall. Doesn't mean it's not entertaining. Doesn't mean there's not value to reading him. But I think that the more complex reading is that, yeah, he's probably a materialist, even though, you know, on a cursory reading, that wouldn't appear to be the case with his emphasis on will on power, the will to power. But I am not that's the point at which I have to say I'm not well read enough on Nietzsche to make any more comments as to what the best reading of him would be.
Well, it's funny because he actually, one of the last books that was published, like The Will to Power, he's basically trying to, well, it's funny you called him a materialist, but he was actually talking about like how you should eliminate cause and effect, and how that we become so used to cause and effect that we actually believe that it's actually happening. And we had Logic on here the other day, or this morning, who said that he didn't even believe in cause and effect, and it kind of complements Nietzsche's view on the world. And he's not a materialist at all. He's an idealist. So yeah, I think there's so much subtleties in Nietzsche's writing that you can't just categorize him as. I think he would be very upset about that if you categorize him as a materialist or an idealist. I think he enjoyed not having a system of belief.
That's the sense I get from people who have actually read him, that in depth compared to me at least, that he's hard to categorize. I mean, his ideas, like, it's kind of weird. His ideas about causality are very much like in line with what David Hume said about causality, which is that David Hume, who's probably my favorite philosopher, said, basically, we say that things have causality because we like saying that things have causality. We say that things are that things like we say that we want to be rational because we like being rational. There's no metaphysical fact of the matter as to whether things should be rational. It just happens to be that that's the only way that we have these sensible conversations, and that we like having sensible conversations. In some ways, like Nietzsche's like a continental version of that. But I don't know if he would characterize him. I would always love like the idea of having a conversation if you were to bring up these points and just to see what his reaction would be.
Yeah, I would love if I like the idea that you could, if somebody would say that who are the 3 people you would love to have dinner with, Nietzsche would be one of them. Isaac Newton would probably be the next one, and then I don't know who the 3rd one would be, but.
You wouldn't even want Jesus there, buddy?
Oscar Wilde.
Oscar Wilde.
I also want a fun dinner. That's the issue. Because you got to think, like, Newton, like, probably had Asperger's, died a virgin, which is very unfortunate for the genetics of our species. Like, he might not be the most fun person to have dinner with, whereas, like, Darwin was a fairly sociable guy. Had his quirks.
Yeah, I think he was like extremely likable, Darwin.
He was a relatively good guy. A lot of people are saying like he's like evolutionary theory benefited a lot from him being the guy, because like I think Alfred Russel Wallace was like incredibly sexist. Like for that age alone. But no, you got to think about who would make an interesting. Like, it'd have to be an interesting dinner, but it'd also have to be a pleasant dinner. Like I'd like to have dinner with Bukowski in like the prime of his drinking years. I mean, in the prime of his drinking, I should just say. He was always drinking.
So like James Joyce, maybe Faulkner. And let's just like add 6 people to it, or 5 people. James Joyce, Faulkner, Nietzsche, Jesus, and Newton.
Faulkner or Wagner?
No, Faulkner.
Faulkner? No, he was prone to depression.
Oh, so he wouldn't be a good dinner host. All right.
No.
I wouldn't. I don't want Wagner there. But Nietzsche, Newton, Jesus.
No, Wagner would probably like try to kill me. I'm Jewish by descent.
He wasn't anti-Semitic though. I mean, he wasn't.
Yes, he was.
No, he just believed that German had too many Jews. That's all. It's just like me, like living like in a, like for example, I live in a very black. I live in a very. Sometimes you can incorporate too many of the other race, and you can be like, okay, we have too many of them. There's nothing. That's not anti.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
What's wrong with that, though?
Holy shit! I just got back. Do I think what was said was just?
Yeah, exactly. What's wrong with that?
What's wrong with that? Saying that there's too many, and I fear my safety. I mean, what's wrong with saying that? I mean,
that's pretty racist.
Nadia, you got it.
Hey,
yeah.
Have you seen our news though? I mean, people are. It's on the news every day. So to say that my experiences are not true, it does become. It is true in my situation. Now, do I make racial claims? No, I'm not racist. But when it comes to like, who said that I am? Who said that I am? Who dare said that?
That was Nadia.
That's pretty bad, I gotta say.
What's wrong with one to understand that that really balance is good? What's wrong with saying balance is good? There's nothing wrong with that.
Wow.
I think we should change this subject.
What is wrong with saying that balance is good, though? I mean, that's not racist to say that. I don't think.
Wait,
I'll say. I do not argue that. I think if you had too many whites in the neighborhood, that would be bad. I think you need to have. I'm an affirmative action type of guy, so I'm like a completely non-racist that you guys are trying to make me out to be. So damn you guys, shame on you.
Well, actually, when I was in real estate school, my teacher, he did say when neighborhoods are mixed, when they had different races and different because different races of people, they might produce different, or they might have different economic statuses, so that might do better for for the neighborhood rather than like a class of one race of people moving in their neighborhood. Different neighborhoods with different races of people they seem to flourish.
I think balance is good. I think when you have too much of any kind, not just blacks on whites or whites on blacks, but when you have too much of one representing the entire community, it's bad.
I think the proper response is I want as many good people, regardless of race, in my community, and as few bad people, regardless of race.
I know the liberal objection to that, but what I'm trying to say is I think that each race has their own culture as well, right? And it's a representative of their culture.
Yeah.
Not really. No.
It
Not where I live. Not where I live. We share
I
like
live
the
in
same
an all
culture.
black neighborhood, and it is bad. We need some Chinese, white, Indonesian. We need all types of races over here.
I mean, culture is separate from race. Race is an aspect of culture.
Go
ahead.
Sorry.
Like Dionysus, like like I live in the suburbs on a one street neighborhood, and in accordance to like the city, there are a disproportionate amount of black people who live on my street. It's highly black, but it's like upper class blacks. They're great. I love having them for neighbors. Some of them are like literally like the June and Ward Cleaver types.
Well, yeah, this is like what I'm saying though. Is like it's not about race. It's about whether they're good people in a neighborhood. Yeah.
It's about class. Remember what I said earlier? Like what was it yesterday or early this morning? Whenever a day ago. About how many people, like, that discussed this when I was bringing up the slang terms that black people use, like higher class black people use to describe lower class black people. And nobody knew them. Nobody in the room knew any of the terms.
Well, I knew them. They were just different words that they used. But what I guess the point that I was trying to make was, when we had that same conversations, I think like liberals actually hate other minorities. And we'll pretend like they don't hate other minorities, whereas like conservatives actually like other races, but they just appear to be racist, and that's what I think is the truth. I think it's a mask that the liberals wear.
I don't think it's a liberal conspiracy.
I didn't say conspiracy. I
think there are racist people.
You're putting words in my mouth. I never said it was a conspiracy.
I mean, there are plenty. I mean, don't worry. Conservatism has a very, very rich and decorated history of racism. We don't.
Okay, so the Democrats are not the ones that were KKK members, right? The liberals were not. The Democrats were not that.
Yeah, the shift in Democrats to being the Liberal Party was in the 1930s. So before then, yeah, they were mostly a racist Southern party.
So what about
until probably about 68 when the Southern strategy became a major pin of the Republican Party.
So what about the Jim Crow laws then?
What about them?
Well, those were repealed by Republicans at the time.
Yeah, I just said
and they were fought tooth and nail by Democrats.
Yeah, I just said that the change for Democrats did not really complete that. Political reorientation didn't complete until 68? Yeah.
I think originally where this conversation started before we went into these rabbit holes was Wagner racist, and I can tell you that he may have been a little bit, but not as much as you made it seem to be. And I actually kind of know a lot about Wagner, so.
Oh, also Tesla was celibate his whole life.
That doesn't surprise me.
But don't call Wagner a Nazi because he wasn't.
I didn't call him a Nazi. I called him an anti-Semite. I didn't say he was foaming at the mouth and wanted to kill every Jew within a walking distance. I said he was an anti-Semite. Jesus.
Well, wait,
what he protested against was the materialism of the Jewish. So he was more Christian than he was Jewish, and so he. And you can see that.
No shit. He was an anti-Semite. Of course, he was not Jewish.
Well, nobody's really
no, he was
anti-Semite.
Which seems to be in a philosophy of Jewish seems to be very oriented towards the material world, whereas Wagner was kind of more more into the ideal world.
I don't necessarily agree with that. I think
you got to define you got to define Judaism though, like Zionism Jew, Hebrew, you know.
Zionism Jew isn't a real thing. Zionism is separate from Judaism.
Like the, you know what I mean, like the Khazar, Ashkenazi, Kabbalah Jews that read like the Talmud and stuff like that.
God Almighty.
Okay, jeez. All right, like.
Russ, I just wanted to ask Russ
Do you
something
mean
really quick.
Ashkenazi versus Sephardic Jews? Because those are the two ethnic groups of Jews.
I don't know about the other race of Jews, but I do know about like the Hebrew Jews and the.
It's not. There's no true division between Hebrew Jew. I mean, most Jews that are in Israel, or a large portion, are Sephardic Jews, like people from that area. Those are the more Mediterranean ethnically Jewish. Then the more Eastern European ethnically Jewish are Ashkenazic Jews. Like I would suggest not using ethnic terminology that you don't. In general, don't use terminology you don't know about.
But I do know about it. I know you. All right, so you claim to be a Jew, but you're not a Jew.
I'm ethnically Jewish.
No, Sam, listen. You're from the Synagogue of Satan. Yeah, I don't know if you've ever heard this shit before, but that's what he's talking about.
But you are too. I mean, basically all Edomites are.
What's an Edomite?
Whoa, you're a black Hebrew Israelite?
I'm not a black Hebrew Israelite. I'm just a person that knows the facts.
Oh, okay. All right. Go ahead.
Rev, did you have a question for me?
No, forget it, Russ. My mind just went down a totally different rabbit trail. Never mind.
So is this, Rev, you seem to be worried for my sanity once I hear this.
Yeah.
Am I an Edomite?
What's an Edomite?
Every person that's an Edomite comes from Esau.
What's an Edomite?
It's a person that's related to the seed of Esau.
Basically,
how would I know if I'm an Edomite?
Because you have white skin. Your skin tells
Edomite
you.
is going to be a slave in the afterlife. Go ahead.
Okay, the only thing I was mentioning was just historical facts. So you can criticize me all you want, but I do understand what Wagner believed or what he didn't believe.
I'm not saying that he... Look, all I said was he was an anti-Semite. Thomas Jefferson was a racist. Was he as racist as other people at the time? No, but he was still a racist.
I would say that he was probably more so than some people at the time. Like with the whole
more racist than let's say Alexander Hamilton, but
with like the whole with like the whole Indian removal program that he headed up.
I mean, well, pretty much everyone at that point did not give a shit about Native Americans. I don't think that was. I was referring more specifically to the things that differentiated as racism, which were his statements on black people, which were strange.
Yes, Sam, just really quick, I got a link for you there in the side chat about what I was talking about. Just read that and you'll get the insanity from some of these crazy people about Ashkenazi Jews, but yeah.
But of course you would say that because you're an Edomite, which isn't bad. Edomites can be saved too, which isn't. It's not a bad.
So who's an Edomite?
An Edomite is just somebody who comes from the lineage of Esau.
If you're white, you're fucked.
Right.
No. That's not true. Whoever told you that is lying. That's not. All right. It's like saying if I had two.
I think you're talking about the difference between burning in hell for eternity and being a slave.
Let me explain because
there you go, Nadia.
That's not what the Bible teaches. That's not true. If you're white, you can be saved. If you're black, you can be saved. If you're Chinese, you can be saved. It doesn't. It's like if I had two sons and I was on my way to pick up my two sons, but you, Rev, you were there because you're friends with my two sons, waiting with my sons for me to pick them up. And even though I wasn't originally there to pick you up because you're friends with my son, I said, okay, you can get in the car too. That's how it is with Edomites. Even though Edomites weren't in the original plan, just for the sure fact that God loved you too, he said, all right, you can be saved too.
Right,
Jesus,
I hear you.
Rev, what the fuck did you just send me?
Yeah, that's just some of the background of where that type of shit comes from. See, what you have to understand, Sam, is that there are the white extremists, like that fat piece of shit, Tex Mars, and there are pieces of shit on the other side, too. that kind of say, all right, so Wayne, let me ask you this: is my greatest reward in heaven going to be wiping your ass?
I don't know about that. The Bible says that people had different rewards based on what they do on earth. I don't I don't think that would be true.
I would argue that it doesn't say that.
So what does this have to do with what the weird shit that Wayne was saying about Jews that was very
Jews aren't.
convoluted?
What I'm saying, the Jews aren't Jews. They masquerade as Jews, but they aren't Jews. They're really Canaanites. You gotta do the history.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, of course you guys wouldn't know because nobody's ever told. This is all new to you guys. You gotta do your own research.
Well, I know. I mean, I grew up around.
No, it's
Jews.
not.
I've been
It's
to
totally
dozens
not new
of
to me.
temples.
It's totally not new to me. I know exactly what you're gonna say.
But I'm not saying that white people are doomed to hell. I'm just telling you like where you guys are geographically from.
Are you Afrocentric? Are you Afrocentric, Wayne?
When you say Afrocentric, what do you mean by that? Because
I just heard that word come actually recently, and it was basically, it sounds exactly what you're trying to say.
no, I'm not Afrocentric. I just have the view that black people are Hebrews, but they don't know they're Hebrews because their history has been erased.
Why isn't any of that borne out by genetic testing?
It is. Well, most black people are from Nigeria, and
Yeah, that's not near. I mean, well, that's just not true demographically. Most black people in the United States have some root in Western Africa, but Africa's a fairly large continent.
Well, Africa wasn't always Africa. It was actually Negro land, but it was named Africa by a Jewish man named Africana who conquered it.
But I don't know why you guys would want to be Jewish, so that's what I'm confused about the most.
Well, no, I'm not saying that.
Do you have any documentation, like, as to that actually being a historical fact that Africa got its name that way?
Look it up, and I can even link you to the maps. Africa used to be named Negro land, but a Jewish name.
Well, no, Negro comes from the Latin word for black.
Well, they actually called them nigger because they thought they were from Niger or whatever, but
no, that's not it. They called them nigger because it sounds like Negro. It's slang.
You're
like
sort
this
of
is
on
just
the
basic
right
language.
track.
Like if you've taken a Latin-based language.
I'm saying you're on the right track, but if you want to do some more research or whatever, you're welcome to it.
I mean, I'm looking at stuff like what are you talking about? The word Negro comes from Latin. You do know that, right?
Okay.
Like, how do you not know that?
How do you not know you're not Jewish?
I do know I'm Jewish.
You're not Jewish, though.
What are you talking about? My great-great-grandfather was an Orthodox rabbi.
The Jews who claim to be Jews are not Jews. They're what
See,
you
that's
call,
what I'm talking about, Sam. You're of the synagogue of Satan. See?
Well, yeah. Well, everybody. Well, not even everybody's a child of the devil.
Wayne, you seem like a nice guy, but you are a stone-cold moron.
Yeah, but you're not a Jew, though. That's what I'm telling you. You got to do the research.
How could you remotely pretend to know that?
But I'm not. I know this. I
can trace back my family. Like 6, 7
and
generations.
Trace back to Russia. They don't trace back to Israel.
I think we need to resort back to physiognomy and.
All right. No, wait 1 second. I'm sorry, Wayne. Are you not aware of the diaspora that took place during after the two kingdoms were divided, and the Syrians came down and the Assyrians came down and took over the northern kingdom of Judah at the time, right? And they were spread all over the world. You know that, right?
Well, you're talking about the black people were spread all to.
What if I just have a black penis?
Nick,
you got to get that.
Yeah, how do you not know? Yeah, Wayne, how do you not know about the diaspora?
Well, tell me about it instead of making fun of me because I don't know about it.
Well, basically as people began to, I mean, there have been, Rev covered one of them, but there's been basically several diasporas, but it generally describes the fact that as conquering foreign empires moved in on ancient Israel, many Jews would, they would leave and they would migrate, and they would, settle in a new area, and people who settled in sort of Eastern Europe, that type of area, became Ashkenazic Jews, and people who settled more around the Mediterranean became Sephardic Jews, and you can actually trace this genetically because they would frequently convert people along the way. And so one of the unique things is because it's such an insular genetic community, most Jewish people you can find precisely where their family, if they get a proper genetic test, precisely how their specific, clan moved across, Asia and Europe, etc. I think that's a decent summary. I don't know. It's been a while since I've thought about it.
Perfect. Yep.
Oh, I thought we were offline, or I wouldn't have made that silly joke.
So it's okay. It was not the most racist thing I've heard.
I'm glad
hour.
I'm glad that your true colors are being revealed on live TV.
Yeah, there's no taking that back.
So apparently,
but that's all a lie, though. You see, like that's all fabricated history done by the white man. So you have to keep that in mind.
Apparently, the etymological root for Africa can be traced back to Greek, Afrik, which means beyond, without cold, or Latin, Aprica, which means sunny. That's interesting. Huh. Learn something new every day.
I think it was used to refer to Carthage.
Yes. Huh, interesting. Never would have thought of that. So what other... Apparently I'm not really a Jew, but Jews are really black people who are from Negro land, even though Negro wasn't a term that was invented until after the slave trade.
Well, I said you can do the research and you can look it up yourself. I mean,
I'm looking it up. Like none of your story checks out remotely. Like I don't know why you believe it's nonsense. To be honest,
some white supremacists who I think wanted to claim that the I guess British or English were the true Israel. The Hebrew Israelites, Jews, whatever.
I heard about that too. None of the British people.
Basically, at some point, I think
like how is not when someone says the original name of Africa is Negroland, you don't immediately look that up? Because I was just looking that up a minute ago, and it's just not true.
Look up the maps. We got maps and stuff. All of this stuff.
I looked at it. Like I've looked at legitimate like third-party sources. Looking at like online etymologies of why it's named Africa and the history of Africa, and none of it checks out. I mean, how is this not the first thing you go to when you are looking at... Like, I'm just wondering, like, why are you so quick to accept this stuff when you can... Like, if I'm able to debunk it while I'm decently tired, at 1:30 in the morning...
But by you saying you can't find something or whatever, that isn't sufficient evidence.
No, I just looked up the history of the name of Africa.
And I told you it comes from a Jewish man named Africana.
No, it doesn't. It comes from the Romans.
Yes, it does.
It comes from the Romans.
Okay, you can believe that.
It literally just explained what words it comes from.
All right.
Like, did you not look at, like, what sources do you actually look at to find these names?
I'm just going to say, okay.
Well, I'm asking you, what sources? Like, if I'm completely wrong, it should be fairly easy to prove me wrong.
Here's one of my sources right here. This comes from one of the YouTube videos.
Well, why? Do you have, like, an actual, like, let's say, scholarly source?
No.
Like rather than, you know, an hour-long lecture, something where I can actually. Because here's the thing: it's like even if I really want to, you know, I can just go onto Wikipedia and just read through the citations. Like that would be more scholarly than what you're just giving me.
Okay.
Rev, are there any more interesting aspects of this conspiracy theory that I'm missing, or?
Well, basically, you know, the link I gave you with the Tex Mars stuff, you get into that, you'll understand where all this shit comes from. Basically, it's racism at the end of the day, man. It really is. It's
Is it
pretty,
just the same kind of stuff that like was used to basically oppress Jews in the Middle Ages?
No, I think the reason why they're oppressing.
It gets even more fun though.
Right? That was the reason why they were oppressed.
Yeah, Jesus DiCaprio, beyond, you know, basically the same kind of stuff Wayne's saying here about Jews and all that. Makes claims that
I was just gonna ask him,
Viking, excuse me, the Vikings, Abraham Lincoln, and the currently reigning Queen of England were all black.
Wait, what?
I shit you not.
You know what, though? I love it. It's fascinating.
Yeah, I was just gonna ask Wayne if he knew Jesus.
Who?
Jesus DiCaprio here on G+.
Oh no, never heard of him.
Wait,
Okay.
the Queen of England isn't.
Oh, we gotta get you two together.
She's old.
If you've
Wait,
never met him.
So is he?
wait. There's someone that believes that the Queen of England is not white.
Well, no, the Queen of England is white.
Yeah, I was gonna say, are you fucking with me? What?
So I'm guessing he must be in the crowd where they think Mozart was black or something like that.
Yeah, I'll get you his profile. One sec.
See, that's the thing. Is like I'm amazed. Like I don't have the time to devote. Like, well, A, it's not having the time, but B, just the mental effort of when I see something that is just so ridiculous to put a ton of time into it. It's why, like, I find conspiracy theories to be really cute. But at least those have some notion of plausibility at some angle.
Well, what I was saying was nothing to do with conspiracy theories. I don't know if you're referring to Wayne or me, but
what, the Queen of England isn't white?
I didn't say that, but I was just saying that I think
there's someone who believes that.
Well, we had ended with Wagner, which is kind of a conspiracy theory on your part, right? Like to say that.
Well, not really. I mean, he did say some anti-Semitic things.
Can you tell me one?
Off the top of my head, now, no.
Do you even know what Semitic means? Like, do you even know what that word actually means? Do you know what Semitic actually means? Can you define that for me?
Yeah, Semitic refers to the Semitic people that usually were located in the Palestine and Arabian Peninsula.
No, Semitic is a person who speaks a Semitic language, and there's a variety of Semitic languages which come from different nations. So that doesn't just include quote-unquote Jews. So using like anti-Semite as some sort of refutation.
I mean, that's an etymological fallacy.
It's not an etymological fantasy. Fallacy.
Yeah, you're referring to the etymology rather than the common usage. If you want me to say he was anti-Jewish, I will say then, okay, he was anti-Jewish. Does that make a difference?
Well, yeah, it does, because not all Semites are Jews. So.
Well, yeah, but again, this is the most I'm referring to common usage. The way that it's commonly used in language, anti-Semitic is meant to be anti-Jewish.
Well, you're committing a policy then by using it in a common context. If you want to be specific,
I mean, again, like if I said literally, like you're being A, extremely pedantic, but B,
not being pedantic. If you use it in a common sort of context, it gives it no meaning. So you saying anti-Semite, just throwing it out there without any sort of contextual basis is a meaningless statement.
Right, because
say it, at least
usages,
fucking back it up. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, words have usages; they don't have meanings.
Yeah, they do have meanings. Yeah, they do have meanings. If you're going to use something, then it has a meaning behind it. Like, you can't just say, like, I mean...
Okay, that flew right over your head. Again, like, I know
I'm with
what
Commando on this one. Yeah, I understand where you're coming from, Sam. The common day usage of the word anti-Semitic is anti-Jewish, but Commando definitely is right on this one. You know.
No, I'm not saying that like if I was to be really strictly accurate with the etymology, then yeah, sure.
Right.
Like I'm just using common day use.
So I'm not committing a fallacy then, because you've just sort of clarified that yourself. I'm not using a fallacy when I say that.
Right.
Well, I mean, if you're saying I'm wrong to say anti-Semitic, then yeah.
Yeah, you are. You're very wrong to use anti-Semitic.
It's the same kind of garbage.
I'm not wrong to use like if I use that in literally any usage.
I just told you what a Semite is. So if you use that in the context you are doing, if you just say anti-Semite, you're generalizing.
I knew what a Semite was before. Again, I'm just using it as what the normal language is.
No,
like,
Nadia,
I don't know
you...
why this is something you're jumping down my throat on.
Nadia,
if it makes you happy, I'll just say anti-Jewish.
Right.
I mean, I just don't see what the reason is for that.
Commando's right on this one, is he not? I mean, come on.
It's called the etymological fallacy, yes, and Christian Hillbilly is probably the most known proponent of it. Where he goes on like homophobia and transphobia. He says he's not scared of gays or trans people, right?
I ain't committed any fallacies. I gave you the definition of what anti-Semite means. He's using it in the incorrect sort of context, not me. So he's the one committing the fallacy.
It's like the same thing as when people refer to the Greek word.
I just defined what Semite is. If you put anti in front of it, it means anti whatever that word means.
Look up the etymological fallacy.
I committed a fallacy,
spend some time not.
I'm with Commando on this one personally.
That's great. Just agree to disagree then.
Well, not all Semites are Jews, so.
I know that.
Right, we'll step you away.
And I'm using a common usage. I'm not.
Yeah, well, common usage denotes the meaning, so stop doing that. Be more specific.
Why would I stop doing that? That would stop communication.
I just told you 3 times, because when you just say anti-Semitic without any real sort of context, it doesn't mean anything.
Literally, no one besides you thought that I was saying anything besides anti-Jewish. I'm using the common usage. That's how language works. Words don't have inherent definitions.
Well,
words have usages.
Yeah, personally,
basic philosophy of language.
Yeah, personally, Sam, when you brought that up, I was AFK. I didn't hear exactly the context that you were speaking in. So yeah, I
wasn't saying Semitic people and then only said only Jews are Semitic people. Then I would be wrong.
Right. Okay.
Like, what I was saying is just commonplace definition. If it's really something that you have an emotional attachment to, Commando, then I will start saying anti-Jewish when I'm around.
It's not an emotional attachment. It just pisses me off when people use that word. So, you know.
Well, that's a stupid reason to get pissed off.
Well, not really.
I get pissed off at stupid things as well, but...
Wow, people are really stepping in shit right and left tonight.
Yeah, I didn't know I was saying something incredibly offensive, but
apparently
I need to have my Oxford English Dictionary on me at all times.
You think you remember the etymology of both of these things anyway? But
well, it's the same thing as if someone says what atheist, like if you hear this all the time, like who does it? True empiricism does it all the time with atheism. Is he talks about the Greek root of it, like atheism without theism, which is not what it means in common usage, but
sort of does. Yeah. You put an A in front of something. Yeah. Theism means what theism means, so atheism naturally would mean. So
we've had
in a logical sense, yeah, but at the present day, I'd say that there are basically 2 definitions that people tend to use, which is either it's someone who lacks a belief in God, or someone who, you know, if they were to say, is it more likely than not that God exists, they would say it's more likely that God does not exist.
Changing of definitions reminds me of 1984, personally.
Yeah, same here. Yeah.
I mean, what do you mean? Definitions change over time.
I actually thought about using that as my avatar, and then decided against it earlier tonight. Like the book, like an old '50s book cover of or not '50s, but an older book cover of 1984.
I was wondering, like, when you use that word, though, does that like help your arguments when you're trying to beat your opponent by trying to compensate more people? When you say somebody's anti-Semitic, like what Commando was saying, do you have more?
No, all I'm doing is using a common usage for what anti-Jewish behavior is called.
Anti-Jewish behavior. Oh, here we go.
It's the exact, like, I'm using it interchangeable with anti-Jewish, just this common usage.
Yeah, well, it ain't interchangeable. That's what I was pointing out.
I mean, in common parlance, they are.
Yeah.
Again, if you have some emotional attachment to me not using that, I won't use it. Personally, I see it as a non-issue. No one's saying, I'm being anti-Arabic if I'm being, anti-Semitic. I mean, definitions of words change over time, and like you can look at the Oxford English Dictionary does a great job of.
The point that I was, I don't know, it keeps going back in full circle, but the point I was trying to make is Wagner was not anti-Jewish or anti-Semitic as much as people think that he was. He absolutely wasn't.
No, I didn't. I mean, I don't know what other people think. I think he was just in the spirit of the times in Germany at that time. It's not probably analogous to what Thomas Jefferson thought about black people.
I don't think that's like a fair comparison, because didn't he have slaves? Or I don't think Wagner had any Jewish slaves, or
just viewed them as generally inferior.
No, the only thing that he ever said that I've read by Wagner that seemed even close to being anti-Semitic or anti-Jewish was that he believed that Germany had reached its limit on how many Jews it could incorporate in its state. That's all he said that I've ever read from his from letters that he wrote to other people. I don't think that's. I mean, it's like me saying, like, I live in a community, and we have too many Spanish people here. We've got too many. Not to say that I personally think that Spanish people are inferior, but I believe that it's going to cause a social disharmony if we don't have some type of a balance. That's all it's saying. He wasn't. I don't think he was anti-Jewish. I mean, I can't speak for him personally, but from his letters that he wrote, I didn't get that. But people will actually look at his operas and say, okay, this is what he's trying to say. These people are Jewish, and they tell about the more inferior characters in his operas, and that's absolutely not true. It came mostly from Greek, like from not Greek, but mythology. But people like to jump on him for that. I think it's unfair.
Yeah, I don't know shit about Wagner, but I think I heard you march that forward to Hitler. So.
Well, Hitler was obviously not for the Jews, right? But Nietzsche wasn't either. But sure enough, Hitler did use Nietzsche's philosophy for his own agenda, right? His sister. So, for example, like his sister Elizabeth, I think her name was Elizabeth. She married a Nazi. And so what happened was, because she married a Nazi, she was more prone to adopt Nazi philosophy. And so he actually tried to start an island in Paraguay, a colony in Paraguay. He ended up committing suicide, but she still had the philosophy of the Nazis because it was such a powerful influence. And she kind of butchered Nietzsche's philosophy and helped Hitler's agenda by doing so. But I don't think he said some really nasty things about his own sister. So, but the point I'm trying to make here is that just because Hitler adopted a certain philosophy or a certain music doesn't mean that you can necessarily associate those things with what Hitler was. What Hitler was. And people do that all the time, and it irritates the hell out of me. I mean, people really believe that Nietzsche was anti-Jew. And what's funny about that is that Nietzsche actually admired the Jews. If you put it in Old Testament, Nietzsche is like the only name that you'll see of like current people because he's so relevant when it comes to the Jews. And if you don't believe me, I can give you the link to it.
No, I'm not saying anything because I agree.
The reason
I don't think I've been particularly quiet when I've disagreed with you.
Okay, that's true. Yeah, so like I think like Schopenhauer may be a little anti-Semitic. You know, he basically said the whole Old Testament was nothing but a war cry, but he was also very against worldly.
Look, I just don't want to have dinner with Wagner. Is that such a crime? You are looking into this way more. Like I'm not interested in having.
Okay. You don't have to have dinner with Wagner. I didn't know that's where we actually went from. I don't know how we
what that came from.
Okay. Oh, cool. You don't have to have dinner with Wagner.
Jesus Christ, you overthought the shit out of that.
So what about Nietzsche? Nietzsche's all right?
No, it's a fucking syphilitic maniac.
Okay.
He's like a total. Like I'm not gonna have dinner with a postmodernist. What the fuck? I live in the hipster neighborhood, and I can only take them in bursts.
I'm sorry, hipster? What do you mean by that?
The traditional definition. What the young people mean by it.
Yeah, postmodernism to me seems really what's the word, Sam? Maybe you can give it to me.
Pretentious.
There you go.
Are those the people who go around saying that there is no truth or something like that?
Depends on who they are. Postmodernism is more a method than it is a philosophy, but it's a lot of people who they value subjective perceptions and opinions as being valid in assessments of truth, so they're very relativist. For whatever, somehow that connects to Marxism, although I've never really understood why so many postmodernists are Marxists, but I don't particularly like postmodernism, but that's because I like science, and you can't really do science with postmodernism.
It's interesting you bring that up, that there's like a connection between that and Marxism, because Nadia has sort of had like an invasion of these Paltalk people, and they strike me as those types. Certainly interesting people to listen to, but they strike me that way.
Well, I mean, like a lot of like modern day racists tend to be libertarians. Like I don't really know why that's the case. Why they wouldn't be just mainstream conservatives? They just tend to be libertarians. One of those weird things where I don't really understand the trend.
Where is that shown?
Oh, I've just an abnormal. I mean, this is completely anecdotal. Just an abnormal amount of the people who I run into who are, you know, either racists or race realists. They tend to be libertarians for whatever reason. I don't know why that happens to be the case. I just never, for obvious reasons, they're not liberals. But it's also because there are a lot of them are young white men. And young white men have a very big tendency to be libertarian, but that's just completely speculation.
Right, like so they like don't want to be told what to do, basically.
Yeah, well, I mean, a lot of that sort of implicit. It's the same thing. It's honestly, it's the same thing with a lot of like there's a sensible like critique of third wave feminism, but a lot of like just the outrageous like men's rights activist type of critiques comes from like, again, young white men who are libertarians.
Yeah, but when I think of libertarian, I think of libertarian as in like people should have more freedoms to do whatever the fuck they want to do. Like that's what it means to me.
Yeah,
They're
exactly. Yeah.
I'm going by self-identified.
Yeah, I'm agreeing with Sam, but I want to know, like, I think that's true what you're saying, but why do you think that's the case, though? Why do you think white men are more likely to go towards the MRA or the MGTOW and the rest of what you were talking about?
Well, I mean, I think so. The reason why they're willing to get MRA, this is going to be really dickish, is because they can't get laid. And they don't they're not particular fans of women. Like, I don't want to be crass, but that generally seems to be my experience. Like, no one's, well, I don't want to be a dick, but no one's
in all seriousness, like,
no one's ever confused Thunderfoot with a ladies' man. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, but like I have very little problems with getting laid, and I still have sympathies for the MRAs, or not the MRAs, sorry, the MGTOWs. So I don't think you can just make that. I think there's some truth to that, but
I'm saying in my experience, the people that I've run into. I'm not saying, like, by no means, like, I preface this with, this just tends to be my impression of the majority.
But that's like, if you actually look into it, though, that's like not part of the deal. The part of the deal is not to not get laid. It's to get laid and not get played. Like, that's really more of the message.
I'm not saying that's any of it. It's just those are the types of people I tend to run into who
that would be like
those views.
That would be
I don't hang around with people who are like MRIs or MGTOWs for, you know.
I think what Sam is saying is the online perception of it, certainly. 'Cause I agree with you 100%, Sam. From what I've seen of it, I don't hang out with these guys personally, but
you guys really believe that Thunderfoot, like, his whole philosophy comes because he hates women because he can't get laid? I mean, you guys really believe that? I don't think that's true.
I don't know.
I think he's just kind of
thing about Thunderfoot.
I mean, I think it's way more complex than that. I think a lot of it. I mean, again, it'd be me speculating. I haven't sat down and had a conversation with the guy, but he does seem to be sort of like an oblivious. You know, he does sort of embody a lot of sort of being just an oblivious white male, which like I'm not saying that as first thing I'm not saying that as an insult. Like, I was very much that way for a very long time. In terms of just, like, I was never on that level of sort of like almost outright sexism, but I certainly was a little bit oblivious, like, oh, I don't understand what women are complaining about.
So you think the same thing is happening in Japan? You think there's just Japanese guys who can't get laid as well?
I have no idea what's going on in Japan, so I can't comment.
From what I've seen of MGTOWs, you know, in like Twitter feeds and shit like that, it seems to me like, you know, they're closeted homos. That's just my opinion. Like,
well, if you want to bring in like the Tumblr crowd into it, yeah, it's all a nut house at that point. But like I wouldn't consider myself MGTOW, but there are some legitimate points that some people who talk about it bring up that I do agree with. And it's not about, and if you look into it, there's like, if you know that there's like the whole PUA faction of MGTOW, which is all about getting laid, basically.
I actually ascribe to that camp, by the way. I think the whole idea is basically, you know, you're gonna get fucked, so like, why be naive to the situation? I mean, that's what the POUs are, right?
Yeah, see, a lot of this, maybe it's just me, a lot of this is even like I don't know, maybe like I'm blessed or something, like I don't really have that problem with women, like I don't really get played.
How old are you?
Russ,
I'm in my 20s.
Russ, okay. I'm starting to agree with Sugar that you got hurt, like, hardcore, dude. Like...
No, it's not that I got hurt. I just seen what's going around me. I have friends and I have people who've been divorced and who end up having to pay child support, who got their kids taken away. Okay, it's basically like we were talking about Sam earlier. Sam was talking about human nature, and like human nature hasn't changed, and I agree with that. to the extent that like you take away the factor that like social things have been in place to maybe help the other sex versus the other sex, right? So I think the idea is now that we know that that it's so unbalanced now that's like basically the only protection that we have is to be like a pickup artist. Or not even engaging in it at all. But a lot of these guys who are not engaging in sexual or not engaging in the other sex are actually very good-looking males who have no problem.
I'm sorry, but if you feel the need to do the childish things of pickup artists, like, I really don't think doing a pickup artist thing is going to help you get laid.
I actually, I mean, I hate it. I personally think that it's an immorality, but it does get guys laid. Like they're like there's, as sickening as it is, there are like classes for it and everything.
Dude, have you guys never watched Sam? Have you never watched? So you say it's childish, but have you never watched Mozart's Don Juan? I mean, that's the whole point of Don Juan was that he was a pickup artist, and then I think towards the end it was kind of like Hamlet's ghost that came back, you know, and told him to repent, and the whole time he was like, I will not repent, I will not repent, I will not repent. You know, he ends up going to hell. But that is the story of Don Juan. Is that he realizes that it's if you go that way, like, you're completely gonna get fucked. And so, like, what other option do you have? You either be celibate or you can be a pickup artist. So I think I would say that.
What the fuck?
Yeah, this is a.
Are you familiar with Mozart's Don Juan though? Have you ever watched the opera? Or Lord Byron's has an opposite take on that, saying that basically he didn't seduce women, but women were seducing him. But I mean, that's Western culture. I mean, I don't know why you guys I don't know why you guys wouldn't know that. It's Western culture.
Really,
wow.
I mean, have you never seen
that?
I'm not okay. I'm not laughing at the fact that I haven't seen it. I'm laughing at the fact that you buy into this childish nonsense.
Why? Why would you, when you know that it's so easy to get divorced, or it's so easy for somebody, you know, to take everything you have?
Because you get the respect that you demand from people. Like, here's the thing: I'll never date a gold digger, even though, like, once I get my PhD, I'll have plenty of options for money. I'm never gonna date a gold digger because I'm not a fucking retard, and I demand respect. Like,
makes sense.
How do you know? How do you know? Wait.
Because he's smarter than the rest of us.
Right. How do you know that you're not going to get raked over the coals one day?
Because he's smarter than the rest of us.
Because I'm going to select who I'm with on sensible criteria. I'm going to avoid that type of behavior.
Good luck with that. Everybody knew. Mel Gibson knew. Countless others. I mean, there's a fucking list, dude. It's an infinite. But you feel special. You feel like you're an exception to that rule.
Yeah, I don't think I'm an exception to any rule.
Wow.
I'm just trying. I just know what I'm going to be looking for. Like, I've known guys who have done. The ironic thing is like, I have friends who like used to buy into a lot of that shit, but then when they wanted to have legitimate relationships with women, they had to abandon it because any woman who's of any amount of quality sees through, like, all of those cheap ploys and
exactly. That's right.
Actually, so you never met a good Don Juan then. Good Don Juans are actually.
You know, Russ. At this point,
I met my friend Jefferson was an All-American wrestler. This was a guy who was an All-American at 184 pounds and was 5'11". Like, this guy looked. I mean, he was a black guy, but he looked like he was a Greek god. And he's the only person that I know who, like, I never asked him for advice on how to hit on girls or talk to girls, because he's the only person I've ever known who girls have hit on him actively. But one of the things that he began to realize is if he was going to have a girlfriend, he couldn't be having the girls that would just hit on him that he had to do no work to get with, because those weren't, you know, those were the girls who were inevitably more shallow and etc. Am I saying absurd things, Rev, or am I, like, maybe I'm the crazy person? I don't know.
No, you're not saying anything absurd. I just want to say, Russ, it seems to me at this point, like, that from the standpoint you're coming from, right? It's just that you have this thing in your head where you just want as much pussy as you can get. I don't want to be crude, but that's the way it sounds to me, man.
Well, I mean, to quote Stendhal, he wrote a good book on love, and he said that Don Juans have a tendency to be cheerless in old age, but he said most Don Juans don't make it to old age. So I mean, and he was considered to be a kind of a Don Juan. I don't think being a realist is necessarily a bad thing. You guys seem to believe that, you're going to get quality
How
women.
is what anything you said, like within the past 10 minutes, Russ, like being a realist about relationships, bro? I mean, it's
Really, like you really trust the situation after everything's been said. You really trust, like, I don't care how awesome this woman sounds, right? You really trust marrying any woman not based because it's not based on the fact that she's a woman. I want to make that very clear. It has nothing to do with sexism. It has more to the fact to do with the way that our culture has evolved, and so.
Right. Like I would make that distinction as well. It's just another person in general.
Right. I'm not saying anything bad about women. I'm saying like our culture is inherently bad now. That's what I'm trying to point out.
I think just like there are douchebags out there and there are great guys out there are female douchebags and there are great women. The unrealistic idea that you're going to fall in love and never want anyone else, not be attracted to anyone else ever, and that life is going to be perfect and the nature of your relationship isn't going to change over time. I mean, that's just ridiculous. But
do you know how many people that I know that are like in their 50s who are engineers who, like you said, demand respect? And I hear their stories, and all of them have been played by women. Every single one of them have been played in the end, or have been abused. But like you
saying
said,
that you demand respect and saying that you do things in a certain way is a lot different than actually putting that into practice.
Well, these people are all still very respectable. I'm just saying, like, I think you're very you're young and naive.
Because people, there we go. There's the last, there's the last straw of like what an intellectual point can be made is that you're gonna fall back on, like, just like you fell back on the fact that I was, raised by two parents that are together. I'm naive.
No, I was raised by two parents. I'm not saying that.
Just because of some external thing that doesn't affect my ability to judge things. Someone saying that they want something and then implementing it are not exactly the same thing.
But I am listening to what you like. I wouldn't call you. I wouldn't make that accusation. I wouldn't call you young and naive. But I'm sitting here and I'm listening to what you're saying as far as like you can't expect people to. I mean, this is. I can't quote you verbatim, but this is basically what you said. You can't expect people to basically stay together and stay in love and stay interested in each other.
No, that's not what I said.
That's how I heard it. I don't know.
Then you aren't a good listener. No, like the dynamic of relationships changes. Like everything changes over time. The dynamic of my friendships have changed over time. Even my closest friendships, just because we change over time, and just because you're. I mean, I'm sorry. Like, I don't know if this is surprising to anyone, but just because you're in a relationship with someone doesn't mean you're not attracted to other people sexually. Doesn't mean you want to act on that. Doesn't mean you want to cheat on them. But like. Maybe the next girlfriend I have will change my mind completely on this thing, but I have a feeling I'm still gonna find. I'm probably still gonna find Beyonce attractive, regardless of who I'm dating. I'm just guessing, like maybe it's insane, and people's relationships go through peaks and troughs, and. Maybe the dynamic may change. Like, I would expect that I don't have a kid, so I can't know, but I would expect that changes a certain dynamic of how a relationship works. Like, bringing another person into it, that doesn't mean that you can't have a loving relationship that evolves. Just like you can have a loving friendship that evolves with time. Like, I really hope that, like, I don't, like, when I get to a point where I'm, like, when I'm like, if I'm like 50 years old and I'm still friends with, my best friend, I would either I'm still going to be friends with him, or like we have to drink a lot more. Like I have to drink unhealthily, like the 19-year-old I was when I met him. Like I don't, like things change over time. That's all I'm saying.
But you have to admit there are some like truths. I mean, even with like women, the way that they may view us, there are truths that when we talk in these sexist terms, that there are truths that like when you say the sexes are at war with each other and it's internal. I mean, Shakespeare often would talk about this, and he would be considered a misogynist. It's like almost telling me that like these truths are not true. Like these universals don't exist.
I don't think men and women are at war. I think that's an incorrect way of viewing it. It's this weird pickup artist zero sum way of looking at it. I don't think that human interaction is a zero sum.
But you don't think women are becoming pickup artists as well? I mean, like Amy Schumer was a good case. I mean, I didn't watch the movie that she made on Trainwreck, but that's what I kind of got from the synopsis.
I mean, I don't really care if they are. Like, it doesn't make a difference to me. Like I'm at a point where
what is the conclusion?
Like I've dated enough where I pretty much know what I want to a large extent because I know what I don't want. So like that kind of behavior doesn't affect me also because I'm pretty well aware of when I'm getting played.
Okay, Sal, I wanted you to say what's the conclusion? I think the conclusion for me.
I mean, what he was talking about earlier. What's the conclusion? Like the dynamics of relationships are going to change over time. Like, what does that actually mean?
I can't tell you because every relationship's different.
No, I'm just saying, like, what's the? I'm just failing to see. I mean, respectfully.
Either people stay together or they move apart.
Right. Like, so it's really not very far off from what I said.
No, I didn't say. You were framing it as if it means that people are definitely going to move apart. I didn't say that. I don't even think that's remotely true. It depends on the relationship. I'm not Nostradamus. I don't have a crystal ball. Like, there are plenty of relationships that I've seen that haven't survived, various changes, at a point in their lives, and there are some that are made stronger by changes. Like, I don't know. I can't speak for every relationship. I also don't know the entirety of what's going on there. Like, I don't think I'm saying anything that's absurd.
No, I don't think you are at all. But I'm just saying, like, from what I've learned from experiences, is that like, I have sympathies for like the pickup artists. That's all I'm trying to say. I can see what's happening. I wouldn't trust. Go ahead.
I understand where they're coming from because I've been there. I've been at that point in my life. I just understand it as a childish impulse. Like I've already been through that.
Yep.
I've already been through the point where I wanted to sleep with every girl that I possibly could. And I understand that. I understand why I needed to do that. And I understand my own psychological weaknesses as to why I needed to do that. But that doesn't mean it wasn't fundamentally childish behavior. It doesn't mean that I didn't at times treat women like shit. Like, I'm not proud of that behavior, but
I will actually put the pickup artist fashion of it to task. I think that it goes against what the move, like whatever the principles of the guys who start out in different areas. It just totally goes against the what they originally stated that they wanted anyway to begin with. So,
well, I think the pickup artist, I think the idea behind that is that you do acknowledge that you do have sexual desires, and you do acknowledge that you can't, that living a life completely in solitude is not going to be happy.
As many notches on your belt that you can get, right, Russ? Come on, dude. Come on.
Wait, what are you getting at, Rev? I'm not sure. I cut you.
No, but that's like I don't know if it's a numbers thing, Rev, but like it just takes like the whole point. The whole initial point is a desire for like a meaningful relationship, meaningful relationships with people, with other people. It doesn't even have anything.
It's like
to do with gender.
It's the most ass backwards way of going about that.
Right. That's what I'm saying. It flies in the face of
also
all the previous principles that.
Full disclosure, one of my best friends.
Gone to until then.
full disclosure, one of my best friends in the world, like his mom's like a renowned relationship and sex therapist, so I've gotten into deep conversations with her about this. So it's one of those things where if I sound like, oh, this person like has sounds like a relationship therapist, her thoughts have absolutely influenced mine.
I'd say you're very logical on the subject, Sam.
I mean, I have my problems. I have a good female friend of mine. She got angry at me because she thought I was dating too many crazy girls, and there are elements to that.
She's gonna be your wife. She's gonna be your wife.
No, her boyfriend's gonna be her husband. But
all right.
It's not one of those. I have a much more dysfunctional arrangement that may be like that, but I don't know if that's interesting to anyone but me and Rev.
Oh well, hey, I just think I'm agreeing with you, like for the most part, man. And by the way, I do support monogamy. Like, I think that's the best way it can go. When you get into relationships where it's like multiple partners and that shit, that's like a fucking boom. It's a fucking catastrophe.
Polygamy is the best place to go. I'm not talking about non-commitment, but I think polygamy takes into account that one person. No, but serious,
have fun with that, dude.
I don't know that.
Hold on a second, guys. If Farhan was in here, he would agree with me. He's a Muslim, but the idea is that one woman.
There's a trolling.
Like one woman, there's different things that she may occur. She may not be able to bear children, or she may no longer want to have sexual desires.
Well, then why can't you just adopt or something, or don't marry her if she doesn't have sexual desires?
Well, you can't tell. I think one of the most common statements that men make who are married, who have been married, will say as soon as you get married, then women don't want to have sex anymore. I've heard that on
I think a lot of guys also stop trying to be the guy that their wife wanted to fuck when they originally met.
Right.
And that's any relationship.
And it's any gender either, too, because that happens both ways.
Right.
Oh fuck! When like newlyweds start wearing sweatpants everywhere, that's not acceptable.
Right. She stops working out and stuff. Yeah.
Patrice O'Neill had a great joke about that. He's like, I don't want to date some woman that no other guy's trying to fuck. It's like I don't want to be able to send my girlfriend to the corner store at 3 a.m. Oh man.
That's why you got to take care of yourself, right?
This is true. I don't know. The only thing I don't think polygamy makes sense because I don't think it's in line with. I guess in theory it can work, just like in theory anything can work, but it just doesn't seem to be in line with human nature.
Here's what I think. I think whether it works or not, that it should still be legal.
Yeah,
and whether I personally agree with it or not, it should still be legal.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with that 100%. I'm a libertarian myself, but I'm a classic libertarian, saying maximum freedom, no fucking religion.
People should be able to do whatever the fuck they want to do, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, I'm like in the sense that they're doing whether I think it's a good idea is separate from whether it should be legal. I don't think it's a good idea to
No, I don't even like it. I don't even like the prospect of it. It doesn't appeal to me one bit. I find it distasteful personally, but I still don't think it should be illegal.
Well, I don't want to be in, like, one, I do not want multiple wives, and two, like, I don't want to have, like, a wife and then just some other dude, like that.
Oh.
I don't know, that just feels really uncomfortable to me.
I'm with you there, Sam.
I'm not saying it's wrong, I'm just saying I'm really uncomfortable.
It's just not your cup of tea.
Yeah.
It's just,
welcome back, Tommy.
Yeah, it's funny that I get like relationship advice from you guys, and like I'm the one in these chat rooms who come in these hangouts who've had like the longest lasting relationship out of any of you guys, and so it's like sometimes you guys dismiss my views as if like they're immature or not logical.
How long have you been with your girl?
15 years since I was 19.
Yeah, you got me by 3 years.
Yeah, it's pretty much over with now, but yeah. What? But 10 years, it's usually about the 10-year mark is when everything starts to go to shit. That's what I've noticed.
I don't know how my parents do it. I literally have no clue. That's the one couple I don't like. I completely understand why it works, and then I completely don't understand because it doesn't make sense. Because I see other people who have been in similarly long relationships with kids who just
Let me ask you a question, Sam. Is one of your parents dependent on the other financially?
No, not by any means. They're both independently wealthy, so it doesn't make a difference. Neither one is financially dependent on the other.
I've been trying to have a normal relationship with my missus for a while. Has anybody here achieved that with any statistical consistency?
Oh, no.
Yeah.
You missed it.
I don't feel so substandard then.
Rev was like, you have a good head on your shoulders about this, and I just literally go, no, because I had a conversation with one of my best friends, and she told me, she said, Sam, you've got to fucking stop dating these crazy girls. And that was the last conversation we had on relationships, because she wants me to be happy and all that stuff.
Good.
And I have my own problems. I'm way too impulsive.
Well, if you have a good head on your shoulders 38% of the time of waking moments, sounds good. Good. Good.
I don't know. Anyone get into that situation where, like, my best friend is dating this girl where she posted an article on Facebook that was entitled, "Why Every Man Contributes to Rape Culture." Is it horrible that I want them to break up so badly, but, like, I don't want him to be unhappy? Like, I don't know how to navigate that space. Wow. So I'm going to have to be either a groomsman or the best man at that wedding. Well, and I don't know if I can get behind that.
Grown out of it. She might have grown out of it.
I've been in a similar situation.
Yeah. She might have grown out of it since she typed that article, or maybe her blood sugar was low when she published it, and it's obsolete.
Well, she didn't publish. She linked it. It was a Huffington Post article.
So it was a compulsive reshare kind of a thing, and to see
I hope so.
To see her maturity level coined by that kind of a nifty little baseball bat of an article. Yeah, you may be tempted to see her through those glasses of endorsing that,
Well, I've known her for a while. It was just it's one of those things where I'm like, I don't really want this person marrying my best friend, but I see that wedding happening pretty soon. So hopefully she has some cute friends that are bridesmaids. That's all I can.
Well, don't actually mention that homosexual experience when she's in earshot. Don't do that. That probably would not help them get me. I'm just trying to be funny.
Well, I think she is bisexual, I want to say.
Well, have we got any...
My friend has taken advantage of that fact. I'm not going to get into details.
Right. That's most human beings. Is there any perfectly straight board on the barn in here? Perfectly normally straight board. Well, excuse me. I retract that false inquiry. I'll make it a declaration. There may be...
No, that would be me.
Oh, very good, Rev. My current surmising is that human beings are capable of being omnivores about sexual feelings, and that there is no hard category that, except for Rev, of course, that would anyway. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think that
we're capable of falling in love with anything.
Someone published an article on that, and it was I can't remember. It was one of these Skype chats people, and basically it was like there are a couple axes of like gender identification and sexual identification, and it's just like you can imagine it like a two-dimensional thing.
Yeah, 51% of my trigger trips attributed to redheads. Am I a redhead file? Anyway, it's interesting how one might declare oneself one category or another by frequency, by intensity.
I'm not into black girls at all. I don't know if that you know.
Would categorize you to yourself in some way?
Yeah, who knows? Like,
Yeah.
does everyone have their own sexuality?
I think it might be true that every human being has a unique sexual experience, and you know, may all of ours be least traumatizing and most refined, but everyone is utterly unique. I would guess.
I'm with Sam personally. Not in the black girls. Not my thing.
Holy crap! I don't discriminate, and I'm black. If you're black, white, Asian, Russian, it doesn't matter.
Don't worry, Wayne.
I will purchase your women of any color.
Yeah, you can have all the black chicks. That you should take that as good. Anyone who likes black chicks should take that as good news. It's more for you.
You guys go ahead. Like that's just fine with me.
Fish belly white girls, come on down. Yeah.
Half Asians. That's where it's at.
My girlfriend's half Asian, so yeah, thumbs up to you, Sam. She's half English and half British.
It's half and something. Like half white, half anything is just like it's the best.
Dude,
I don't know.
You're right, dude. She's a fucking unicorn. Like,
I don't know how it works. I don't know how it works, but like if it's that half, I don't know. The
Like
half breeds have it going.
Most of us already are half.
Human beings seem to now the concept of beauty is a controversial one. Of course, some say it doesn't exist, but most human beings seem to be very beautiful. You know, they just
in their own way, right? Like a lot of it is
not that I want to hump the leg of every one that comes down the pike, but yeah, just as there are very few specializations that aren't just wondrously nifty.
In my college, I was the head of the stand-up comedy group for a little bit, and I was thinking, you know, maybe if I came back for a show or something, I was writing a joke about like how those standards of beauty change. Yeah. And the joke was basically because like I'm older than everyone who's there now. It's like I'm old enough to remember when asses on white chicks were invented.
Wow.
Like, you know, in 2003 when I was 13, you know, Ludacris wrote a song where he had the lyric, "I'm the new phenomenon, like white women with ass." You know, like that's, you know, it's crazy. Like that wasn't a thing. Yes. That wasn't a thing until, you know, what, the last decade or so.
I want to welcome my brother Veckel and
to a very messed up conversation.
And
a very great conversation. I don't know.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, no, you don't like black chicks. Okay, we get it.
No, I do not. More for you.
Well, how about 98% black chicks?
I like them. I like them, Veckel.
I don't think there's a
slide.
That being said, I wouldn't kick Beyonce out of bed for eating Cheetos. That's all I'm saying. You know.
I just wanted to say to Veckel that we have a brother in here, Wayne, who leans to the. I don't want to say he's a black Hebrew Israelite, but he leans to this. You two, I think you should have a talk. I'll be right back.
Just drops a bomb.
Well, I guess we all can be a little more enlightened in one area or another, or you know, I hold some property rights ideals commonly associated with the Republicans. Don't tell anybody, but I guess each one of us might could use a little encouragement from each other. Black Israelite, huh? Interesting.
I go back and forth on gun control. I definitely don't have my mind made up on that issue. I'm pro hunting, which is like people are surprised to hear that, but I think it's the most ethical way to get meat, and it's the most environmentally friendly as well.
Keep the
I have no idea, but you know, on the one hand, there's clearly a problem with violence, and on the other hand, I don't know that gun control would solve that.
I'm rigid, man. Keep that violent end out of my face. I'm very pro gun control. Please don't point it at me. Yes.
There's also the question of how do you make a sensible filter for gun control, and you know what happens when you can 3D print guns.
Oh my gosh.
Which we're not far off from having like a carbon fiber 3D printed gun.
I'm glad I'm not a congressman or senator that would have the privilege or the responsibility of forging good quality gun law. I'm glad I'm not, because it would be very a very impossible task for my intellect.
That's,
But,
I mean, that's where I'm at. It's also, I don't think I'm informed enough on the issue.
do you ever plan to be a statesman or a leader or a
not right now.
You are right now?
No, not right now.
I see.
I don't think that much far ahead yet. I mean, I've thought about it, but I think I'm a little bit too impatient. And I think there'd be, you know, I can just see it. There'd be a scandal about me telling someone to go fuck themselves.
You said that earlier, that you have impulsive communication.
My patience for idiocy is not very good. It's why I won't become like a teacher.
Right.
That's why I'll probably go into
I
industry.
myself also have challenges with compulsively blurting out, you know, little name calls on occasion, or upbraiding somebody because I have a sudden little flash anger thing. I can empathize truly, and it's not particularly practical to have.
I wish I was more patient than I am. I work on it constantly.
Easy habit. You take a deep breath. I heard, you know, when you feel it coming on, when you feel oneself get triggered, that it's a very easy habit to slip into, and a pretty easy habit to unhabit, simply by stalling at the first part of the trigger, taking a deep breath. I know I can see that sounds simplistic, but I found it to be very functional in managing my schmack talking and name calling when I get irritated because somebody wiggles up under my skin. You know. But yeah,
I mean, my issue is that, like, if I have to, a lot of the times, you know, I work on it because I have to teach for my PhD, but
I see.
Like, there are certain things that, you know, if it comes really easily to me, like, it's very hard to externalize it and have a good explanation about it.
I like identifying what triggers me unto, you know, like, for instance, I'll go back and examine an interaction and reflect on what triggered me to talk schmack or in a way that I did not want. And that's helped me with emotion management when I have that little firestorm of irritation or indignation. Identify the triggers. That way I can maybe inoculate myself from poorly handling the topic or the condition if it should arise again. Triggers.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, if somebody starts picking on somebody else, I could be triggered by that. Some type of bully complex or bully trigger.
I'm not good around bullies.
Yeah, I can end up butting into business that's not practical or timely, or, you know, just none of my business. And
the other problem is you know, my dad taught me to never back down. My dad's old school Brooklyn, so, you know, he taught me to never back down from a fight, which is just not a good ethic to have. I've learned to be better about, like, I don't get into fights very often, but
military has a good term. They say stand down, which is a type of a not a retreat, but it's kind of a withdrawal, a strategic withdrawal, which is not backing down or being tenaciously fighting, or can be perhaps have a form of retreat to it, I would think.
Yeah, Sam, I've seen your skills, man, so it's probably a good thing that you back down from fights, because you'd probably kill somebody, buddy.
He's a badass. Yeah, the sharp tongue, yes, sir.
I don't know about that. I'm not a big guy, Rev. I'm fairly small, but
you're skilled, brother. You're skilled.
You know, if it came to that, I mean, I don't know if my style is very street applicable, but it's fun for me to do. My knee's messed up right now, so I can't really train. But no, I mean, that helps a lot. It's just I don't feel any need to prove I'm tough. Like, I do that in the gym every day. And also, like, usually my friends do a good job of talking me up to other people. where they'll just be like, you don't want to fight, like you don't want to fuck with him, like, you know. What it's a good ace in the back hole to be, you know, somewhat world class at a combat sport. You know?
You'll go nuclear. You know you can go nuclear. That's a good.
Well, the thing is I'll be very. The thing that those things prepare you for is that, like, a lot of the times I'll beat guys in matches because I'm very calm and I just follow my game plan and I just do my thing, you know. The one time that I have lost my cool in a match, I ankle locked a guy pretty badly because he almost neck cranked me, which was illegal, and I'm not proud of it. I almost popped his foot, but that was not a proud moment. But I mean, my technique was good, and I was not proud of myself for like losing my temper during a. I feel guilty. I don't want to pop anyone's joints or anything. I wouldn't feel guilty. You know, choking someone unconscious, that's relatively little harm. I've been choked unconscious.
Right. But
you're fine. You're like, it's embarrassing, but you know, if you pop someone's joint, you just ruin, you know, a couple weeks.
Oh yes, it's in knocking teeth out is a terrible thing to do, or things like that. I've found human beings, even little ones, to be very lethal. Even small ones can go nuclear and be incredibly cunning and incredibly agile. Even old human beings can be very dangerous. They're very powerful. If you corner them, they're like little wild animals that can just really jump up and pinch the old larynx, and the next thing you know, anyway, yeah, most all human beings are very, very dangerous.
Yeah, Tommy, it's that 5'4" mom that's able to pick up a car to save her kid, right?
Yeah, and that in different forms, you know, cornering somebody, or if they have the high ground in some way, and the big guy trips on a shoestring, or just everybody's very powerful, and they're worthy of being respected, and also
you also never know, right? Like, you don't, like, Marcelo Garcia is famous, like, he's a really unassuming guy, just kind of this, you know, average-sized Brazilian guy, doesn't look especially, but he's also arguably the greatest no-gi grappler of all time.
Wow. I wonder how he'd handle
You
that.
wouldn't assume, but he would whoop your, like, it's a checkmate if you ever get into a fight with him.
Yeah, I wonder. I bet he has a good technique for a Desert Eagle 50 caliber nickel plate. Anyway, even if I'm really have developed technique, I remind myself that it's really in some ways not inoculating from a beer bottle handy, or you know.
Absolutely not at all.
And
Louisville Slugger.
I hate to knock somebody's teeth out. You know, somebody's trying to kill you one minute. When their teeth are knocked out, they're very, very lovely and pathetic the next minute when they're crying on the ground. You know, it's a terrible thing to draw blood and really be into it one minute, and then the next thing you know, they're crying and they're your little brother. Oh yeah.
Enzo Gracie said something hilarious. He got into a street fight, and he was choking a guy unconscious, and he whispered in the guy's ear, "This is what it feels like to die."
Yeah.
You guys don't live in areas where there's a lot of, you have to constantly worry about getting in a fight, do you? I mean, where do you live at, Sam? Like state?
Oh, not particular.
California,
not particularly. Right? Yeah. I mean, it depends where I go in my city. There's an area where, like, a lot of street fights happen. Just drunk assholes, but I generally avoid those people.
Yeah, I live in the New Orleans area in Louisiana, and you know, I've had some situations where you know, where you could easily you could easily have gotten into a fight. But the best thing to do in this situation is try to just de-escalate that by using words.
The best that I've ever experienced was the first tournament I ever won. I had a huge knot on the side, like a huge bruise on the side of my head, and some guy. Like, I was at the bar, you know, chilling with my friends, and some guy, while I was trying to get drinks, was trying to get into a fight with me. Some random middle-aged guy. I didn't do anything either. And I had this huge bruise from my fights earlier that day.
Wait, how old are you, Sam? You're like 25?
Yeah, 25.
Okay, dude, like, all right, what I can tell you from my experience is that most people who are going to try to start fights with you, especially at a bar, are going to be guys who are probably going to be older than 30. Like, that always
Oh,
happens.
he was old as shit. Like,
Yeah.
I would have wrecked him, but, you know, it was just funny to talk shit to him anyway, which is probably not the smartest idea, but...
They're just, like, tired of life. They've been, like, butchered, and then they like to, like, fuck with some young buck. So that's what happens a lot.
Also, I'm small. I'm not a big person. Like, that's the mistake. Is people are like, oh, like you're huge. Like, I'm like I weigh 150 pounds. Like, I'm very wiry, but
I've gotten the opposite treatment my whole life. I've gotten like little guys that want to go after me because
you're a big guy.
Because
yeah.
I'm so big, right? And
How much do you weigh?
and that's like the weird part about that is I kind of like have a natural affinity for smaller people. Like I feel like I should, like if I'm around them or if, like I'm friends with smaller people, I'm like more protective of them than I am larger people.
Also, like, I'm good friend. I mean, the other thing is also that, like, a couple of my good friends are, you know, some of the best guys in the world at Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Like, I'm very good friends with them. So, like, if any of us go out, like we're the most relaxed group of guys because, like, why would we be nervous about anyone?
I'm like 6'3", 260, 270.
Yeah, I mean, I've always been small.
I'm
People
really big.
People think they can big brother me, and they when they find out they can't. But also, like, I have a fair amount of friends. Like, I have a couple friends that kind of like they like to talk me up as if I have a big game with that kind of stuff, and like, it's flattering. But doing a sport is different than doing, you know, like I don't do MMA. And I don't have any desire to.
Well, I don't know that many people personally. I know one guy that does it. Like that is really into it. Like does like actual like little league of wherever it is.
Well,
I know
would
a
say,
few, but that's more just people I train with.
Yeah, I would just say quickly, you know, just look at the original, right? Hoist Gracie. I mean, it doesn't matter what you are. You know, he could take you down and fucking make you squeal.
He was still pretty tall, wasn't he? I thought he was.
No, he's a pretty small guy. Like
no,
170
tall.
pounds.
Right, he was tall though. Like he had a lot of reach. I thought. I don't. Maybe I'm wrong.
He's not
I thought he was tall.
Not particularly. I mean, the thing was the reason they chose him was because he looked weak, whereas like his brother Hickson would have. He was like 6 foot, so he wasn't particularly tall, Hoist. But his brother Hickson like looked like a Greek god. They said he could tap Hoist like with his like Hoist's jiu-jitsu is very primitive. It's not very good. Like that's the thing is I appreciate what Hoist and his family did for the sport, but they're kind of starting to get passed by like just once other people started doing the sport, they're no longer. They're good marketers, but they're not the best out there.
You know what? I disagree with that. You know why I disagree with that? Because they changed the rules of the game. If they hadn't changed the rules of the game, the people who did that old school primitive jiu-jitsu would still be on top. But now you have like limited times that you can be on the ground before they stand you back up, and before there'd be like, you remember the original matches before? Like there'd be like 20 minutes straight on the ground. That would never happen in MMA today. They'll pick you back up because it's not as fun to watch as standing them back up and having them swing on each other over and over again.
Well, I think that the bigger issue is that the sport, jiu-jitsu itself, has evolved. Just like if Hoist in his prime was to enter the worlds of jiu-jitsu, and I understand that that's a point tournament and whatever it is, but he would just get, even if you changed it to no time limit submission only, he would get eaten alive. Just the game has evolved, and especially with the incorporation
the rules have changed. That's what I'm saying. The rules have changed, and that's what's caused.
I think if you put the rules back, even then, I don't think because
I think I think classic wrestlers would still be on top if you put it back to the original rules.
I think that you'd be surprised. I think that if there's no gloves, maybe. But also, you know, there are guys who are incredibly good anti-wrestlers. And when you incorporate the leg lock game as well, which, you know, Brazilians traditionally don't like the leg lock game, and so that's why it's been pretty new to jiu-jitsu, it's a whole different ballgame. I think there, you know, you look at this weekend there's a UFC, and you just look at the level of evolution of the sport. I think that I like what the Gracies did to popularize my favorite martial art, but there's, you know, they've gotten to a point where, you know, time is kind of like Hiron Gracie, who is Royce's nephew, faced my instructor in a submission-only match, and yeah, he didn't get submitted, but he got destroyed. Like, it was just a complete beatdown. Now, granted,
I'll agree with that. I'll agree with that. Maybe those guys aren't, like, maybe there is physically, like, better stock out there that beat them at their game physically.
I mean, physically, yes, but technically, they're outgunned. It's like if you had a boxer from the 1920s against Floyd Mayweather.
Right. You know? No, I want to ask you this though, Sam. With what you know, because I've seen you, right? You're telling me if you got in a street fight, like you couldn't handle yourself, because if you say yes to that, I would say that's bullshit. Like, you know.
I think I could, yeah. I mean, in most situations. It depends. The way that I do, I mean, my style is not very... It's probably applicable, but, like, a lot of the stuff, especially if I don't have the gi on, that I do is very weird. I do a lot of leg locks, so I don't know how... That could be incredibly applicable. It could be... I don't know. I haven't been in a street fight. But, you know, as far as the basics go, just positionally savvy jiu-jitsu, I think that's probably more than enough in a street fight.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
I wouldn't try to just... Unless the guy's really going crazy, then I'd probably put him to sleep. But...
No, I hear you. Yeah, I'm just saying, like, in the typical street fight type of deal, right, where you've been drinking at the bar and this fucking drunk moron that thinks he's going to be able to get you with some boxing that he learned in his fucking living room, right? You're gonna be basically 2 seconds, he's down and out. You know, that's what I'm saying.
I'm gonna grab the back of his neck. I'm gonna snap his head down, and I'm gonna guillotine choke the shit out of him.
There you go.
That's gonna be my goal. That's my game plan for any street fight. Otherwise, I'm gonna just if I get knocked on my ass, I'm gonna roll to a leg lock and do some shit, break the guy's knee apart. But
there you go, man. That's what I'm saying. It's all about training. So yeah, it's just going back to what you said, that what I've learned is not exactly, you know, applicable in the real world or whatever. Nah, it's all about training, bro. You know, when you need it, it's going to kick in. That's, you know, that's all I want to say.
I think I say that because I don't want to have to ever get into the situation where I'm in a street fight. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I hear you, dude. Yeah, totally.
I think if I were to, I don't know how to. I mean, I know how to fight, but not like in a very technical sense of the word. But I think if I were to learn and become very, very good at it, I think that could be dangerous, right? You would probably start looking for people, even like the slightest thing, in order to like show your skills. So that's probably.
I know most guys. The higher level the guy, usually the more calm. Like the more they proving themselves. Like,
yeah, exactly.
The world champions that I train with, they like are the most relaxed people. Because why? Who are they gonna prove? You know, who cares? Like, that's an arrest and a fine and all of these things. Whereas they can go on the mat and beat the shit out of people normally.
Yeah, but you know, like Bruce Lee, I heard a rumor about Bruce Lee that he used to like act all like wimpish, that somebody would fuck with him, and he would do that on purpose in order to entice people and then beat the shit out of them.
That doesn't sound. That sounds really out of character for everything that I've read about Bruce Lee.
Yeah, I never heard that. I'm a big.
It may be his son, but I thought it was about him. Actually, I'll have to go back and look at my.
I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm saying I'd be surprised. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, there are. the thing also is that like there are guys out there where like there are guys that I spar with where I feel just completely helpless against. Like they're just so good. Like not someone who I currently spar with, but my first instructor, Rafael Formiga Barbosa, he is so like he's a 2-time 30 and older champion, and he was like multiple-time world's bronze medalist. I just feel like I've sparred with him, and I just feel like a child. I feel like a kid trying to wrestle his dad, like a 5-year-old trying to wrestle his dad. Like, and like I'm a decently high-level competitor, and there's guys out there who there's that next level when you're a black belt world champion. You know, it like if he ever got into a street fight, like I know he would just easily annihilate anyone. He never would. He's one of the nicest human beings I've ever met. But it's you always wonder, you know, what would happen.
Did you guys ever see that video that showed that like it was like a guy that was working for maybe I don't know, it was for charity. He was a Santa Claus. He was dressed up as Santa Claus, and this guy tried to rob him and he did like a back kick to his face. Did you see that? It was
No,
very.
I didn't see that.
It was all over YouTube for a while. That was really funny. It was a perfect back. I mean, kick to his face too. The guy just twisted around, kicked him in the face.
I like watching, you know, like that old show Bully Beatdown. You watch the pro fighters against the bullies. It's probably a fake show, but it's pretty funny.
Yeah, I would just say to you, Sam, you know, the student never feels like they will be the sensei, but you know, it's
Maybe
always exactly right. Yeah, and that that doesn't mean you'll never get there. So it's that constant wanting to get to that point that I mean, I think that drives the training, right? So you
And
know,
it's just fun. It's a puzzle. It's my video game. I don't play video games. I don't like them.
there you go. Yeah, and I'm going to tell you, man. The sensei has that patience and that calmness in the storm because he knows what he can do. He knows that if he truly went full out, he would fucking kill a guy in like a second. So, you know, that's what it's all about. It's you know, just never think you won't become the sensei. That's all I'll say.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I'd ever open up my own school, but I definitely consider teaching some of the time. But it's, man, it's just fun. It's the reason I do it. I don't do it for any other. It's like a puzzle. That's how I view it. I just view every guy as a different puzzle to solve.
It's cool, man. It's cool.
But I'm very cerebral. I watch a lot of tape. Like, I study a lot. I'm a nerd about it, just like I'm a nerd about real school. So it all works out. And hopefully my knee is not messed up. I have an MRI in 6 hours, so we'll see. Hopefully it's just a sprain and I'm okay. But
Yeah, absolutely. Best of luck on that, man.
I hope so. You know, otherwise I bring it all forward. I'll have to get a sugar mama to pay for my, you know, my needs for my knees.
Right.
My roommate has a sugar mama. It's hilarious. I'm very pro that arrangement. And she is like she's like 51, I want to say, and he's 30. And she's got the bleach blonde hair and the fake boobs. She looks like every cougar you've ever pictured. It's hilarious. It's the greatest thing.
Sounds like somebody we know around here. But anyway, there is like. No, I'm not gonna name drop, Sam. Don't.
Yeah, just say sugar, Rev. I mean,
you said it, Ross, not me. But anyway,
It's not a bad comparison. She's got her shit together a little bit more, though. From all indications.
There's
Sorry,
like
by
a
saying something that's that's mean, but
no, it's all good.
Sugar knows that she's a cougar. I mean, it's not something mean. I mean, it's true, right?
on the one hand, like I'm a big fan of the Mrs. Robinson situation, but on the other hand, I'd rather not. I'd just rather not stick my dick in anything like that. It's sort of along the lines of my "don't stick a dick in a beehive" policy.
Oh shit, Sam, that's rough, dude. That is rough. But I feel
crazy. Like I don't stick my dick in crazy.
It is the best pussy, though. By the way, so
It is.
If you can get away with it, it's awesome.
By the way, like I date almost exclusively crazy girls, so that's like not a. I try not to, but I do.
At what point do you concede that they're all crazy? If that's all that you date.
Not all that I date, but almost all. I don't know at what point. I don't think it's all of them, but I'll just have to hope that that's not the case. Everyone's a little crazy. How much crazy are you willing to deal with?
2 words: goth girls.
You want to look for stability. I think that's what I've come to cherish with women. The ones who get their shit together and are stable, and they just kind of want to go home and sleep and take care of the house and sleep. Not the ones who are just constantly looking to gratify their next desire. Those are the ones that you want to stay away from the most.
I know that I need a girl that basically, like I've realized that my dating history at this point is just a list of things. Like, for the most part, it's a list of things that I don't like. It's a long compiled list. Like, I can't have a girl that doesn't care about what she looks like. Like, she needs to know how to dress up and look good. I can't date an overly religious girl. I've tried and failed. What else? Like, I can't date a girl that thinks I'm gonna treat her like a princess. That was a fun argument.
Dude, I think it'd be fun. I think it'd be fun to like try to get your dick into Christian, right? I think that would be.
That wasn't why. I was like, she's a cool girl. She likes me a lot. And then I was just like, I didn't think she was gonna have sex with me, for marriage, before marriage, that's a no-go. Can't. Like my sex drive will not allow that. Like I'll go crazy. And she was a nice girl. Nothing bad to say about her other than she was way too religious. She was a Catholic, so I know that some people on G+ don't think they're Christians, so I don't know what your guys' opinions on that is. I have no idea. It's not my argument to have.
And do you even feel like you have a need to want to be married, Sam? Like, it's like.
I'm sort of at a one step at a time type of attitude right now.
Right.
I'd like to get married. I'd like to get married, but more importantly, I'd like to have just a healthy relationship. But
right.
I have no idea. I don't think that far ahead at this point. It's like, if I start thinking that far ahead, it's anxiety, and I don't like that.
Right. Wait, let me ask you this: do you feel that you could be monogamous, like that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Cool.
Yeah.
All right.
Both my parents are basically they are non-religious. They're together. It worked out fine. So I've seen plenty of other couples that are non-religious. Like, I just don't feel. Like, I think marriage for me, it's a different view. Like, I think marriage makes sense, if you want to have kids, if you know that you want to have a life together and all that, and from a financial standpoint, it makes sense. I mean, I'm more concerned with, healthy relationship, but again, like, that's just kind of me talking out of my ass, if that makes sense, because, like, I'm not at step 1, so I don't like to think about step 5.
No, I totally got you. Do you want to have kids?
That I don't know right now. It used to be no. I do like kids, but I don't know. I don't think I'll have a lot of kids because I come from a big family and I wasn't a huge fan of it.
Right.
I don't know. That's something that I've thought about. I don't feel any compulsion either way. Like, I don't want to have a lot of kids, but I also, I think it'd be nice to have a kid, but also I got to find that right person. I also don't want to just have a kid to have a kid. You know, that would be, that's
totally.
the wrong thing to do. Like,
Absolutely, yeah. Well, I'll just, I wish the best for you, man. I want you to find what you want. So.
I mean, you wish it in a good way. Like, when my mom talks about it, she's like, I just want you to be happy, and like, she just has a way. Jewish mothers have a way of phrasing things. She's like the most atheistic person, but she's the most Jewish mother, and it's the worst.
She has to do that, man. That's an obligation. That's like in the fucking genetics. She has to do that. So.
It's just a cultural thing. She's Jewish as shit. Does not believe in God. Like, it's. Like Woody Allen,
Yeah, I got you, man. Yeah.
I'm a huge fan of Woody Allen. He's one of my heroes, actually. But so what do you think about that recent scandal kind of coming back up in his life? Do you think he actually did it or not? It seems like there's more evidence.
I didn't hear about this. What was it?
The daughter actually came out. I think the daughter's name is Dylan. She came out and said that it was true. She's like 20-something now.
I don't know who to believe, You're talking about something that happened like when you're really young, and we know that false memory implantation is a thing.
That's what I was
thinking. Yeah. And again, I mean, if you're marrying your adopted daughter, you're a fucked up person. It's a really messed up thing that Woody Allen did. So I don't want to put it past him, but I also don't. I mean, him doing that type of thing that he did is not this. Like, that doesn't imply that he would be a child molester. So it's. I don't know.
He definitely didn't do it. He definitely didn't do himself any favors by marrying his adopted daughter. But
I doubt that he was a normal father in any sense. Based on that, I just don't know what else you can conclude. And maybe he's honest, and maybe it's just like, listen, like, I can't really help it. Like, we just fell in love. And that's entirely possible. I don't really believe it, because my intuition tells me that when you marry your adopted daughter, something's fucked up there. But maybe I'm wrong. It's so much that I don't know that I can't understand without actually ever having a conversation with Woody Allen.
But let's say it. You know what's awesome about that is that actually they have kids together and they seem to be actually fairly healthy.
Yeah, who knows, right? Like, who am I to judge? I have no clue. There are plenty of people that are way more ill-suited for each other than they are, and then again, I would have never said that Bill Cosby was a rapist, and he raped everyone, apparently.
You know what's funny about that? As soon as I heard the situation like Michael Jackson, I thought to myself, intuitively, I said, Michael Jackson's innocent. Like, I just don't buy it that Michael Jackson is doing what the guys are. He just sounds so innocent. Whereas, like, when it came out with Bill Cosby, I didn't even have to second glance that shit. As soon as I heard about the story, I was like, I think he's guilty. There's just something intuitive I felt about him, or instinctively that I felt about him versus Michael Jackson.
I was the opposite.
Yeah, I don't think Bill Cosby did it.
Who said that, Wayne?
Yeah.
Oh, he definitely did it.
I don't know how many he did it with, but I think he did it with some.
Yeah, I was surprised by Cosby. I wasn't surprised by.
He made jokes. He's made jokes about it. It's been in his stand-up before.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I didn't know. See, I didn't know about that.
But I make jokes about rape too, though. I mean, I don't think that's like a
Holy
that
crap.
means anything. You ever make jokes about rape? Like
No.
no, but like comedians, like we're not like endorsing rape, but we make jokes to draw attention to the issue of
I
rape.
don't know if that's the best way to do comedy, but hey, if people aren't
Louis
offended
C.K.
by
has
it,
one of the best jokes about rape, which is this is great. He says, "What's it?" He goes, "You should never rape someone unless you really want to have sex with them, and they won't. Then you should." But
Well, I asked this girl if she liked rape jokes, and she said no, but she really meant yes.
well, that's the thing where it's kind of different. Where a lot of people think that if a man gets raped, or if people make jokes about men getting raped, it's funny. But if you make a joke about a woman getting raped, oh well, you can't do that. That's terrible.
That's the purpose of comedian.
One of my favorite comics had a great joke. Big J. Okerson, and he said, he was in a bar and the song "Freebird" was playing, and this girl who was sitting near him started crying, and he goes, "Well, why are you crying?" And she said, "Because I got raped to this song." Now that's horrible for two reasons. One, rape is a horrible crime. Two, Freebird is a really long song. But then I remembered when I was in prison, I got raped to Rapper's Delight, and that's at least 4 minutes longer. Do you see how? And then he goes, "Do you see how it's funny if it ends with me getting raped at the end?"
Dudooch.
Yeah.
Yeah, it seems to me like, I don't know.
I didn't find that funny.
No, just people trying to make jokes about rape is like, to me, it's extremely, I don't know. Maybe I'm just old-fashioned. No, I know I'm old-fashioned, but
it depends on like the joke. You can't like put it all on. You can't broad stroke that. But I can tell you this: when I went to a charity hospital, which a lot of the prisons would come back. Prisoners would come because it was a charity hospital, and I know what I saw in there is that they would actually give the men less care, and that all the nurses would talk about how they would actually basically say prison jokes about rape, and they thought it was hilarious, and I was like, how insensitive that would be if I had been like convicted of a crime, but didn't commit that crime, and then I'm trying to get care, and these women are basically making fun of me by saying rape jokes. So I understand that. Like when a man gets raped, it's funny, but when a woman gets raped, it's serious.
When a man gets raped by
man, it's funny. Like people think it's funny.
Oh, I don't find that funny. I don't.
Well, no, but even Nadia posted that thing about, and he probably deserves to get raped. I'm not trying to make excuses for him. I don't really care. But like the Subway guy, they made a joke about him in jail, probably getting his foot long.
Subway, yeah.
It's a crap, and I will never eat that Subway again. Not because of that, but they put freaking yoga mats in their bread or something like that, and I'm just
okay. Well,
they put what?
No, that's like most bread has. I mean,
wait.
It's a common preservative that's found in both yoga mats and in bread. That doesn't. I mean, there's also aluminum in bread, but you don't see people saying that the same thing that's in baseball bats is in bread. Like
yeah, but, okay, we're talking about footlongs and rape right now, not preservatives, but
yeah.
But I'm just trying to say, like, it's acceptable. For example, like Bill Burr had mentioned that, if a guy gets his penis chopped off by a woman, everybody thinks it's fucking hilarious. But if a guy like cut off a girl's boobs off, the whole country would come to a halt. So it's like it's a different standard when it comes to guys and the abuses that guys tolerate versus when a woman gets abused. It's a completely different standard that we go by. But I'm glad it's changing. It seems to be changing a little bit.
I mean, I don't care if it's funny. It's funny. I don't care about the topic. Generally, what's funny is as long as you're not doing it at the expense of the victim.
I think I agree with that because, some stuff that you wouldn't normally laugh at, I don't know, I guess sometimes it does catch you off guard and you just kind of can't help but to chuckle. But if you see how it is offending others, I think if you're a rational thinker, you wouldn't be entertaining that thought at least not in front of people who might be severely offended by it. You know what I mean?
I mean, also, like, people are way too sensitive. I don't get
Vecco,
offended by
That's
it.
true too. Yeah.
Have you guys, Vecco or Sam, did you guys ever see somebody that would laugh at someone else's expense? I'm not saying like a chuckle, but would constantly do that. Most people will stop once they realize that they're hurting someone else. I've never seen someone consistently do it to somebody
Yeah, that's
else.
what I'm saying. I mean, like for instance, if I heard a kind of a bad joke that was, let's say, I don't know, just throw anything out there, borderline racist or something. You know, depending on the mood I'm in or what's said in the joke, I guess, it may, you know, I may chuckle at it. I may like, oh man, that's kind of funny. But if I'm standing next to a person who is under that category regarding that joke, you know, I definitely would, you know, consider their position on it and their feelings. But I mean, yeah, I mean, let's face it. I mean, we're all flawed creatures, man, and you know, some weird stuff makes us laugh that we probably shouldn't be laughing at, but it's just the way we are sometimes.
Funny is funny. I mean, that's just what it is. Like, you know, there are a lot of really oversensitive people, and if their feelings are genuinely hurt by something, then yeah, you can, you know, someone can change their joke so that they don't offend people or don't say the joke anymore, but I think people are just oversensitive for the most part.
And would you say that rape is always wrong?
Yes.
Okay, that's why I never find a joke about rape funny, personally. You know, just me.
It's a joke, but like I find racism wrong, but there are a lot of great jokes about race.
I don't know. I don't think that those two are the same. Like Veckel, have you ever, with like a true friend, have you ever like exchanged racist jokes against someone? Like all in good fun, like not
with a
not
non-black
being
person?
like like not being serious about it. Like knowing that the jokes are bullshit in themselves.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, sometimes my wife and I kind of fool around in that area.
Right. Like it's all about the context at that point. It's not that you're being serious about it.
Yeah. I totally, I don't have a problem with that. You know, again, it all depends on who it's coming from, and you know, how often do they say these kind of things? I guess, you know what I mean. If I'm around a person who, and every time I see them, that's all they say is that kind of stuff. All right, I am going to eventually start to wonder. All right, do they really feel this way about this person?
Oh yeah, it's like they're harping on it all the time. Like
exactly.
Never drop it. Yeah, I can get that, but
yeah.
But
you guys think it's like Dave Chappelle is racist? I mean, he harps on that all the time.
No, I don't think so.
Intent matters. Like
I
that's
do
the other
think,
thing.
yeah.
Like people, it's really weird. People, there are a lot of people who hold comedians to the same standard as someone who's actually making statements when they're making jokes.
Yeah, right.
You know, like Bill Burr did a great joke about how he went to a bar in Texas and they had a joke written on like some sign that said, "We like our beer like we like our violence. Domestic." And somebody called the bar and made them take it down because they didn't like the joke. And it's shit like that, you know. Obviously, they're just being cheeky, you know. But there are a lot of oversensitive people.
I don't know. Yeah, see, I personally find that funny, but for something like that, though, I wouldn't keep something like that up all the time because, you know, you said it was in a bar.
It was at some, apparently in the story he was telling, but I don't remember.
Oh, okay.
It's either a bar or a comedy club, just something like some place where you perform comedy.
I don't know if I personally would want a sign like that kept up. I mean, that might be a joke for like one time, but I mean, if you're frequently going to this place and every time you walk in, that sign is there.
It's a questionable business choice, but also the point being is it's a joke.
Yeah, I take it as a joke too. But I mean, there are. Let's face it, folks. Not everybody thinks the same. There are some very sensitive people here. They don't like certain jokes. So I mean, to have that in people's faces all the time, you gotta consider the fact that somebody is going to be offended one way or another, sooner or later.
I think that's. I mean, that's an inevitable fact.
Yeah, yeah.
The issue isn't. I don't think the issue is whether someone eventually is going to be offended by something. It's whether people should just if you don't like I've been to I'm very hard to offend, but I've been to a comedy show where I was offended by something. In fact, it was my favorite comedian, and I was offended by something he said. But I just shut up and waited for the next joke.
Who was it?
I think people have it was Jim Jeffries. He didn't include the joke on his DVD.
Jim Jeffries. Okay, I don't know who that is.
I know Jim. I like Jim Jeffries. He's kind of a little out there, but he's pretty. I think he's funny.
He did it. He was basically doing a joke about what was the joke? It was going to be on his last thing, but he decided against it. It was about how it had something to do with child molestation. That was a little too far for when it's too far for me. Like I understand why he wouldn't include that on the DVD.
Well, what about Louis C.K.'s skit on Saturday Night Live? Did you guys think that went too far?
I thought that was hilarious, but
Never heard
I
of
can
you.
understand why people would get really offended.
This is the question, though. Is there a line? And I think there should be. And when it comes to something like rape, I mean, do you realize how many people have been hurt by that? It's like, should we really joke about something that has damaged so many people?
Yeah.
I think let the market decide.
Yeah, fundamentally, do people like your jokes? I mean, I don't think there is a line. I think funny is the line, but also there are things that if you become offended by, like I didn't laugh when Jim Jeffries said that joke, and me not laughing probably, in some small way contributed to him not including it on his latest DVD. Like I think that, if something is genuinely offensive and genuinely not funny, then it's not going to become a fixture of their act. Is another thing.
I don't know. Bill Burr does that all the time. Like he'll offend the crowd and keep going, and then he'll do it in his next set, and his next set, and his next set.
Oh, Bill Burr, yeah, I love that guy.
And he gets away with it.
Yeah, but that has a lot to do with the fact. I mean, certain people can get away with certain jokes because of their demeanor, right? So Bill Burr can probably get away with something maybe another comedian may not be able to get away with.
There's another guy that my wife and I just I think it's Daniel Tosh. He's another one that kind of borderline offends the audience a little bit. But he kind of tells you what he's gonna do prior to him, really getting into the meat of his act. So I find he's a funny guy.
That's part of the act, though. Like it's another thing where you can't just arbitrarily I'm a big believer in let funny be funny. If it's funny, laugh. If it's not funny, don't laugh, and they won't perform it. That should be the motivation for a comedian.
Yeah, well, I'll just say really quick. I love Carlin. I think he's awesome, and he offends me greatly personally, right? But I'm not worried about that because I understand that it's just my personal thing, right? But at the same time, we have to understand that there are certain hurts, right, should not be touched. And I think I can't talk for a rape victim because none is in here, right? Well, there is one in here, but she's sleeping right now. I don't think I would ever want a joke like that told about what happened to me if it were the person that's in here, But I mean, that's just me. Whatever. There should be a line. There should be.
But sometimes it can actually be therapeutic to have jokes that talk about that. I find it. For example, I've had jokes that I found offensive, but actually after listening to them or actually listening to jokes that were similar to what they were about, actually helped me therapeutically. To kind of laugh it off.
Yeah, I've heard that.
Yeah,
Like, this comedian Kurt Metzger was talking about how, like, he has friends who are rape. Like, he had some joke about rape, actually, or something like that. And, you know, he has friends who have been raped, and, like, you know, he said that he wouldn't have said the joke if they weren't fine with it, you know, and that they found it was okay. Like, they don't need to be treated with kid gloves, you know. Just because they're a victim of something doesn't mean they don't have a sense of humor. And I think there's like 1,000 angles to way anyone can react to any one thing, you know. There's also, you can react and find things funny even if you don't agree with those things. Like, it may be, you know, funny is so it's so subjective what you find funny and why you find it funny, that it's really hard to draw some line, because someone might be, you know, like they said, it might help them work through something, being able to joke about something.
Hey Sam, did you think that you're familiar, and you and Becco are familiar with, maybe also Rev, you guys are familiar with Bill Burr's comment when he one of the not his last stand up, but the one before that, where he just goes off on that woman that interrupted him. Do you guys remember that?
That was the one before.
Oh,
yeah, that was
I
hilarious.
didn't see that one. No.
There's always one.
Yeah. Did you guys think that was real, or do you think that was set up? I thought it was real.
I think it was real. He doesn't seem like the type. I listened to his podcast. He doesn't seem like the type of guy that would act that out. I like his last special. He ends it with the 50 Shades of Rape. That's a pretty funny bit.
Yeah, I listened to his podcast for forever, and he's insulted like me actually living here in Louisiana. He's insulted the university that I went to, trying to say that we just barely learned how to read, and I'm just dude, like I was taught by Yale and Harvard professors. It's like, don't tell me, you know, we don't know how to read, but you know, I have to realize that he's taking shots at everybody. He's not taking shots at one specific type of person.
He's wrong sometimes. That's
well, no shit. Everyone's wrong sometimes.
Right.
If you can point me to someone who's never been wrong, or someone that I agree with 100%, then that person doesn't exist. I don't know, like, well, in one of Tucker Max's stories, he talked about going to an English lecture at the University of Tennessee, and he said that he had heard more. He had heard more informative things from I don't know what the exact language was, but it was Thai prostitutes, part of the colorful metaphor. I thought that was awful for anyone that went to that school.
No, I don't think I heard that.
I don't know. I'll make fun of schools, but it's just in good fun. I make fun of, there's someone on here, I make fun of him because he's really arrogant about what school he goes to, and it's not a terribly great school. And it's just funny because he has a sense of humor about it. Once you're like, okay, you don't need to get on your high horse. But I also come from a school of thought where I'm used to people just giving, like, me and my friends would just give each other shit. Like, that's how we communicated. We didn't feel like a need to be sensitive or nice.
Point of moderation here. I mean, there is a massive discussion going on in side chat. If it wants to come live on air, it probably should. Just my opinion.
I am not reading the side chat. What's going on?
Well, there's a lot of things going on. Wayne, you want to start?
Well, basically, Commando thinks that he is Jesus.
No, that's not what I'm saying, though, is it?
Dude, you just said Jesus is. You just said Jesus is in you. No.
Yeah, because it's a story. That's what I'm saying. The story of the Christ is a story of the anointing of the Spirit. That's what it's talking about. You are the Christ. That's what I'm saying.
No, it's not. It's a historical. It's a.
Yeah, it's
This
based on a real person. I grant you that. It's based on Jesus of the Essenes. Everyone knows that there was a real Jesus. It's based on that. That's what Catholicism's done. It's taken that literal story and merged it with this myth about attaining your own salvation. That's the point.
I don't know that Jesus was a real person.
That's because you're a moron.
You mean Mormon or moron? Yeah, based on what a mentally ill, flat earth believing twat.
Wait, you believe in a flat Earth? Oh my gosh, I'm done. I'm about to go.
And borderline racist.
Who believes in a flat Earth?
Hey,
I have a guess.
hey, Commando.
What's up?
Have you read any of Science and Health?
He didn't.
The book Science and Health by Mary Baker Eddy.
No.
Commando, are you a flat earther?
Yes and no.
Oh,
I believe it's a flat claim, but I don't believe that the physics of what we call science can explain that.
Well, then that's not scientifically provable.
There was two people speaking, then I couldn't hear.
Well, what do you think of gravity then?
Now, here comes the dog pile, man.
I mean,
I'm curious. I've never spoken to someone who's a flat earther. I didn't know they like actually existed. I thought that was just something that people used as a one-off joke. What do you think of gravity then?
What do I think personally? It's just made up to account for the spinning ball bullshit, to be honest.
Well, what about, like Einstein's relativity?
That's his understanding. I'm not Einstein. Einstein is experiencing reality currently, so I don't really care what Einstein thinks.
Well, you can take those things and you can predict things and predict observations.
Right, by utilizing a model, but I don't subscribe to that model because I don't need to, because it ain't my model.
But his model is proven to like empirically work. So why?
Yeah, for him, but it don't work for me.
What do you mean by that? An observation's an observation. Like his model predicts the orbit of Mercury.
His understanding of reality is profoundly different to my understanding of reality. Just because he has an idea and he can explain that within a model that he can sort of comprehend doesn't mean I can do the same.
Now that's
he's not the only one that's comprehending it. Like this is something that's widely accepted by physicists.
Yeah, because they're stupid because they don't understand the state of reality.
Okay, then how do you explain the orbit of Mercury?
Oh, what the heck did I just hear?
How do you explain the orbit of Mercury then?
You just told
the irregularities in the orbit of Mercury. Relativity is the only set of equations.
I don't appeal to science when it comes to understanding the planetary bodies. I appeal to astrology.
I got a quick question. Can science explain empirically the mechanism behind gravity?
What do you mean by that? Like, as far as Einsteinian relativity, the mechanism behind gravity is that mass induces curvatures in space-time, such that those curvatures cause bodies to be attracted to each other. That's to my best understanding. Like,
fair enough.
Relativity gave like a decent mechanistic understanding, but I am not up to date on. Like, I'm not a physicist, but that generally with what relativity does is it. If you want to understand it,
it's the best explanation. Yeah, I got you.
If mass creates perturbations in space-time, basically. How exactly that comes to be the case, that's why we still have physicists.
Fair enough answer.
So you appeal to astrology. What validity does astrology have?
What fuck's sake. Do you even know what astrology is, first, before I even go down that rabbit hole?
Why don't you explain to me your view of astrology?
Well, it doesn't. I mean, my view of astrology is irrelevant. Like, astrology is a science.
Does it make falsifiable predictions?
See, what you're trying to do now is you're trying to box it into your little paradigm of, we put things in a test tube and we see if it equates with mathematics or whatever. That's not how astrology functions. There's there's an objective spiritual truth as to what astrology is.
Okay, could you demonstrate that truth?
No, because again, you're trying to put it in that box of can I see it in a test tube, and that ain't how it works.
I mean,
But it's not science.
let's say that. Well, I mean, let's say that my definition, which is the mainstream definition of science, is wrong. How would you demonstrate that what you are asserting is scientific?
Do you realize that alchemy was a science in the past?
That it still is, but anyway, like objective.
Well, it got
I was going to say
falsified.
astrology is an objective spiritual truth. So, me putting that in the
How
box
do you
isn't going to do it
demonstrate-
justice.
How do you demonstrate that? How are you going to prove to me?
I don't have to. The fact that astrology exists means that you can go and look into it yourself to validate it. Like, what I'm saying?
Well,
Like I said, there's no point in me putting that in a box.
Nothing that I've seen about astrology has ever convinced me. So maybe I haven't
Well, it
seen
won't do
stuff
because you're too far into this scientific bullshit of material observation. So of course, astrology doesn't resonate with you.
Exactly. Have you studied the occult view on astrology?
It ain't even occult. It's mainstream outside of his paradigm. So.
Well, here's the thing: is I'm just trying to ask how he comes to his view, and he seems to his response is just to insult. Like I'm curious because I wouldn't know where to. I don't consider me from a perspective of where I don't even know where you're starting from this. So I'm just curious.
That's fair, Sam. That's fair. Commando, another DPR here. It's all good. It's all good.
You see a lot of them, so.
That's true.
Well, when you guys are talking about astrology, you guys are talking about like what the I wouldn't say Satanists, but what I think the Wiccans do it too, right? Don't they look at the stars and try and find out like answers for life, looking through the stars or something like
The
that?
Bible supports astrology because astrology is the word of God. I can prove that with Bible verses. Look up Job.
No, see, there he goes again.
You're
He's
trying to say that's as good as me. That's as good as me as saying that.
He does this all the time.
No, he's actually 100% right.
That's as good as me saying this Pandora is the word of God.
In Genesis chapter 1, it says that God wrote the he actually placed the stars and the sun and that stuff in the heavens for times and seasons.
Right,
That's
for
what
times and
Commando's
seasons,
saying.
And that's what astrology is. It's the observation of that process. So you've got
Exactly
Genesis.
right.
You've also got the book of Job, which backs that up. You've got fucking. I mean,
So
how many
that mean-
Bible verses do you want? The entire Bible's astrological.
No,
'cause
I'm not even agreeing with you from there. I'm just saying. So you just said astrology is a science. A science is observational, it's repeatable, and it's objective. So what evidence or what can you give us that's observational that we can all?
What you have to understand, brother, is that there are multiple layers to the scripture. Listen, I am a believer in Jesus Christ. I believe he is the Son of God. He paid for every sin. If you choose to believe on him, you're born again, okay? And you're good to go, all right? That being said, Commando's right that there are multiple layers to the scripture. You have to understand that. And if you study it, you're going to see it.
So what exactly about astrology am I supposed to be believing?
That's just a non-question. Like how am I supposed to even answer that?
Okay, so give me an
like,
example of something from
let me say it like this,
astrology.
right? I told you before that there's an innate objective spiritual truth to astrology. If that doesn't resonate with you in the beginning, then there's no point.
Okay, so basically, if I don't find, if astrology doesn't resonate with me, I'm not going to find anything convincing.
Yeah, exactly, 100%.
That's more of a philosophy.
No, that's just an emotional attachment to something. I don't really.
No,
there's
it
no
isn't.
arguing something when you just say, "Well, if you don't feel this, well."
Well, I get told that by
no,
scientific types like you all the time. Like, if I
when you-
don't read the academia, then I'm not sort of qualified to understand the knowledge that's being presented. So it's there's two sides to that coin.
Sam, have you ever heard of the Hebrew Maseroth?
No.
I'll
This
get
is
you
why,
in
like, I'm
one
asking
second.
questions because I don't know what you guys are talking about, and then I get these like weird, curt answers, as if it's an
There's no
assault.
point running Jewish science by him, Rev, because like I sort of agree with what Wayne said before. He ate a real Jew, so he ain't going to understand that.
What a stupid thing to say. That's the daftest thing ever.
Wait, now, but Commander, are you asserting that the Bible actually teaches astrology, or you just saying
The
that it's
entire thing
mentioned
is
in it?
astrology. It doesn't teach astrology, it is astrology. The whole thing is a story pertaining to the science of astrology. That's why
Nah,
Jesus
I
has
disagree
12
with that.
disciples and
I disagree with that. I think what you're
Yeah.
doing is a non sequitur there. Because
I'm
you're
not.
looking,
I'm not with him on that, Vic.
yeah, what you're doing is you're looking at several passages that are mentioned, like in places like Job and Psalm, where it mentions Mazaroth and Orion and stuff like that, and then you're throwing in the assertion that it's astrological. It's not.
It's not an assertion, that's a spiritual understanding as to what that's trying to convey.
Wait, Veckel. The point is that the gospel has been written in the stars from the very beginning, from Genesis 1:1. That's the
Yes.
point.
Yeah, and what Commando's going to do, which he always does, is always brings it back to some sort of syncretism or parallelism. A lot of non-believers often do this with the Bible, especially with Jesus and the 12
Yeah, that's
disciples.
because they know what it means.
They often look to these mystery religions like Osiris.
No, Veckel. You're talking about the BS of the Zeitgeist film.
Yeah, I know that. But Commando is not far off though when he's resorting to.
No, not at all. I don't hold Zeitgeist to be any authority pertaining to what I'm talking
Well,
about.
that's good. But well, it sounds to me like what you're asserting is because these passages in Job and in Psalms use the words like Mazaroth or Orion, that therefore the rest of it is all astrological, and I don't know.
No, not at all. The
I would
whole
say
thing
use
is
astrological terms or words, but not that it's actually saying that these things are.
Well, if you want to talk syncretism, I can give you an example of a syncretism, like relation to the Bible. Look at Sarah and Abraham. If you break down what those two words mean, you get the cerebrum, which is a reference to the brain, which is where the Christ fluid is.
This is where I stopped defending you, buddy, because he does have good points, Veckel, but we do understand that he claims that Christ was Satan. So, I mean,
So, Rev, do you? So I'm not terribly clear on where you stand. So you believe in astrology?
I believe
or
that
flat Earth, or where do you stand on these?
I believe that the gospel has been written in the stars from the very beginning, and it's in your culture too.
Yeah, astrology is just simply an interpretation of an
interpretation. It's a science subject.
Yeah, that's all it is. It's not something that Christians adhere to, or
obviously not, because Christianity is designed to stop you understanding that shit. So.
From a guy who doesn't believe in natural selection.
Well, that can't be proven either. That's just science is a myth. So I mean, if you can prove natural selection actually happens, then go ahead.
You don't believe in natural selection?
No. I don't see why I should. There's no evidence to prove that. It's a theory. It's a model based on one man's understanding of reality.
Is that a theory?
I think it's observable, though. Isn't it observable?
No, I don't observe it.
It is observable.
Do you know what natural selection is?
We've observed it in action.
We've observed it, have we really? So what did you do? Did you go to your lab and sit down and observe your test tubes and go, "Ooh, natural selection"? You were told that shit. You were told that shit in the university.
Wait. Hold on a second. I'm probably the worst. I'm the worst person to talk about this with. But you mean to tell me you don't believe that creatures adapt to their environment?
It's not necessarily the same thing, but I mean,
yeah, but that's part of natural
this whole natural selection idea because it ties into this sort of abiogenesis Darwinianism bullshit.
No, I'm a creationist and I believe in natural selection.
Exactly, I'm the same way.
Well, I don't put you on a pedestal. That just means you're twice as stupid. So.
From a guy who doesn't believe in a flat Earth. Come on.
You're all fools.
Listen to this guy. Twice as stupid.
Well, this is the first time where I've met people that weren't just just sort of idiotic, dippy, hippie girls in, I live in Southern California who accept astrology. So this is new to me.
Well, who's the one coming out with the insults now?
Commando is a
Who's the one coming out with the insults now? If you knew what astrology was, that's the language of God, mate. So if you want to...
I don't know what it is. That's why I keep asking.
Well, exactly. So maybe you should clue up on it before throwing out the insults then.
Astrology...
The only thing that I have ever heard or seen of astrology is, just sort of these weird...
the insults again because you don't.
Predictions.
I mean, this is natural. You obviously fear what you don't understand, and that warrants your insult. So keep going.
I don't fear anything. I'm waiting for you to.
What we say is modern day quote unquote astrology. right? And we have this perception that it's just you pick up a paper and you look at your horoscope and that bullshit. Nope, nope. Astrology is the oldest religion that has ever been, and the Jews believed in it.
That's great. Can you give me an example? Like, maybe I'm not getting anything out of Commander that's
astrology?
useful.
Judaism
could
is
you
astrology.
explain to me, like, what?
Wait. Hold on
Why
a
should
second. I gotta hear this.
accept
Hold on. You're telling me that the Jews believed and worshiped Orion? They believed in multiple gods?
No.
What do you think an Israelite is, Veckel?
No, Commando, please. You know what? I hear arrogance in somebody's voice, so maybe I should just let you go. Go ahead, Commando.
I was just going to say, what do you think an Israelite is, Veckel? Where is Israel?
No, I'm just trying
Where
to.
is the land of Israel?
That I mean, I believe everything what the Bible says regarding the stars and stuff, but you're saying that you're asserting something that's not taught in the Bible. So I like to hear that.
I think that it's understood through understanding what the Bible is trying to tell you.
So can you show me a verse or a chapter that clearly points out that the Jews observed astrology in the same way that people do today?
That's a non-question, because if you'd listen to what I said before, the Bible is astrology.
It's a very valid question. You made an assertion. That's all you do, Commander. You make a lot of assertions, and I keep asking you to back them up, and then you don't give me an answer.
Yeah, but I mean, you're thinking like they do. You're expecting me to give you a scientific paper. That ain't how I operate.
You made it. Look,
I deal with the truth. I don't deal with fictitious bullshit.
It's not truth. That's why.
I can't demonstrate that with a piece of paper, Veckel.
Commander, if it was the truth, you wouldn't have a problem being able to verify what you're saying.
Hey, Commander, would you say that when you say astrology, that it has more to do with just the stars?
No, because the function of the stars is astrology. It's like I said, it's an objective spiritual science.
Can you give me an example of how the stars function?
Again, that's a non-question. Like, what does that mean?
I just want an example of what you mean by astrology. Like, you just keep saying it's an objective science of yada yada yada.
Right.
I would like an example.
Why do you even
just look it up. I mean, I ain't gonna baby.
You can't just say look it up.
It exists and look it up. If it resonates.
I mean, everything that I've looked up, like, it's not. Again, it's not something that I'm finding terribly convincing. So perhaps you believe something that is slightly different to what I'm looking at right now.
I mean, if you'd listened to what I said before, it's an objective spiritual truth. So if you don't have that intuition to want to understand what astrology is, it's pointless you asking the question, mate.
So basically, at this point, this is the fucking dick measuring contest. Okay, for those that believe in the Bible, I posted in the side chat Genesis 1:14. And God said, let there be lights in the firmament of the heavens to divide the day and the night, and let them be for signs, and for seasons, and for the days and the years. If you
Exactly. There's a Bible verse.
That's not astrology, though.
Oh my God.
No, it's not. It's talking about.
You're totally ignorant, Veckel. You're ignorant.
No, it's not. It's not astrology.
You're missing the point, Veckel. You're missing the point, Veckel.
It's not astrology, folks.
You're missing the
point. Can I finish my statement? That's not astrology. The text is real simple. It's just simply talking about how to understand when it's day and when it's night. You know, when and the seasons, determining the seasons. That's all it's talking about when you see the word signs. It's not talking about. It's not talking about Virgo and Leo and all that other stuff.
Veckel, can I ask you a question?
How do you know that?
Because read the rest of the text.
How do you know that?
Read the rest of the text.
We also know that stuff.
Veckel,
How do you know that?
We can debate about it right now. We can debate about it right now.
Oh my God.
Aquarius.
Yeah, can I ask Veckel a question?
This is just a dick measuring contest at this point. I'm done.
What? Let's see. This you can't make comments, Commando, and then when you're challenged on it.
If you listen to what I said before, astrology is the science of understanding what that Genesis passage is referring to.
Commando, I think it would be humble if you're not able or ready to back up any of the claims, just be able to say, you know what, I don't have the answer for that. Let me get back to you.
I've already told you, Veckel, I ain't going to give you this in a scientific paper.
And that's the problem. Your pride won't allow you to do that.
You can't compress the truth of reality into a scientific paper. If that's what you. I can point you in the direction of the shit where I'm coming from, which I have done previously. I can give you links to sources. I can give you links to text, but you won't read them. I mean, that's down to you, isn't it?
Okay.
So.
Well,
Well,
I
how
can
about
give you-
how about giving us a link to some actual evidence, to some proof? Then show us where astrology has
floor is
been
yours.
demonstrated to work.
Yeah, the floor is yours. Let's hear something.
I don't even have to do that. Look in the sky. I mean, what do you see? You see celestial orbs. You know what I'm saying?
I see clouds. I don't know
That's as bad as
what's
saying God is
happening.
real because God is real. That's a really bad argument.
Well, do you believe in God, though?
I believe in God, but I don't
There you go
believe
then,
in,
so why are you asking that question?
I don't believe in God because God is real, therefore God is real. That's a bad argument.
Yeah, but is God self-evident to you, yes or no? Have you experienced that?
It's not an experience. Either he exists or not. So you look at the evidence.
Yeah, but if you understood what God is, you'd answer that question with ease.
I understand what God is. God doesn't work with astrology.
Commando, I would strongly suggest studying the book of Isaiah, particularly chapters 37 and 38, and see what happens with the relationship between King Hezekiah and the king of Sennacherib. His name was the king of Assyria. His name was Sennacherib. I think that would show you a good example of how practicing humility will go a long way. Because right now, man, you keep telling people things, and then when they ask you for stuff, you tell people, I don't have to look it up. You don't look it up yourself. But it sounds to me like you don't have the answer, or you're not prepared for it. So therefore, you try to cover up your tracks by saying
You're
telling
trying
people,
to tell people about humility.
Yes, I am, and I have the right to. That's right.
I mean, there you go. Like,
Yep. And you know why
So
I can do
I-
that, Rev? Because I'm not perfect. And I'm not the one making claims here and telling people to go look it up. If somebody tells me, if every time an atheist challenges me on something that I'm not able to back up, I say to them, you know what? You're right. I don't have the answer for that. Let me get back to you on that. Now, as much as my flesh hates to do that, I know that I'm in right standing with God because that's what God commands us as Christians to do. So that's why I've come to the point where I have no problem saying to an atheist or anybody who challenges my faith or any claim that I make by saying, you know what? I don't have the answer. Let me get back to you. Because I've learned the hard way through extreme embarrassment and extreme chastening. But Commando here, he doesn't want to do that. He doesn't want to practice humility by saying, you know what? Let me get back to you. I don't have the answer for that. You're just telling everybody that they're wrong.
Yeah,
Okay,
but you know what? Like, you can use science to also say a lot. I mean, if you want to use the science and you want to talk about evidence, I mean, there's like a lot of strong evidence.
Let me ask you guys a question.
Would take away your belief in what you believe in.
Okay, let me ask everyone in here a question.
That's different because your beliefs are particular to you.
All right, let me ask everyone in here a quick question. You don't have to answer if you want to, but has anyone in here ever heard me say that I know how to talk about science and evolution? That I'm probably one of the best people to talk about. Has anyone in this room ever heard me say that?
No.
No. Because I know for a fact that I am probably the worst person to get into a discussion with regarding evolution, science, and all that kind of thing. And I don't have a problem admitting that.
Yeah, but what I don't understand is how can you hold your view that you do as a Calvinist when you don't understand from the scientific perspective of those things, like what they may imply when it comes to your faith. Like, why does that become sacrosanct? But what Commando's beliefs are you gotta jest him about it. But how come his is not just as sacred as yours?
Well, again, when I make claims, I'm able to back them up. Unless I say...
Well, you can't. You just you do what I do. You point people to text and say this is what it means. So
Well,
you do the exact same shit as me.
That's if a person is saying something false about the text. I can back that up too. So let's say, for instance...
yeah, but it relies on your spiritual understanding of the Bible.
No, I'll give you an example. I'll give you a perfect example. This does not require any spiritual insight or anything like that. We can actually see it in the text. Perfect example. A few weeks ago, DPR came into Nadia's hangout, and he tried to make this claim that the Bible claims that you kill 2 birds to get rid of leprosy. And I knew this argument ahead of time because I've heard it before. Oh my God. And I told him, that's false. He said, no, it's not false.
No, but that, you know, it's all
Then
the same
what I
time.
did, and you know what I did, Commando? I backed it up by taking him directly to the scripture, read it with him, and I proved him that he was wrong, that he misread the text.
I wouldn't mind going back to
Anybody
this
can do it. It's not
investigation
that I'm
of
super
astrology.
smart.
Can we go back?
Saw that, Rick. Well
Can
done.
we go back to the? I'd like to pursue this astrology because I'd like to see if Commander can actually provide some evidence, because I think it
That's all
gets
I'm asking.
derailed and that actually kind of lets him off the hook a bit. And I don't
It
want to
derail, like I told you what it is. Like it's like I
But-
said,
but
I
we-
ain't gonna put this shit in a test.
Right, but we got to the point where you said look in the sky. So what does that mean? We look in the sky, we see stars. Okay, great. Where do we go from there?
All right,
We
you
see
said you want
stars in the
evidence.
sky.
Said you want evidence or proof, and I said, look in the sky. We know that there's these spheres in the sky that appear to orbit this thing that we're experiencing. There you go. There's your empirical evidence.
Well, the stars don't appear to orbit us, unless I'm grossly misinformed.
I mean, you're splitting hairs. You knew what I meant by that. We look in the sky. We see
I
orbs.
don't.
There we go.
But this is the point. You've got to assume that when you're explaining this, you've got to assume that you're talking to someone who knows nothing about this. So we see stars in the sky. How does that establish anything? You've got to keep going.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's where me and you divide. That's where you go to your scientific understanding, and that's where I go to my sort of astrological, spiritual understanding as to what that is.
Yeah, but what is it? You're not answering.
Can
You're
you
not
give me an
explaining
example?
anything.
Can you give us an example of what your understanding reveals?
I mean, again, like if you want a text or something, I can refer you to the Bible. I can refer you to other spiritual texts. But
Give
again,
us an
like,
example. Give us an example of a piece of text. Quote one of these texts. Then give us a quote. You know the texts.
I mean,
I did that already.
I was about to say, yeah, like Rev gave you one in the side chat, but that obviously means nothing to you, do it? So it'd be pointless
Well,
me
it
doing
doesn't
the exact
convince
same
me.
shit and getting nowhere.
Well, I don't. That's up to you. If you can't explain this, then I mean, I could quote any book and say
No, what
that
you mean
proves
is I can't put
whatever.
it in a test tube for you to sit and stare at and go, this is real. Like, that's what I can't do.
Well, that's just a silly representation of science.
Well, it's not, because that's what you're asking for.
But you use the word science yourself. So it's when it's science that someone else that you don't agree with puts forward, it's silly test tube nonsense. But when it's science when it's the science of astrology to put forward, then it's something credible. But you're
Why
using the
even
same
talk
word.
to them, man? Why even talk to them?
Well, Rev,
Well, I'm trying to
let's.
answer you. I'm
I mean, we're
trying to
trying to
ask
deal
you.
with
You're not
Commando,
giving me
but
anything.
maybe if I ask you, I mean, what's an example of, what's is there? I don't even know where square one is here. Is this something that is of practical applicability? Like, for instance, if I look and I see sign X, that tells me Y about my life.
Well, yeah, look at seasons. That's how we know how to plant certain foods. That's
Yeah,
how we know how to maintain agriculture,
I wouldn't agree with that. But listen, I'm trying to bridge this here, okay?
Well, that's why I'm asking you, because I mean, it seems pretty obvious that we already know what we're going to get as an answer from Commando, and I'm just asking, on the one hand, like, all I've heard is either look it up or look at this resource.
I just gave you an
I'm
example
going
of your
to.
question. You asked me a question. How does it?
I'm asking Rev. I'm asking Rev, and look, I fully admit, I haven't read that Wikipedia page. I will when I get a chance.
Yes, that's what I was just going to say. From your perspective, read that, okay? And then
But I'm also asking, can you give me a simple example now, rather than appealing to this, just go read it,
the constellations in the sky, the alignment of the stars that they have, okay, that has been there from the very beginning. And I know that you come from a secular household and all that, Sam, but I'm telling you.
It has nothing to do with my household, right?
No, I understand that. I'm sorry I said that.
Please don't condescend to me in that way.
No, I'm not condescending you. I'm just saying that fuck it. It's not worth it.
I think
read
the page.
You said how can we understand it and utilize it practically?
It sounds like there's a confusion between, well, at least in regards to the Bible, there's a confusion between astrology and astronomy. Is there astronomy in the Bible? Sure. I mean, yeah, that's what we see in Genesis chapter 1, but not astrology. we don't see.
I'm just asking for something that's like a very simple example
Yeah,
of
sorry, go ahead.
like where this is relevant, and
I just told you 3 times.
I mean,
three
it's really
times.
just
Seasons.
Well, the seasons can be explained. I mean, that's something that astronomy can explain. There's no reason why I should think that has anything to do with astrology.
Right, but like, let's say
astrology would be more like a supernatural thing, right?
I don't even know. I mean, they're just being so almost intentionally vague and difficult on this, and it's frustrating because on the one hand, I like Rev. He's a nice guy. Like, I do like him, but like, this is like when people give me shit for using, advanced terminology in biology, and then I have to go, okay, yeah, I'm wrong. Like, if you want to make this sensible, if you want to convince people of this, like, you need to make it sensible because you have multiple people here who don't have a fucking clue as to what you're talking about.
All right, Sam, I'm sorry. All right, there's a
Well,
story.
no, it's not. It's more than that. Like, I'm asking something that's an ostensibly easy question. Like, I'm not a stupid person.
No,
so,
I
like,
know
why
you're
the
not.
fuck can't you explain this to me on like a
Sam, you're
fifth-grade
fucking
level?
brilliant. Sam, you're brilliant. I know that. Okay, there's a story written in the stars, and if you want to study it, you can. There's a lot of stuff out there that you can check that out. Okay, the constellations are not there for no reason. Okay, that's all I'm saying. And the place to start is with the Wikipedia article I gave you on the Mazzaroth. Okay, that's all I'm saying.
And does this, story written in the stars, does this impact, any, like, can this tell me anything about, let's say, a course of events?
It's the gospel. It's Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John written from the very beginning in the sky. But that's from my standpoint. Commando will not agree with that. Okay, that's why I'm trying to bridge the gap here. Okay,
so Commando said seasons, but seasons don't have anything to do with the stars. Seasons are because of the axial tilt of the Earth, if I'm not mistaken. It's not because of stars.
But that's what the signs are for in Genesis 1:14. It's talking about that. I mean, how the primitive humans, could look up into the sky, into the stars, and they could determine.
We're not primitive humans. Bullshit. Looking at it from the evolutionary paradigm.
So Vekal, would you, from your point of view, because I'm trying to understand, because it seems like a lot of this just is, no offense, just more sort of biblical interpretation, and I'm
from my perspective,
I'm incredibly poorly versed in that. So from what I'm seeing here, what you would say is that, we're able to look at, for instance, a lot of ancient sailors could look at the sky, and based upon sort of how our astronomy works and how constellations line up, in relation to how the axis of the Earth is tilted at different seasons, that you can glean things about what time of year it is, etc., etc. What you would say is that's just astronomy. We don't need to go beyond into sort of this mystical science of astrology, whereas they're saying that's astrology.
That's all I'm saying is what we're seeing in Genesis chapter 1, for example. That's all we see. I don't think we need to take it any further than that to say that we can find the zodiac being taught or expressed in the Bible. We just don't see that. We do see the names mentioned, like Orion, Mazzaroth.
Wow, indeed, Commando.
But again, to say the Bible clearly condemns that kind of stuff. Looking to the stars for in that fashion. I mean, there's nothing wrong with looking at stars in a scientific manner. I mean, that's what Genesis 1:14 is about.
So why did the Jews do it then? If it condemns it in the Bible, why did the Jews do it?
Well, wait, I guess I got the basic
Jews that did that kind of stuff were held responsible for it.
Are they or are they not?
Commando.
Why are they?
Vekal, that's called divination from the stars. Vekal,
Yes,
divination from the stars.
That's not what the Jews did.
That is not what Genesis 1:14 is about.
Okay, but what Commando is saying is not true. That's what I'm telling you. He's saying that the Jews did this. Now, if the Jews did that, they were outside of the commands of God.
No, they utilized the language of God, which is astrology. That's what I'm saying.
Okay,
Like
can you
Rev
give me
just
an
told you,
example?
divination
What?
is different to astrological understanding.
Thank you, Commando.
Okay,
Exactly.
when you
That's
say
what Genesis
astrology,
1:14 is
okay,
trying
when
to
you say
tell you about.
astrology, what are you talking about? You're talking about they look to what? Like, give us an example.
Well, no, I guess we could have two people saying, you know, you can wish upon a star, and then you got another person saying, no, I don't wish upon a star, when you can talk to the guy who created it, kind of, sort of.
Well, all I'm saying is that what's happening in Genesis 1 is just simply God saying that I'm putting these stars and these suns and these moons here in the sky so that you can look to them and you can determine, hold on, so that you can determine what season it is, what month you're in, all that kind of thing.
What
That's
does
what
the
I'm
word
saying.
signs mean?
Exactly. What does the word signs mean? How do you understand that? What does it
Hold on, I
pertain
got it
to?
right here. I'm glad that you asked. The word sign is oath, which means, as a matter of fact, let me.
Oath!
No, science. Well,
yeah, oath.
That's called the gospel right there. If you believe in
wait,
Jesus
hold
Christ,
on. Before you
that's
jump to joy,
yeah,
hold
Jesus
on, before you
Christ in
jump
the
to joy,
stars right there,
before you jump
buddy.
to joy, you haven't read the word yet. Hold on.
Wow,
Share it with me.
wow. So you're gonna argue with the brother at this point
So
about
here it
this,
is.
right?
All right, so everybody can see my screen. Right here, if you look where my cursor is swinging around.
Yeah,
okay,
you'll get a
word
screen
oath,
share,
right?
buddy. You'll get a screen share.
All right, so right here it says probably. Okay, it says
Go
probably
ahead.
from a signal, literally figurative, a flag, beacon, monument, omen, prodigy, evidence, mark, miracle.
Yeah,
Where
what do you do with
see?
the flag? What do you do with the flag? I mean, what's the point of a flag? It's there to be read, isn't it?
Where in here,
There to be translated.
where in the word, or anywhere in the text, do we see the Bible teaching astrology? Where do we see it?
And there he goes again with the diversion because he's just.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not a diversion. It's not a diversion. I'm just simply telling
Why
you
do we have
that.
flags?
You just
Why
shared.
do we have flags? What's the point of a flag? What do we do with a flag? Oh yeah, we read flags because they mean things.
Yes, just like we look at the
things so they
stars
can
to
be
determine what
understood.
month it is, to determine if it's day or night, or determine if it's winter, spring, summer, or fall. That's all it's.
Was the gospel of Jesus Christ not a signal for us to understand?
What do you mean? A signal?
Do you think? Please, Veckel, read that again. Read it again.
Okay, I'm gonna read it one more time, folks.
Oh,
it says here, probably from H225, a signal. Okay, nothing about the zodiac, nothing about astrology. It just means a signal.
Astrology is.
Okay.
Astrology
No.
is
So
utilizing that.
Now you're eisegeting the text. Okay, so again, it says a signal, a flag, beacon, monument, omen, prodigy, evidence. Again, so it has these multiple meanings. So when we look at the sky to determine what season it is, or what month it is,
the gospel is in the stars.
Wait, but
that's the point.
Rev, you're not addressing my point, though. My point, I know the gospel is in the universe. I know that. What I'm telling you is that the word oath is not used as a means to say that the Bible teaches astrology. It doesn't.
That's not what anyone's saying. You've come to that conclusion because you just refuse to listen to what it is people are telling you.
That's why I'm asking you questions.
Well, I've heard both theories. I've heard that the gospel is in the stars, and I've heard that the gospel is in no stars or whatever. And I honestly wouldn't be able to know because I can't read the stars, so I don't know.
Yeah. And how do you go about understanding the stars? Oh yeah, that's astrology, isn't it?
I would say that's astronomy, not astrology.
Astrology is more.
Astrology is more
of a supernatural thing. We use like spirit guides and stuff like that to help you understand stuff. You know.
Exactly.
No, it ain't. Astrology.
Astronomy is more like.
Don't go around trying to blame the fact that you're an asshole on the way the stars were lined up the day you were born. It has nothing to do with it.
Is scientist Sam? Did he leave? Okay. I mean, is there anybody here who's really knowledgeable in the area of astronomy, or anything like that at all?
I know where astronomy came
from.
All right, because as far as I know, is it wrong to say that looking to the stars to determine the months and the seasons, is that astronomy or is that astrology?
That's definitely astronomy. Anything actually useful from astrology moved to astronomy a long time ago. The only thing left in astrology is
That's called Darwinism.
Okay, that's
scientific paradigm.
That's all I'm saying.
That's what that's called.
The Bible definitely purports astronomy, but not astrology.
Just like we moved from alchemy to chemistry, we moved from astrology to astronomy.
Chemistry is alchemy.
And religion
Chemistry is
to
just like a
science.
limited version of alchemy. It's just dealing with the actual physical aspects of reality, whereas alchemy
Alchemy
takes
is
into both
just-
account the physical and the metaphysical.
Well, on there, you got that right. You got that one right.
No, alchemy was kind of a smaller subset of chemistry.
No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. You don't know what alchemy is.
That included impossible things that's not possible.
Oh my god.
What is alchemy then? What?
Well,
Again,
alchemy
you need
alchemy
to
is more
explain
like
what alchemy
dealing with
is.
like supernatural properties and stuff like that. Like stuff like the things that are seen are held together by the things that can't be seen, stuff like that.
Right, exactly.
Well, that's a very nebulous and broad answer. I mean, alchemy can pertain to all sorts
Well,
of things.
alchemy was dealing with spiritual aspects of the physical world using spiritual agents. But if you don't believe in spiritual agents, then it wouldn't matter.
Thank you.
Alchemy is silliness wrapped in nutshells. They quit doing that a long time.
No, that's because you rather prefer this, bullshit mainstream consensus science over your own sort of understanding of reality.
Maybe you're right. And I would actually change my mind really quick if you can do one thing, and that's just to make it useful. See,
Find an alchemist then.
finish.
They exist. Like all you got to do is find an alchemist. Just like Google, type in
can I
modern day
finish
alchemist,
what I was saying
find
real
one.
fast?
There you go.
What could they do? What could a modern day alchemist do?
In
Give me
every
an example.
Look, in scientific theories, the reason that they're useful is because they provide us information about the future that we would be unable to have without them. For like the theory of gravity, if I drop a ball from a tall building, using the theory of gravity, I can tell you how fast that ball will be going at every step on the way down. If you flick a nail into space, I can tell you where it'll be at in 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years, based on the theory of gravity. Your theory of astrology, or astronomy, or astrology, right? And the theory of alchemies and all that stuff. What information can you gain from that you couldn't gain through any other
I'll tell you
way?
what alchemy does. Alchemy could change that ball into a fucking apple if it wanted to. Alchemy could change that ball into
Except
a fucking
nobody's ever
lightweight.
done that.
Like, that's what alchemy does.
Except
Rearranges
nobody's
atoms.
ever done that. If you could do that, if anybody was actually capable of that, there's a guy named James Randi who has $1 million check.
Oh,
More than
wow.
willing to
Really,
give
though?
it to you.
James fucking... Wow.
Just,
Why do you scoff at that?
one apple and...
Because the guy's an actor, he's not even a fucking quote-unquote scientist. Like, why do people
out a
refer me
check
to this
and he'll
fucking,
give you
like,
right
dwarf
now.
with a beard? Like,
It's not him directly. You do understand the process of the
that's
James
not the
Randi
point, though.
challenge.
That isn't the point. That's not the
But
point.
it is, because you just said that he can't be trusted because he's a stage magician. He is, that's right.
He's an actor.
But it's not,
He's not
Yes.
got any fucking qualification. Like, I mean, you people pertain
But
to
he
these...
doesn't do the test. This is what you don't understand. I don't mean to interrupt, but this is you're failing to understand the process in that challenge. The challenge process is not solely down to James Randi. He doesn't have any part in it at all.
Yeah, it does, because
The
you have to
test-
convince him. That's the
No,
whole
he
point.
doesn't. You don't have to
convince him
convince
that what you're
That's
doing
what
is
I'm saying.
supernatural.
You don't have to convince James Randi at all.
Right.
He set up the challenge. It's his money. He set it up initially to be something like 10 grand. It's now got to $1 million. The test is conducted by a process that is agreed by a panel of experts and yourself. The person doing the challenge has a say in this.
Okay. And who are the experts then?
That's right.
I don't know their names personally.
Exactly.
But it's
No
not
one knows who they are, because
James
it's just bullshit. No one can verify that that's even a real thing anyway, because no one's going to do it.
Well,
So
Why is
Well,
no one
if
going
you
to do
applied
it?
to it, you'd find out. If you applied to it, you'd find out. And if you were successful in debunking this challenge, you would have scored major kudos for your
right, that's going to happen, is it? So an alchemist goes
Well,
to
yes,
James
you
fucking
think it
Randi and
will.
goes, "Oh, look at this! I'll turn your fucking beard into a fucking, I don't know, like a fig tree or whatever." And he's going to go, "No, sorry, that's not supernatural because I don't
Because
think."
it's nothing to do with James Randi. You're not listening. James Randi does not take part in it. He
Well,
has
why would
no
you say
part in
that?
it because he set up the challenge. He's in his 80s, for Christ's sake. He's not a physicist. He doesn't take.
Exactly.
He doesn't
Exactly.
judge
He's not a
the challenge.
physicist. Not a physicist.
Yes,
so
that's
why
why
would
he
you
doesn't
even
have a
respect
part
his-
in the challenge. Dude, I don't think you're understanding what I'm saying.
It doesn't really matter. Nothing you can say to this guy. I mean, he's just gonna, throw it right back like.
I mean, who next? Are you going to refer me to next? Fucking Bill Nye.
Nobody has ever turned an apple into a ball. Not even on YouTube.
Yeah, they have. Well, that's because you don't surround yourself with alchemists, so you wouldn't know that. But anyway.
Show us some alchemy.
No, because it ain't for everyone.
It ain't for everyone. It's not real.
Well, then there's no point to it, then, is there?
It's not real because it. Well, okay.
Well, you know what? I have a dragon that's in my garage, but I would show it to you. But it's not for everybody. And it's really awesome.
That's not the same thing, though, is it?
But no, it's true. What I'm saying is true. Though. My dragon in my garage. It's fire breathing. It walks, talks. It's really awesome.
Wait, now, Commando, can you honestly say that you've actually seen this happen, or you believe it by faith?
It wouldn't really matter if I had seen it in person. You're not going to believe me if I told you I had seen shit like that.
But let me just take your word for it, because I do believe in the supernatural. So did it happen?
Okay, if you're going to take my word for it, then yeah, I have seen things like that in real life. Yeah.
Oh, no, it's that easy. Okay, all right, I'll take your word for it. It did happen.
Tell us about it then. Tell us what happened.
But the scientists here, the people, the materialists here, are wanting you to explain how it is that it happened, what you saw.
Let me get my deck of cards. I can show you how he did it. Hold on.
Well, it's kind of weird because I definitely believe in the natural and supernatural, and I believe in science. But at the same time, like, how can I even put this? Like, trying to explain how a metaphysical process works in a physical natural universe, it wouldn't be compatible with even with me, because it just okay.
No, the problem is people try and put that into a dichotomy, and that's how they don't understand it. When they don't understand that metaphysical and physical are one and the same thing, they're both the same process. If you split that into a dichotomy of physical and non-physical, you're never going to find an answer, because you'll appeal to one of the two systems, and you'll never come to an understanding of it.
Can you explain the situation? So tell us about this alchemical thing that happened. Then tell us what happened.
Well, why should I? I mean.
Did you actually see actually see it occur, Commander? You said you saw it occur. So what exactly did you see? Like, did you see somebody put up a curtain, and then the object was there, and then they moved the curtain, and then it was gone? Or?
I mean, you could go and play it as this magic bullshit. I mean, yeah, I see what you're doing, but I mean, the thing that I saw.
I'm trying to ask you because the empiricists here want to know, and I do too.
It wouldn't matter what I told them though, because they'll always have this.
Commando, I believe in the supernatural as well. And again, like I said before, when I'm challenged with my faith on things that I honestly have no ability to explain, I am not ashamed to say, you know what, let me get back to you on that one. But here you are telling us that you actually saw firsthand something supernatural occur.
Right.
And you're telling people that you can't even. Maybe you don't even need to explain how it happened, but at least tell us what exactly did you see? Did you see it transform?
Okay, I'll tell you what. I mean, okay, fair enough. I'll tell you what I saw. I've seen someone in my sort of area levitate. I've seen that.
Okay.
What do you mean by area? What, you saw someone in your house levitate, or?
And I'm talking like in the same room. Sorry, like I worded that wrong. But like in the same room as me, like I've seen someone levitate within my sort of.
Okay, but what about alchemy though? I mean, you were saying something about an apple, and you said.
Well, that's what alchemy is. Alchemy, right? I mean, I'll give you a brief definition. Alchemy is essentially rearranging atoms on the quantum level by utilizing metaphysical aspects. That's what alchemy does. Yeah. So.
Right. So I mean, levitation. Okay, all right. I've heard of stories about that. What about give us something that's really out there that you don't see normally every day? I mean, I know levitating.
Vec, let me ask him this. I know you know your stuff, Commando. Okay, but let me ask you this: Are you officially a part of one of the mystery schools?
No, because mystery schools pertain to Hermeticism, not Hermetic.
I don't believe you. I don't believe you.
Well, you don't have to, but I mean, I'm not a Hermetic, so I don't need to go to a mystery school.
There's a lot you can learn from God.
Yeah.
Astrology is one of those things, ironically.
He says.
So when you saw someone levitate, what did they do? How high off the ground did they go, for example? I mean,
about 4 feet.
That's pretty high.
Mm-hmm.
And what was the circumstances around that? How did that come to be?
They were just demonstrating what they could achieve through supernatural powers, if you will.
Well, no physical agent can do anything supernatural. They need a supernatural agent to do it.
Exactly, because physicality is the end product of supernatural agents. That's what I'm saying.
Right, but you wouldn't be able to do it. It would have to be like some supernatural entity, like a spirit or something, working through you. That's how the laws of the supernatural work.
No, not at all. You could utilize those metaphysical things, to rearrange the atoms on the quantum level to be able to achieve things which the empiricist or the materialist would deem as supernatural.
Well, you could do it, but something else like a spiritual agent working through you would have to do it.
Yeah, but your own sentience could utilize that, spiritual stuff. That's what I'm saying. Like, you're implying that it's like, oh, it's demons, and you have to,
Right.
let the demons take over you or some shit. Like, no, that's not how it works.
Well, that's the only way you can explain it.
From the Christian worldview, I suppose, but that ain't the worldview I hold to or understand. So.
Hey, Commander, what about tarot cards? How do you view those?
One second, right, Commando. What's your worldview?
Worldview.
Yeah, you just said from my worldview. What's your worldview?
All right. Well, yeah. I mean, I was keeping it simple so we could understand what it was I was referring to. But technically, if you want to get into sort of the specifics, I don't really have a worldview. I claim to know the shit that I spout. You know what I'm saying, but if you want to put a label to it, then that's towards the road of like Gnosticism or whatever you want to call it. So.
Could you levitate?
Could I levitate? If I dedicated myself to hermetic practices, I could levitate. Yeah.
So you don't currently have the knowledge to do that right now.
No.
If you had enough power, could you levitate somebody through a Google Hangout?
Again, I'm not from any, sort of mystery schools that sort of specialize.
Yeah, exactly. The only reason I asked you that, Commando, is because you could prove your credentials right here if you want to.
Yes. Yes.
If that was the thing that I did, I could, but I don't do that. So.
Of course not.
That's
How would you be able to tell someone faking levitation over a real levitation or any?
You can't fake levitation. When you see it in front of you, you know it's real.
Commander, why do you bother telling people these things? I mean, do you care that people? Is there ultimate?
Are you saying have I got an agenda?
With Christians, when we argue, debate, or even just have normal discussions with non-believers, we have an agenda. We want to see souls get saved. We want people to know about Jesus Christ so that they get saved. All right. With you though, it seems like you're only contradicting what everybody is saying just so that you can be praised.
Nope, it ain't for my own self-gratification at all.
That's not my agenda. Self-gratification. That's what it sounds like to me. You don't sound like
perceive it as that.
Because when people ask you, when people ask you for verification, I keep hearing things like, go look it up, go look it up, go look it up. I don't hear any real concern about people coming from you that people know what you know. It just seems
I mean, my agenda isn't to mind control people into religions. That's why I tell people to look it up for themselves. Like, I ain't on here saying you have to believe in Jesus. That ain't my agenda. I don't want to control people into spiritual
people say that about Christianity all the time, but the fact of the matter is, it just seems like there's no ultimate agenda with you, except for one thing, which is to contradict people. That's it.
Okay, well, if my agenda is to contradict people, then that's what it is. But like, by no means am I here for my own self.
No, I'm just trying to understand what is your ultimate motive when you tell people that Christians are wrong, atheists are wrong, scientists are wrong about this and this. What is your ultimate goal?
Why do you sort of demonstrate that? I mean, you sort of outlined that.
Why do you tell people
people's understanding of what they think is real?
But why do you care if they believe in a falsehood?
Why do I care? So what's my spiritual agenda is what you're asking.
Well, spiritual, whatever. I mean, what is your agenda? Why do you care if people have it wrong?
I'll keep that. You're the only one that has it right.
Okay, let me say this again. When I talk to an atheist, I do care whether or not they believe in God, whether they worship God, because I care about their souls. I want them to get saved. I want them to get to know God. That's why I bother to argue with them, even if they don't believe it. They can call me an idiot all they want. That doesn't.
Are you sure that you care about people's soul, or is it more about
conversations? Okay, but I'm just trying to figure out what is your ultimate goal. That's why I think Rev is asking you about your worldview.
I mean, you just said twice what my agenda is.
I don't know what your
agenda is. To contradict people's predictions by pointing them in other
directions. So all you care about it, and when you make these comments towards atheists and Christians and other theists, whatever.
Yeah, make them think for themselves. That's the agenda.
All you care about is just contradicting that. You don't care about them actually learning something and walking away from something.
I just told you, make them think for themselves. That's the spiritual agenda.
But then after that, then what?
make them think for
What good is
themselves.
that going to do for society? I'm just
It's up to them. It's up to them. I don't want to. I'm not here, like I said, to mind control people or manipulate them into a certain
Well,
belief.
what you just said is a contradiction because everybody can think for themselves and come to the wrong conclusion.
Right.
So why would you want them to
okay,
think?
okay, so I'm here to assist in that process then. I'm here to assist in people thinking for themselves.
All right. So therefore, nobody should really take anything you say seriously from this point on. Then.
I don't put anything forward.
There's no obligation.
Serious because I'm not an authority.
There's no real motivation for you to even bother telling people that they're wrong.
Yeah, but I ain't an authority though. I ain't an authority on anything. So what I put forward, I don't expect people to take
No,
seriously at all.
You do have an authority yourself. Your own authority.
No, well, see, no, that's. I mean, the way you worded that's clever, but no, not really.
Nah, well, you can't tell me I'm wrong because you don't have any. You don't have any agenda. You don't have any real way to prove that I'm wrong.
Why is that a bad thing though? Why is not having an agenda to
It's not a bad thing for you because that's your worldview. It's a bad thing for me though, in my worldview, because if
it
the
prevents
alternative
people
is
being.
hell, the alternative is hell, eternal conscious torment.
Well, that's how you understand it, but I mean, me and other people don't see it that way.
Well, I'm just sharing with you my personal agenda here. Just like Jesus had in Luke chapter 5 when he was hanging out with the sinners. You know, the Pharisees walked up to him and said, "Look at him hang. He's a wine bibber. He's hanging out with the sinners." And he said right in front of those people when he said, he said, I've come to save the sinners and bring them to repentance. He said that right in front of them. So his agenda was no secret to these people he was hanging out with. He said it right in front of them.
But you just committed blasphemy there because you've just compared yourself to your own Messiah.
No, that's not blasphemy. I'm just comparing myself to what he did. No. See, now you're committing a fallacy. Now you're committing a fallacy because now you're trying to turn it around on me because you know that you're stuck.
That's what you said. That's what you said. You can. I mean, you can look back in the hangout. You can look back in the hangout, and that is exactly what you said. You said, "I am doing this just like Jesus did."
What I'm telling you is that I'm doing exactly what Jesus did. I'm not saying that I'm exactly like Jesus.
You compared yourself.
If you heard me call myself God, then you would say that's blasphemy. But you didn't hear me call myself the Son of God.
How can you compare yourself?
So you don't, Commander, you don't really take this seriously anyway. So even if I did say something blasphemous, it doesn't matter to you anyway.
I mean, I do take it seriously.
You can't prove that what I said was blasphemous anyway. But all I'm saying is that
he's getting mad because he knows I had a point there.
I'm doing exactly what other Christians are doing and should be doing. Is we're talking to non-believers so that they can be brought to repentance. Now, if you want to say that that's comparing us to Jesus Christ, well, in a way, yes, because we're following him. That's the term Christian. That's what it means. It means to be like Christ. So we should be doing the exact things that he's doing, but we're not taking on the attributes that he is.
You don't actually know what.
So if you want to call that blasphemy, I mean, that's just kind of silly.
But it's based on interpretation because, again, you don't understand what the Christ is because, I mean, again, you hold to this sort of very Protestant sort of understanding of what the Bible is.
But my guy who's giving us no evidence for anything is telling us we don't know about anything.
Yeah, isn't it magical?
Commander, it doesn't matter what you say.
It doesn't matter what. Well, good because I don't come in here to be taken seriously. Like I've already told you my agenda.
I can keep cutting you off anytime I want because there's nothing matters to you. It doesn't matter.
I mean, I've already told you why I'm sort of here, so...
So if nothing matters to you, does that matter that nothing matters?
Nothing matters to you.
I didn't make sense of that
even
question.
Making sense doesn't matter. Even making sense doesn't matter.
Well, that means every time he talks, he's saying nothing, so...
Yeah, pretty much.
All right,
I hate an authority, though, so, I mean...
One second, guys. One second. Point of moderation. Jack, are you here? Jack. I'm going to kick you. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Who's Jack?
5. Okay, he's getting kicked. Go ahead, guys.
I was going to say that with that Hegesius guy, wasn't it, or something? I think.
Okay.
Yeah, even arguing from the atheist perspective, I would say at least there are some atheists. Some of them would get into these kinds of discussions because against Christians, because they're sincerely concerned about how people interpret and misinterpret the scriptures and use it for ill gain. So in that sense, I can understand that an atheist may have an agenda for in that case. But with you, it just seems like
you keep saying this. I mean, it's okay, sort of outlining this dichotomy.
I'm smarter than you.
Think I operate. You can keep doing that, but it's not really going to get you anywhere. I mean, like we understand how you think.
That's all we're hearing from you ultimately in these discussions. I'm Commando. I'm smarter than you. You're stupid. You don't believe in a flat Earth, then you're stupid.
Yeah.
You know, that's what I'm hearing from you. I don't hear any agenda. I don't hear any willingness to say, you know what, I'm accepting that on faith.
That's the whole point. I don't have an agenda because I don't seek to manipulate. I don't
but-
seek to tell other people what it is they should believe. So I don't see why that's a bad thing.
But
I mean, you've obviously said you have an agenda, which I can obviously see. But,
Atheists will ask a Christian all the time, you know, give me
oh yeah, 'cause they have
evidence.
an agenda.
Give me empirical
Said that
evidence that God exists. And I, as a Christian, will
we know.
say, you know what? I don't have evidence, but I have circumstantial evidence. And then they'll ask me other questions, and some of them I'm able to answer, some of them I'm not. And the ones that I'm not able to answer, I say, you know what? Let me get you to Brother Rev over here, or this guy over here. He or she is probably better suited to answer that question. I'm just honestly not equipped for this type of discussion. But you're not doing that, Commando. You're just telling people that they're stupid.
I am telling people
they
that
don't
they're
agree with you. You're not backing it up.
I mean, yeah, I
That's
might have
that's
called
prideful,
someone
man.
stupid out of like the spur of the moment, but do I mean
That's
it? No.
prideful.
Like, that
That's
isn't my
prideful.
agenda to sort of, make people out, to be less than me. That isn't my agenda.
Proverbs 16:5 says, everyone that is proud in heart is an abomination to the Lord.
Well, that'd be
Though
you then,
hand
because you
in
took
joined
pride
hand,
before when comparing
ye
yourself
shall
to your
not
own
be
Messiah. So, I
unpunished.
mean,
So
that sort of
pride
appeal.
goeth, Proverbs 16:18 verse 19 says, pride goeth before destruction, and a haughty spirit before a fall. Better it is to be of an humble spirit with lowly than to divide the spoil with the proud.
Amen. Better understand what that means,
But
Vekel.
you don't believe any of that stuff. You've clearly demonstrated that in this entire discussion.
I don't need to believe what it means. I understand what it means. So.
Now, I don't think you do either. Oh, well, maybe you do. You just don't abide by it, I guess.
Maybe I do. What? So you're willing to grant the possibility that I could understand what that means?
Because you keep telling people that they're stupid. That's not.
I'm not
humble.
telling people that they're stupid though.
You did. You did a couple times already. You tell people because they don't believe in a flat Earth, they're stupid.
Nope, I haven't
That's
once
what you did.
said that. Nope, I haven't once said that. I mean, if you can find where I've said that,
You didn't
that's
say
fair
that to
enough,
me. You
but
said
I
it
don't think you'll be able to
to
do
said
that.
it to other people who was asking a question.
Well, if you've got evidence, let's play the science game. If you've got evidence, then present it.
Yeah, you said it in a video. You just said it in this hangout.
Oh my gosh, I'm about to pee myself.
Hey, Commando, I'm so glad that we're having this discussion because you are showing us a perfect example of how valid the Bible is regarding how difficult it is to do for us as human beings to do what God has commanded us to do.
I mean, that's an interesting preaching strategy, but I doubt it's going to work on anyone in this room. You know what I'm saying?
And you're right up there along with everybody else here. Nobody's perfect. We all make mistakes. We all fall short of the glory of God.
Never claim to be perfect.
Your refusal to
knowledge.
back up any of your
I claim to have
claims
knowledge. I don't
is a
claim to be
perfect example of why God gives the commandments. So,
Hey, Vekel,
yeah,
what exactly makes us not perfect? What is it that makes us not perfect?
according to God's standards, God requires that we do not sin from the moment we're born to the moment that we die. That means even in thought, we are held accountable. Even if the thought only lasts for a few seconds, God is going to be accountable for that.
I wouldn't agree with that. I mean, that's sort of right, but it's
absolutely right. God
well,
is
no,
holy.
well, no, because from the moment you're born, you're already condemned.
No, you're not. I believe in original sin, but sin, you're not going to be held accountable for your sin until you actually sin.
Well, no, well, in a way, all right. I can put it in an analogy like this: if you go to court, or let's say some cops knock on your door and they take you to court and they say, "Hey, we're about to put you in jail for a crime that you're about to commit." If you didn't commit the crime yet, they can't hold you accountable for anything. If God is supposed to be the judge of the universe and a regular judge on earth wouldn't do that, there wouldn't be good logic for God.
That's not analogous though to what's revealed in the scriptures.
I'm telling you, that's what's revealed in the scripture. From the time we're born, we are condemned.
No,
The Bible says,
that's not what original sin is. That's not what Psalm 51 is talking about there. We are born with the capability to sin. Okay, but we're not held accountable for the action until we actually commit the action. You see what I'm saying? That's what Psalm 51 is in reference to when David says he was conceived in sin, meaning that he was born with a sinful nature, with the capability to sin,
There
But
you
no,
go. Then I guess I'll be wrong. Then we're born with a sinful nature, but you know what I mean? Yeah.
right. I agree with you 100%. We're born with a sinful nature, but nowhere in Scripture do you see any example of God holding somebody accountable for something they didn't do. You know, even if we look at Luke chapter 12, verses 47 and 48, you got the example of the two servants, one that sinned with knowledge and one that sinned without knowledge. Both got punished, okay? But the fact of the matter is they sinned. What's the difference? And the one that sinned without knowledge got a lesser punishment than the one who did it deliberately. But he still sinned. And it's the same thing.
Basically, you're just talking about the difference between like premeditation versus non-meditation, but
right.
I don't know.
But let's say the person, let's hypothetically speaking, let's say the one slave never sinned at all. You know, he never sinned deliberately or ignorantly. Okay, he can't be held accountable for something he's never done. Okay, he may still have the sinful nature, but he can't be held accountable for having that sinful nature. That is how that is the way he came into this world. But he won't be held accountable until he actually commits the sin.
Well then, like you know, babies masturbate and stuff like that. So like a baby that masturbates and stuff like that. But that would be a sin. So the baby will go to hell.
Wait,
Who says masturbation is a sin?
Wait, well, I'm not for sure, but Becker, I got a question. You talking about thoughts being wrong. What happens if you're dreaming? You have no control over. You believe that person has control over their brain while they're dreaming?
Yeah, there's a difference between temptation and entertaining a thought. So Jesus says, whoever looks at a woman with lust has committed adultery already with her.
I
in
heard
his
you
heart.
say that.
So
But I'm just saying, like, about dreaming though.
Yeah. That just means that you're deliberately entertaining a thought. So let's say, for instance, I'm walking down the street, girl walks by, she's gorgeous. There's nothing wrong with observing somebody who's pretty.
Well, no, while you're dreaming, you can't control it. It just happens.
Well, that's a little bit of a different issue there. I don't know if I want to tackle that one, but again, I think.
But no, I want you to What if I was dreaming about killing somebody? What if I was dreaming about killing somebody?
Are you telling me in a dream?
Let me finish my sentence. Hold on.
Are you telling me in a dream?
Finish my sentence. Hold on. Let me finish my sentence. If you're dreaming about having sex with a different woman in your dream, okay, are you telling me that you're not held accountable for that?
You can control your dreams?
No, no. What?
I really was wanting to talk about the free will issue, but because we can't go, because we can't go in that territory, I thought the dream would be a good analogy.
If it's happening in your dream, it wouldn't be reality. It wouldn't be real.
I'm just saying, God is not going to hold you accountable for something you do deliberately. Okay, and if you do sin out of ignorance, well, you're still going to get punished for it, but it'll be a lesser form of punishment. That's all I'm saying. And the doctrine of original sin is just that. It means that you're born with the capability to sin, but you're not considered a sinner yet until you actually commit the sin. That's all.
That's like some it sounds like Minority Report where you can get punished even just for entertaining the thought.
Yeah, I was thinking about that too.
That God requires.
It sounds like hocus pocus, but
it's well. See, again, that's why. Do you really think that God put the Ten Commandments just so that Israel could obey Him? No, the Ten Commandments.
I think they're just very good rules of thumb. But
the Ten Commandments are not there for us to obey. The Ten Commandments are there to show you how imperfect we are, according to God's standards, and that we have to look to the Christ for our salvation. But
if God did that, I would totally not want to be anything to do with that God.
Well,
if he just he just constantly flaunts on how imperfect we are. Why would I want anything to do with that God?
He doesn't do that though. That's the problem. You don't read the scriptures, man. He doesn't do that. He shows all kinds of encouragement throughout the scriptures. And that's the problem with the atheists here in this G+.
I'm not atheist.
Well, non-believers in the G+ here in the community, all you guys do is seem to focus on things like in the Old Testament, 1 Samuel 15, Deuteronomy this, Deuteronomy that, Leviticus this. What about the grace of God and the love of God that's all throughout the Old and the New Testament? We don't hear the atheists or the non-believers talk about that. You know, it's all about I want to be a Christian, but I don't want to follow a set of rules. That's not Christianity. Christianity is not a set of rules. It's not. That's what Mormonism is. Jehovah's Witnesses, Black Hebrew Israelites are. Yes, that's what they are. They're about your bunch of rules. You got to do this, got to do that in order to be saved, in order to be right with God. God is saying the only way you're going to be right with me is according to what I declare upon you.
You know what I think it is, Veckel? I think man, just our human nature, our nature, needs something to worship. Now, whether it be in Commando's astrology or people's science, I'm not all into science either. Or are you talking about people's science? Or are you talking about philosophy? Or if you're even talking about Christianity, no matter what, everybody wants to place value on something, and then whatever they place value on, they want to claim that is the way. I'm not saying like Commando
Yeah, like
did that,
that's
but certainly you
right.
do that.
Like that's the end all be all, right? Well, I mean that I would say you're 100% right, but that's the way we were wired from creation. That's what I would say.
But that's why I never like really talk bad about anybody's religion or spiritual, whatever they find to be spiritual or important to them, because like there is, even scientists have really kind of conquered science in some ways, made science look foolish. So I don't know. I think it's kind of arrogant to just go into and not to bash someone else's for their own beliefs
Wait,
or
now
their spiritual guidance. Go ahead.
you said you're not an atheist, so
No, I'm
what
a
is?
Gnostic.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. And that's exactly what in my humble opinion, like how I just don't figure like I don't know how you could ever possibly know. I don't really believe in true knowledge.
Well, you don't believe in true knowledge, so do you know that? You know that you don't know.
Yeah, but that's just you're just using words to play games. But
That's not words. You know that you don't know, so you're Gnostic. That you're agnostic.
no. I'm just saying like my overall feeling. Okay, you can play these word games, but my overall feeling is uncertainty. I'm uncertain about a lot of things. Now, do I have a certain amount of certainty when I get up in the morning that my foot will hit the ground? Yeah, but that's like induction, right? So it happens all the time. So until it doesn't happen, then I don't really have nothing to worry about. But
Well, I
I've been
mean,
convinced.
for
Go ahead.
me, because I wasn't always a Christian, but because I used to think Christians were crazy until I became one of them. And for me,
Welcome.
what you say?
I said welcome.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, but
Now
I guarantee you could think like Commando's crazy, but until you've been indoctrinated or I don't even use the word indoctrinated, but until you've actually studied it, then you can't like look at it from a different higher perspective and say, oh, you guys are crazy, because that's just like what I'm doing to you. That's because I have a degree in science. That would be like me what I'm doing to you as a Christian. You don't like it, right? So like, why would you do that to others?
well, I want to do that now. Now I'm a Christian, but before I just thought those guys were like freaking like Bible thumping wing nuts and just out of control. And then I became one of them. So, but the reason why I became a Christian was because like I'm a big buff on science, and so like the thing for me was the scientific method is make an observation, is it repeatable, is it testable, et cetera, et cetera. And from what we observe in nature actually matches with what the Bible says happened in the history of the world. Like in the beginning, there was time, space, and matter, and we know that time, space, and matter had to come together all simultaneously at once. And the Bible is the only creation historical. I guess I don't even like
I would
calling it
object to
story.
that. Actually, I think we talked about this. I don't know if you were here, Wayne, but we were
No,
talking about
I probably wasn't. No.
But we were talking about how time may not even exist. So like that may cause and effect may not exist. Like everything could just be one. Everything could be one.
Time does exist.
No, it may not exist.
You ruined that field.
It's my film, I do what I like.
Were you? Who was that? Was that Whistle?
Yeah, gee, come on, dude. Like,
Well,
No,
that
it's
was a
not.
really good philosophical. If you understood
Wait,
some,
no, that's not what I was doing. There's an idiot outside that's cutting down half the countryside for some fucking reason.
but I think we were talking about. There was a really good argument today, and it's been made before that cause and effect may not exist the way that you. I know it seems self-evident, but I think there was some good argument saying that it doesn't exist this morning.
Cause and effect doesn't exist?
Yeah, basically.
Now we're getting into like reality may not even be real, and we may not
Right.
even be here, stuff like that. But we
No,
know
the idea is you have to understand some philosophies. You have to understand that the difference, some of the philosophical theories that were posited in the 17th or 18th century. So, for example, if you talk about the noumenon world versus the phenomenon world, like you cannot prove like I don't agree with I'm not in the same school of thought that Commando's in, but at the same time, like I understand like how he feels because how do I explain this to you? Um, the the world that you see is the world of appearances, and the world that you have is not obviously the world that you those two worlds are different. I'm not saying like when you look at something.
Yeah, Russ, can I step in here just
Yeah.
1 second? Okay. All right. Logic was in here earlier today. Well, yesterday. He was talking about. He basically described the holographic universe from his perspective. It's basically God's machine projecting everything that we see around us. Basically, that all is one. The source is God. He said it in his own way. And I would recommend you guys to go back to Nadia's hangout earlier today, yesterday, sorry, when Logic talked about this. And if you can hear it, there's lots of good stuff in there.
What's his name is Logic? What's his avatar look like?
Dice.
Oh, okay. All right. So I'll look for it. Yep. Later.
No, I'll get you a link.
Well, I mean, we certainly can be certain that time exists and reality is real and all the other stuff that we claim not to be sure. I mean, even entropy proves that time exists. Everything in the universe is running down, which means that there was a beginning. Because if it's running down, it had to be perfect at one time.
My headphones clicked out. Did you guys ask me a question or anything?
Oh no.
Okay.
I was just saying that the second law of is the second or first law of thermodynamics, entropy. Everything in the universe is running down because something is running down at one time. It had to be perfect, meaning that time exists. Time is winding down. We know that for a fact. Time is winding down. It's coming to an end, which means that it had a beginning.
I've never heard anybody say time may not exist. I just can't even grasp that concept at all. Except for yeah, guys.
Time does exist because we're physical beings. To say there is no time, we would be metaphysical, meaning this world would be supernatural.
That's because you're a chimp on the ball. No, I'm just joking. But no, but
Dionysus, are you a solipsist?
I'm not anything. I don't know. I mean,
I don't even know what a solipsist is.
It's basically a person believes that they only the self exists and can be proven to exist. So
but you can't use your own you can't use your own reasoning faculties and logical skills to see if you exist because they might not work.
The solipsists won't argue against that. They'll just say that they don't know. I don't know. I could be way off.
Oh, what kind of worldview is there? Holy crap!
They don't know if they're in. All they know is the reality that they're in. They don't know if they're actually in a room or if they're actually talking to someone.
Subjective truth. I can't tell you anything about you, but all I know is about me. That's not real truth, man.
I wouldn't even go that far, actually. I think even that's an arrogant statement.
I could be explaining it incorrectly, but that's what it sounds like to me. It sounds like they don't know if they're in a matrix or not.
No, it goes farther than that, though. I mean, the way that Logic, I wasn't able to articulate the way that he articulated. We were basically on the same page, and what he was saying kind of goes right in hand with what I kind of already believed, or not. I believe, but what I infer from my the way I see reality, and how basically, the idea was that everything's information. So, for example, when you're looking at something and the way that it goes in your brain, it's sensory information, and just like when you taste something, it's all sensory information, and there's really no separation between the noumenon world and the phenomenon world, and therefore everything can be the reason why we have separation is because of the principle of individuation. and actually, we're all really the same wheel. The same, even the inanimate objects are still the same as something that's alive. There's no separation between human and phenomenon world.
Well, that's
And when you do that, when you do that, you get rid of time and a cause and effect in time.
Well, that's as bad as saying like and I'm going to take it into like evolution. That's as bad as saying because we share 98% of our DNA with monkeys, that mean that we evolved from another monkey 4.6 billion years ago. But what also could be true is we have the same designer because we have the same parts. They both could be true, and science really can't tell you which one is true or not.
You understand that this is a model, and the way that models work is as long, even though we may not say that it's truth, like capital T truth, but what we do agree is that the model fits our understanding of our experiences, and so long as it does that, it's considered to be a valid model.
It's not
So the model is we're all one, but we're not.
Precisely.
I'm not sure about that. I like to say science deals with abductive arguments. It's the inference to the best explanation, right? And given the evidence that we have, the best explanation.
Alright, science is induction, not deduction. It's induction.
I said abduction.
Oh, okay.
Which is inference to the best explanation, which is gathering evidence and seeing on which side it leans, and proposing a hypothesis which best explains the evidence, keeping in mind Occam's razor, which means doesn't multiply entities beyond necessity, i.e. do not propose something that is not necessary for the evidence to be explained, propose a predictive criteria for this model, and a falsification model. And this
that falsification, certain models like metaphysics cannot be falsified. All right, so that's the reason that model that I'm talking about deals with metaphysics.
Do you mean supernatural?
What's that?
By metaphysics, you mean the supernatural?
No, I mean what the definition of metaphysics is, and that is
what
truly exists.
The supernatural, like the.
No, metaphysics is not supernatural. Metaphysics is simply what the absolute truth is.
Well, to atheists, it's supernatural because they don't grant anything outside physical materiality. So.
So metaphysics kind of means literally metaphysics, beyond metaphysics.
Exactly. So if you're a true atheist, you reject metaphysics, then, do you?
I kind of do, yes, in that meaning at least.
Oh, so wait, you're a uniformitarian. You're into uniformitarianism.
Who? Me?
You're an atheist, right?
Yes.
All right. So you think that the world, how it is today, is how it's always been and stuff like that. There wasn't a world without flood. God didn't create anything, and the world has been going on just like it always has.
And we all came from rocks about 4.5 billion years ago.
Laws of physics are absolute, universal. Yes.
All right.
Yeah, there is no evidence to conclude that there was a global flood. In fact, there's tons of evidence that contradicts this.
Well, not even. I'm going to go all the way to the beginning, to the origin and stuff like that. I know. So do you believe in cosmology, Big Bang Theory, all that stuff?
Yeah.
What? Are you asking me or who are you asking?
Well, all right. All of you guys who believe in the Big Bang Theory, say aye.
Aye.
Okay. So
I can't say I agree or disagree. I mean, I think it just depends on what model you're talking about. Does it fit the model that's currently out? Yes, it does. But But when we're talking about metaphysics, that has nothing to do with the Big Bang.
Well, yeah, because the Big Bang was it says it was a natural event.
In the beginning, God said, "Let there be light." Bang.
Well, I wouldn't say that. I do say we do have proof of that. That's the remnant heat from the Big Bang that they're calling is the remnant heat from the Big Bang is not remnant heat from the Big Bang. That's the remnant heat from Genesis 1:3.
Okay, how could you possibly prove that?
I can't prove that using observational science. It's in the past. It's going. That's historical science.
Nobody is asking you to observe it back in the past.
That's what I'm telling you. The only way I can prove to you that the remnant heat that you guys call the Big Bang is the remnant heat from Genesis 1:3 is to also presume that all of the other texts in Genesis is true. And
Yeah, but
because
wait
you
a minute,
guys,
wait a minute. How do you know there's such thing as remnant heat? You were told that by a lot of old white people in lab coats.
well, we know for a fact that there's remnant heat out there. That's
Yeah,
a
can you
fact.
observe that? Do you step outside and go, remnant heat?
Commando, did you say white people?
But yeah, 'cause that's what he holds to, because he thinks we're all lepers and we're all sort of evil. So I was just using that against him.
I just want to welcome Mac. God bless.
Hey, Mac.
Hey, Mac. So
Wait. Did I just hear correctly? Who believes white people are lepers?
That would be the guy with the sort of atom as his avatar. When?
You believe
Yeah.
white people are lepers?
Whoa. When you say leper, you have to define what you mean by leper because definitions change.
Yeah, Veckel, this is what I was trying to tell you in the beginning. This guy believes that we white people are Edomites, so
You guys are from the seed of Esau, but I'm not saying Edomites can't be
You're
saved.
Hebrew. Are you
I'm not a
Afrocentric?
Hebrew Israelite.
Are you
That's not true. But either way, that's not true. What the white people from Esau is nonsense, man. It's a misinterpretation of Genesis 25:25.
If you can prove that to me, then I won't believe.
Let's look at it.
You know.
You ready?
I don't have a Bible on me, but if you can
I'll screen share it with you then. If you want to look on my screen, it's up to you.
Go ahead. If you can prove me wrong, I'll stop believing it right now.
Okay.
I got you.
All right, good. All right, I'm screen sharing right now. Genesis chapter 25, verse 25. This is the verse that they bring up all the time to prove. Okay, can you see my screen?
I can see your screen.
I just want to say quickly, just before you begin, like, Veckel can't afford white people to be evil because they're the people that give him his religion, so yeah, just carry on.
I understand the word you just said. But anyway, it says, and the first came out red all over like an hairy garment, and they called his name Esau. So now let's start there. Why is it that the Hebrew Israelites often come to this verse first?
I'm not a Hebrew Israelite. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
But that's where you're getting it from, right?
Well, they have the history right as far as like the lineage of the Hebrews and stuff like that, and the Jews aren't the real Jews. That's true, but they don't have the part about Christ not being Christ and Christ only dying for black people. That's false. Jesus died for the whole world.
Yeah, there's some parts that they teach that I do agree with, but I mean, as far as this Edomite stuff, I mean, that's just not true. First of all, nowhere in this text does it show that Esau was white. It just says that he came out red all over like an hairy garment. Now, first of all, what does that mean? Where's the red part in reference to, the hair or the skin? It doesn't say. It just says he came out red all over like a hairy garment. So most people assert that his hair was red. And to be hairy all over, well, maybe this child had some sort of, I think it's called hypertrichosis. If you look that up, you can actually, some people nickname it werewolf syndrome or something like that, where you have the hair all over your face. I'm wondering if that's the case here with Esau, but I don't know. It just says that he came out the womb hairy.
Well, I mean, it's not really clear. You could interpret it two ways. You could say he came out with a light pigment, and that's why he came out red, or he just came out with red hair.
Right.
But why would he?
No, go ahead.
But why would he come out with red hair? And the Bible not say he came out with red hair. It just says he came out red.
It just says he came out red.
He had light pigment.
Hairy garment. Right. And then we see later on
we know for a fact that black people can produce white people because the information is in their whatchamacallit, to make white people, but white people can't produce black people because it's a loss of information. They don't have the information anymore. Not saying it's a bad thing.
Well,
Wait a minute. That's actually not true. Like, it'd take about 10 generations of the right environment for people with white skin to turn black again.
Well, yeah,
because they have the genes for the melanin.
Yeah, that's what
I haven't heard that, but I know for a fact. Yeah, you're right about the location part. That's natural selection.
Well, again,
no, it's gene expression because the genes are already there for it.
Not if they're in different locations.
And it's funny you guys like worry about this because I don't even concentrate about that.
No,
right?
you would have the ability to express your genes, like in your family tree down the line, if you were in an environment that didn't require or that required that you get more vitamin D, for example, out of the sun because you're living indoors or your environment's not the same.
Well, I don't think that's how evolution would work. I mean, evolution would work basically the ones who had dark skin, and if they were able to survive, then that would be passed on, right?
Like the same goes for hair. Like people who live in northern colder areas are going to express genes that produce more body hair than people who live in tropical areas. But both people still have those genes.
That's
Well,
right. I mean,
I wanted to go back to
with beards, right? Maybe that's fine. And hair is
I
fine.
don't know. I don't know if you can make that conclusion that they still have those genes. I mean, I hate to
Right.
agree with
No, it
Wayne, but I think
depends.
he's making a
Listen,
point.
guys, it depends.
Because natural selection is a lot. That's a loss of information. They don't have they lost their information so they can survive.
There is tons of phenomena that can add information to the genome. This has been explained a million times. Furthermore, you can have a switch genome. You can have a code of DNA that
Hey, Rev, you can
switches on
stop
another code of
presenting
DNA,
me.
which doesn't require
Rev.
loss or
Got you,
addition
brother.
of information. It simply requires the change of the switch gene, which would activate the amount of melanin that is sort of produced, right? And that would change the skin color, and that doesn't necessitate any loss or addition of information.
Thanks, Rev.
No problem.
Yeah, one last thing, if I may, real quick. I was going to share this, but I'll go back to it later. If they're going to look to the word red, which is admony in Genesis 25, and try to assert that that this is talking about white people, then we have to understand what about the description of David, because he was described as young and ruddy, or red, or admony, is the same Hebrew word to describe King David. So King David must have been a white guy, according to people's understanding of Genesis 25:25. You know, and
Hebrews are white, so that's wrong.
right, but I'm saying that's the problem with this argument by by most of the Hebrew Israelites. Again, and then they also look at the other things too, like books outside of Scripture that compare the Romans to the Edomites. But they were Edomites in a spiritual sense, not in a physical sense.
Well, when people play the spiritual and physical and all that stuff, you really got to look at the text, or you won't know.
And well, I'm gonna prove it to you why it has to be spiritual, because if you even look in the book of Josephus, when he even talks about what happened to Idumea.
But you wouldn't say the Canaanites were the spiritual Canaanites. They weren't like the spiritual descendants of Cain. They were like his actual physical descendants. Cain had kids.
No, it depends on the context. It depends on what you're saying, what you're reading the context. Like that book that refers to the Romans as Esau's or as Edomites, it's not saying that they were literally from the line of Esau, because if that were the case, they would be Hebrews as well. Remember, Esau was a Hebrew. So that means all white people are Hebrews according to them.
Well, they would be they would be Canaanites.
No, they would be Hebrew, because if all white people are Edomites, they are Hebrew. They're not Israelite, but they're Hebrew.
And that's obviously false. So. Yeah.
And that's the inconsistency of this position by a lot of these. It's again, I don't hear anybody else talking about it.
Well, I mean, what you really got to look at though is, are the Jews really the Jews from the Bible, or are they fake Jews, like Revelation 21 says?
Now that's a different conversation there.
No, because if you look at who they are, then you're going to ask yourself, well, who are they?
I'm bringing this up again. Synagogue of Satan, right?
That's a different conversation there, but I do have my own opinions about the identity of the Jews myself. As a matter of fact, it's funny we're talking about this, because while we were in this hangout, I'm actually changing some of my notes on Revelation chapter 2 and 3, and I just finished working on verse 9, which actually says, that controversial passage, who say they are Jews and are not. But that's just coincidence, I guess, or maybe not. I don't know.
Nah, it ain't coincidence.
Okay. But
that's called syncretism, but you deny that.
Well, if you want to call it that.
So is it impossible for a white person to be a Jew?
No, absolutely not. As a matter of fact, I take the position that because of the diaspora, the Jews could look like anybody today. because
It also depends which white people.
Exactly, Veckel. That's what I was saying earlier in the
I
whole thing.
think they look like black people. They look like white people. They look like Asians. They look like Hispanics. They look like Indians.
It
And even
depends which
going
white
way
people.
back, even going way back to the time of the Old Testament, and even speaking of Esau, how many wives did he have? He had more than
But
5.
I'm saying the fake Jews know who they are. They got books and records of all this stuff. They know what they did.
Well, that's how you can tell if it's a Jew or not. Just check their banking account.
Oh.
No, but in regards to the white Jews, it depends what sort of white person you are, because not all white people are the same. Just like not all black people are the same.
I'm working on a cartoon right now called 12. It's not professional. It's all me. Just a big hobby I'm doing. Nobody knows I exist. But I have a scene in there, in the trailer, where you see an image of a crowd of men standing together, and they're all different races. And prior to you seeing that image, you see the words, the 1,000, in reference to the 144,000 is mentioned in Revelation. And that is my belief. I believe that the identities of the Jews, any one of us could be.
Well, if that's the case, then they can X me out because it says those guys are virgins. So.
Well, then again, we look at the word virgin. I mean, does it mean that they literally never touched a woman, or does it mean that they never defiled themselves with women? Meaning, like, can they still be married and they never, did what I did when I was younger, messed around with a lot of women and stuff? Or does it mean that they literally like never had a woman? I don't know.
Well, I guess you had to look at the Hebrew text then. So.
Yeah.
Well,
But again, I mean, kind of going back to Josephus, he talks about how a man named John Hyrcanus conquered Idumea, aka Edom, and they converted to becoming Jews, and they embraced it.
If we're gonna go with Josephus, you thought Jesus was doing magic, so I mean.
Well, of course, he was a non-believing Jew.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You just answer it for yourself.
So what do you expect? But it doesn't mean that but he still talked about this man named Jesus. Tacitus talks about Jesus too, but he says some negative stuff about him, so that's actually kind of helpful for the Christian, believe it or not. But yeah, I mean, that doesn't have anything to do with it. But that's why I was asking you before about your position on May 14th, 1948, because I no longer hold that position.
Oh, when the people say, "Oh, that was biblical," John Hagee holds to that belief, and if he holds to it, I don't. He's a con artist.
Yeah, he's part of that movement called CUFI, C-U-F-I, Christians United for Israel. And
and he's like, if you bless Israel and give Israel 200,000, God will bless you, and blah blah blah.
Yeah, on the surface it seems sincere, but I actually talked to a couple of those guys in person because there's a church that I used to go to. Every year around March, they have this thing called Nights to Honor Israel, and they have a bunch of they have a bunch of Christians there on the stage along with Jews, and it's a time of fellowship, praising, singing songs and stuff like that. But they don't talk about Yeshua. They don't talk about the Messiah at all. They don't even try to witness to these people. And then when we talk to them about it, they says, "Well, you don't want to shove it down their throat." I said, "All right, I understand, but aren't you concerned about their soul?" So yeah, well, they're under a different covenant. What do you mean different covenant? And then he told us about this thing called dual covenant theology, which means that the Jews, because they're Jews, they don't have to believe in Jesus Christ in order to be saved. They're going to get saved by keeping the law.
Oh, that's a lie.
Yeah, it is a lie.
Those are the same people who don't like Paul, though. They're like, "Oh, don't read anything from Paul. Paul hated Jews." So.
And these are people calling themselves Christians, right? They're telling you that, believe in Jesus Christ. But the Jews, they don't have to believe in Jesus Christ. They're good to go. That's dual covenant theology. It's a heresy. It's a damnable heresy.
Well, now they got this thing called Chrislam, where they got Christians saying that Islamists are our brothers and sisters and all that crap.
Oh, didn't the Pope say that?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, he did. But I don't take anything he says serious. He's a joke.
Yeah.
The Pope's a joke. Is that why? I mean, that's why he lives in St. Peter's.
Do they still have that statue over there where people kiss
Actually,
the foot?
actually, the Pope is a secret comedian.
You know, I'm wondering where the righteous dead were when Yeshua went down into the depths of the earth to break the bonds of hell. I'm wondering who those righteous were in Abraham's bosom. This makes no sense to me.
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know.
Well, I don't believe that Jesus went down to hell and took keys, and because Jesus, before he died, he said, "Today you'll be with me in paradise." He didn't say, "Oh, I'm going down to hell to take the keys," and that's just something that people put in there. You can't find that in the Bible. That's like when people say,
Have
"When
you
Jesus
ever read Luke 16?
It does say something about him going to the depths of Hades.
in the belly of the earth," could be a synonym for like in the ground or something.
But he's
It
preaching to the
doesn't.
Wow.
But it says he's preaching to the saints.
I'm done.
I mean, even the Hermetics grant that there was some sort of, as above, so below shit going on. So
Not what Rev is saying is right. I think it's it's mentioned in two places: Ephesians 4:9 and 1 Peter 3. 1 Peter 3 is probably the toughest one, where it talks about how Jesus I think was speaking to the saints or something. I guess I have to look at the passage.
If you can show it to me, I'll believe it.
Yeah, it's Ephesians 4:9. The heresy is that he went down to hell and got tormented. That's false. But
Well, that's what like the people who believe in the Talmud believe. They believe Jesus is in hell right now, and then he's boiling in excrement and all this crap.
oh, that's the Talmud. Oh yeah, the Talmud says that nasty stuff.
But then that's the same book that says the women are animals. So.
Oh, the Talmud says that?
Yeah.
That's probably where atheists get it from.
Holy crap.
Hey, here's our 1 Peter 3:18. It says, "For Christ also have suffered for sins, the just for the unjust, that he might bring us to God, being put to death in the flesh, but quickened by the Spirit, by which also he went and preached unto the saints in prison."
It don't say hell. That said prison.
Yeah, it says prison. Let me look at that again.
Which translation is it?
I'm looking at King James.
Oh yeah, if it's King James, then it's probably legit.
Are you guys serious?
Are you a King James only?
Well, no, I'm not a King James only, but it's one of the closest we have to like the Hebrew.
Well, it says it's unto the spirits in prison. So why would a spirit be in a literal cell?
That's Abraham's bosom, buddy.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. It's talking about Abraham's. But wait a minute, Abraham's bosom wouldn't be a prison though.
Well, technically, it would be because it'd be a holding place, not necessarily. I mean, because a prison is necessarily a holding place for people. If you look at
see, this is the choice you've got. It's either believing that you're on a sphere and you came from rocks, or this shit. So
I'm just scared.
Oh man,
where to go?
And there's the trolling from Commando. Well done, buddy.
Oh man,
I think I'm gonna choose being chimp on a ball, Commando.
Oh man. Well, it's good that we're looking at these things as Christians, man. It's good.
That's too broad. I mean, once again, that's another broad term that you could just like he preached to the spirits in prison. Like you could give a concert for the spirits at the Kingdom Hall or whatever.
I don't know. It says spirits. I mean, if it said souls, maybe I would understand that because the way the Old Testament uses the word soul is kind of interchangeable with the way the word spirit is used.
Okay, Veckel, let me ask you this. When Christ resurrected, were there not 500 others that witnessed that, and also there were others that were resurrected with Christ?
Yes. Good point. That's true.
There you go. So righteous dead, my man.
That's true. Yeah, he definitely didn't suffer in hell. He already suffered at the cross, and on the way to it.
That's
But
right. That's right.
but not in hell. That's for sure. I think Stephen L. Anderson preaches that nonsense.
Oh yeah, that guy has the nastiest mouth in the world.
Yeah, he does, man. He hates gay people, man. Oh, he actually said it. He actually
Well,
said
no,
it.
I heard him. He said he hopes that Bruce Jenner dies or something like that. That was terrible.
Anderson is insane.
Yeah.
He's the guy who said that Ray Comfort isn't saved. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I know, right?
Well, Ray Comfort is an idiot, but okay, I could understand somebody's saying
And he hates gay people the same way he hates Calvinists. He has some funny
say Ray
sermons,
Comfort
though.
isn't saved?
Huh?
Why did he say Ray Comfort isn't saved?
Because I don't know. He just doesn't like Ray Comfort. That's probably because Ray Comfort is nicer than he is. That guy seems like he's mad at life for some reason.
I think he believes that Ray Comfort is something about the way he preaches the gospel. I think about
Yeah, he doesn't like how he goes around preaching to people and he's like, how come if you don't get them saved, you still talk to them anyway? You still give them stuff.
It's probably about his rapture doctrine. He holds to a pre-trib. That's probably what it's about.
Yeah, well.
Not Anderson. No, he actually has a whole video. Unless you meant to say post-trib, because he's definitely post-trib.
No, I meant Ray Comfort. The reason.
I
Yeah,
think Ray Comfort changed his position with Kirk Cameron. I know Kent Hovind talked about that.
Really?
Yeah, they changed their position, which is great because I'm not a pre-tribber myself.
Yeah, neither am I. I used
It's
to
not
be.
a salvation issue. Whenever
Right.
Christ wants to take us home, he's going to take us home.
Have you guys ever listened to the evil God argument? I've never heard it. I know that it exists. I never heard it though.
The who?
There's no such thing as an evil. Well, you know.
The evil God argument.
Evil. Well, that would be illogical. God can't be evil.
Excuse me.
Well, according to what logical necessity, God has to be good.
Well, the sunshines prove the shadows prove the sunshine. So because there's darkness, there must be light. You can have light without darkness, but you can't have darkness without light.
I think that's a false analogy, though. I don't think that works.
No, he's holding to prove out your bone, which is common.
But the Bible
But
says
still.
that God is light, so if God is light, he can't be darkness. So.
But you're going back
Doesn't
to
matter what
yeah,
doesn't
that
matter
doesn't
what
matter.
the Bible says.
Yeah, so I'm talking about based on experiences. I think you can make a good argument for God being evil.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah,
but you
based
have
on
more evil in this world, and it's more consistent with an evil God.
I think if it was half and half, like you think it is, I think we would be able to see that it was half and half. But we don't tend to think, when something good happens, we're all surprised and it makes us cheerful, right? Like Christmas, for example, when people are getting gifts and everybody's cheerful, it makes us feel cheerful because we hardly ever see it. But we're so used to, like, if something bad happens, like on the news, we're like, oh, here it goes again. Like, we're so used to something bad happen, but we're not used for good things to happen. So I would say, like, you can make a good argument for God's being the devil.
Well, I mean, if God is the standard of everything, that means God is truth. And like if God is evil, that means God could lie. So that means there wouldn't be a standard. So the standard is there is no standard, and if that was the case, there would be no God.
Taking a question gets the argument simply.
No, the thing is what you guys got to figure out is that they're not even talking about the God of the Bible, because that's the only reason why they're even saying that.
Of course not. It's trying to establish that there is an evil God.
Well, okay.
Assuming that there is a God, he can't be evil because he like a God that could lie or a God that could do something evil would indicate that there is no truth, because he's the standard. Because God is truth, we know truth exists. But if God is a liar, then truth can't exist. And
Well, why is truth equal to evil? Equal to good. Why can't truth be evil?
Wow.
Why can't truth be evil? That's kind of, I don't know. That's kind of a weird question. Why can't truth be evil? That's a good question, but that's like, why can't light be darkness? It's either or.
No, but you're assuming that truth is a good thing, and it's always good. But I think truth, if you know from your personal experiences, sometimes truth is not so good. A lot of times you're like, you don't want to know about it, right?
You're saying truth by itself doesn't have any moral qualities, right?
Right,
It just means that something is what it is, and not is not isn't, what it isn't.
Yeah, I think oftentimes truth can destroy us, right? They say it can set us free, but I think it can destroy us a lot.
Truth can only destroy people that don't want to accept the truth or don't want to abide by it. Because the thing is that when you ask that question, why is truth good or how can truth be good? The fact is that a lie is deceptive. It's meant to keep you from not knowing what truth is. That's what a lie is. It's deceptive. It's error. It's wrong. That's what it is.
You talking about the truth or a truth or a truth in general?
Well, yeah, I mean, when you say a truth could be more like subjective, like my truth. I hear that a lot of time. I'm gonna tell people my truth. Like, what isn't that subjective?
Jesus Christ is the truth.
Yeah, and Jesus Christ is evil, but I don't know. I actually have no opinion
Well,
about
I
Jesus
mean,
Christ.
did you say Jesus is evil?
I just threw that out there. I was trolling. But what I was wondering though is like how can you say that truth is good? Like how can you make that claim?
Well, I mean,
as God says it, but if God's evil, then His truth is not equated with
you don't know who God is. That's the only reason why you're even asking that dumb question.
Well, no, I think his question
you're assuming he's good.
I think his question is actually legitimate, though. I think you got a legitimate question.
Wow, really? So Jesus is
because he's not looking at it through like a biblical, like, all right, for example, like before I was a Christian, right? I didn't have any type of principles whatsoever. So now I get my principles from the Bible. But before I got my principles from the Bible, I was looking at the Bible without biblical principles. So was I right or was I wrong? Because I came to the right conclusion because now I do have biblical principles.
Are we to preach in this room?
Without the Bible, how can you make the claim that God is good? I mean, or truth is good? I don't think you can make that claim.
I don't think that you could ever be convinced because you're pretty much in the mindset of being like a materialist Calvinist. So you're set. Like there'll be no refutation to that, basically.
I don't hear Dionysus asking. I think you're just asking whether or not truth has any moral qualities to it.
No, but as long he's a hard determinist. So,
well, no, you're.
So there's nothing. He's set. Like you can't refute him. You're never going to be able to refute him.
I don't think just asking a question about whether or not. And correct me if I'm wrong, Dionysus, but it sounds like you're saying, how can truth be right or wrong? I don't think truth has any moral qualities to it.
It was a two-part question, right? So the first part was, how do you know that truth? You said truth can't be evil. I mean, it can't be evil, or God can't be evil because truth is God or God is truth. So therefore, He can't be.
Okay, so it's two-part. Okay.
It's two-part. So does truth have has any moral quality? Also, is God? Again, can you prove that God is not evil? If He's truth, like how?
Well, those are two separate things to me. I would say God is not evil. The Bible points that out. To say that God is evil, that's a very subjective issue. I don't think anybody can say that truth is good or evil. Well, I guess I would say that truth by itself has no moral qualities to it. I guess it all depends on how a person perceives it. But you can't control the truth, but you can control how you perceive the truth, I guess.
How did Jesus define the truth?
I'm saying if you did not have your Bible and you just grew up and you looked at the world around you and you saw disease, suffering, people, if you didn't have the Bible, you would come to the natural conclusion that this world is probably evil, I think.
Yeah, but it would have nothing to do with God being evil, though.
Right.
It would just
you know what, Dionysus? If you only focused on those things, you probably would.
Yeah, exactly. See, that's what
to all the Christians in the room. How did Jesus define the truth?
Himself.
Thank you, Veckel. Wayne, go ahead.
He said he is the truth.
There you go. Mac?
I am the way, the truth, and the life.
Yeah, he is the truth.
Well done. Good to hear it, brothers. I'm going to take off. Have fun.
God bless.
So, I don't think we dealt really with the evil God argument.
Yeah, well, in order to prove that God is evil, I mean, you can make assertion that God is evil, but how do you go about proving that that's the case, though? I mean,
I don't
you
think
need
you
to
can.
show.
I don't think that you can prove that God is not evil to someone who thinks that everything is determined.
Good point.
It's irrelevant, actually. Even if everything is determined,
Oh.
doesn't mean I can change my mind.
No,
Well,
it's
you have to have some.
it's very relevant because
Yeah.
it puts the onus on human beings being evil
Right.
if everything isn't determined.
Wait,
So
say
it's
again?
very relevant in that
Say
in the
again,
discussion.
repeat the point.
I said you could put the onus on human beings being evil
Wait.
instead. But since you believe everything's determined, you don't believe that. So it's just a constant, never-ending loop of argument at that point.
I'm not getting the objection. What? Okay. Okay, so
What was the
as
question?
far as
What I'm saying is that since you believe everything is determined, then it would be easy to believe that God is evil, since everything is determined. And you won't be convinced otherwise because
Yeah, but it's more than that, Saul. I mean, if everything was determined, things still you could make a world hypothetically, right? It's hypothetical. So you could make a world and still be deterministic where it was good by observation, right? You don't necessarily. It doesn't necessarily have to be bad because it's deterministic.
Isn't that like fly in the face of it being deterministic to begin with? Like why don't we since it's all determined, why don't we just look at it as all good then? Since it's all determined, it should be all good at that point.
By definition, it is. By Calvinist definition, it is, because God is good. God created the world, therefore the world is good.
Well, no, the world is
the best
bad.
possible world.
He's not arguing from that position, though. He's talking about from a determinist position.
Right, but aren't Calvinists determinists?
No, I'm just saying.
No,
I'm saying that if you're a determinist, that the evil God argument is undefeatable, basically on a determinist basis.
If it's
Calvinist is obviously not going to say that God is evil. So he's asking the determinists.
You add determinism, though. You add determinism as in nobody has any play in it really. That's just an illusion.
Oh, so you're saying that even if we found evil in this world, we should, under theism, put it on the shoulders of human beings, not God. Right?
Right.
That's just okay. Well, here's the problem, because there's such things as evils that are not influenced by human choices, human free will, such as natural disasters.
Okay, what's evil about that?
Now we get.
You don't think killing people is evil?
Well, there's a difference between killing people and people dying, though, right? But you don't say like
a volcano killing a million people.
The way that you frame it is that like God's like sending lightning bolts down on people and shit.
But he is essentially right. He is the arbiter of everything. Nothing happens except without his consent or his allowance. He is the arbiter of anything, isn't he?
Yeah, but Art, I'm trying to be more specific when I say the word evil. I don't mean just from a narrow human perspective. I think life itself is evil.
Hold on. That's a different point, and we're gonna be stuck on that. That's like it's a rabbit hole.
How much of that natural, if we really cared enough, Art, how much of that natural disaster nonsense could we avoid for everybody if we really cared enough?
Humans cannot avoid it. It's natural. It's the higher power. Even in what's the business called? Insurance business. There is such a thing as the higher power, right? It's when a tree falls on your car. They classify that act as the act of a higher power, right? When I was delivering post packages, and whenever we cannot deliver a package because of bad weather, we would put under the package, under the status, not delivered due to higher power. So, you see, there are things that humans have no influence, that cause evil.
And I would say that question is problematic because essentially, if we're going to play it safe, we first have to understand why these things happen. Now, in order to understand why these things happen, we need a civilization to actually educate ourselves and do science, etc. And to do that, we actually have to thrive throughout the whole planet, which means exposing ourselves to things like plagues, natural disasters, having to build cities near water, so tsunamis, flooding, malaria, etc. So it's sort of a catch-22 here. If you want to avoid evil, you need civilization in order to comprehend why natural evil. I mean, you need civilization in order to understand why it happens. But by doing so, you have a lot more people in exposed positions, which means it's going to happen to you more anyways.
Right. I mean, but there's tons of disasters that humans had absolutely nothing fucking to do, like a volcano exploding. You know, where is it? Pompeii, right? Humans didn't do anything to cause that. Nothing. They could not, right? Yeah, that is more consistent with a evil god existing, because here is an evil being done, i.e. people being killed without justification, right? And we're supposing there's a good god. No, that doesn't fit. An evil god fits this better. It's a better explanation. In fact, we might say that humans are the one who are trying to avoid evil and try to make as much good as possible.
You have not shown that God is just taking their lives without justification.
Well, is there a justification?
Do you know it? You're the one who made it.
So Hitler was a good guy, right?
Okay, we're not talking about a person. We're talking about God.
No. That's what is under question. You cannot say that he's good by definition, therefore what he does. Therefore, when he kills somebody, he has a good reason, because that would be begging a question against the argument.
Listen. You say that God is killing people without justification. Prove that.
Yes.
Mac, I mean, this is a reductive argument, right? So even if we get to the point where it's 50-50, evil to good God, that's problematic for you. That basically means I have no reason to believe you whatsoever.
Dex, I don't want to hear from you. I want to hear from Art, who made a claim.
I'm explaining to you why your objection is meaningless.
Why is it meaningless if he made a positive claim that he cannot back up?
No. Look, here's how it is. So it could either be justified or it could be non-justified. Both are possible. Correct? Both are. Neither are necessary, but both are possible.
To what extent is it evil, though? Or like when you stub your toe and it hurts really bad, is that evil?
It's killing without a justification. It's by definition murder. We all agree on it. We disagree on the basis for why we think it's evil, but we all can, have a common ground here. And under that definition, there is murder going on by nature, and nature is controlled by a god, even in your theology. So that God is more likely evil.
When I say evil, and also when I say evil,
so like a tornado murders people.
Under your theology, yeah, it should be.
Well, okay, all right.
I was saying with the evilness, though, it comes from my view on the evil is not even just from pain and suffering. It just comes from the fact that even when it's unnecessary, evil seems to pervade just life in general. So it's not even necessary, and people will start to fight with one another or kill each other senselessly, right? And it takes a lot of effort just to get people to behave just halfway decently towards one another.
Yeah, it's called sin.
Yeah, I understand that, what you would call it, Matt. You don't have to clarify that.
Yeah, but
natural evil is generally defined as arbitrary violence and suffering.
Okay,
sorry, I had a phone call. If I could quickly also add, I mean, Mac, you said, can I prove that God didn't have a justification?
You made a claim.
Hold on. Listen, we don't operate like this. Nowhere. We do not say that. Oh, Hitler might have a justification, but we cannot prove an absence.
We're not talking about Hitler. We're talking about God, which you made a positive claim about. Prove that, please.
No. Listen. It is irrelevant who you talk to. It is irrelevant. I am answering if you let me answer. It is irrelevant who you're talking about unless you can absolutely prove positive, establish.
It is relevant, Art.
That this being by necessity has a justification in all cases.
Someone who lives.
But that is what is under question, because we are saying that a God is evil. You saying that, oh wait, God of Christianity is by definition good, well, you begging a question. You cannot say this. You cannot, and you also cannot say that just because there isn't one that he's presented by justification that he could have one. Well, Hitler might have one that we don't know about. You know, some mass murderer can have one. Some dude who killed, you know, who raped a child might have had a justification. We just don't know about it.
That would be a problem for the moral subjectivists, not for the.
Art is someone who like
That's
maybe
incorrect.
would live to be like 102, for example, and then went quietly in their sleep at 102. Would that not be evil?
You mean somebody dying of natural causes?
Right. Like they lived to be 102, and then they died quietly in their sleep. Would that not be evil?
Actually, yeah, that would be evil.
Right. Right. So it's all evil.
Wait.
Right.
Yeah, this reality, that's another point.
Okay. All right.
Another point. This reality, under that system, this reality is
wait.
the perfect world an evil God would create.
People
where
dying
death
of
is
old age,
necessary, essentially.
That's evil. People dying of old age of natural causes.
Yes, of course.
Why is it evil? Morally speaking,
Because,
or
yes.
why?
I've got a question for Art.
Dying as an old person.
I've got a question for Art quickly.
Wait, who's committing? Wait, so somebody should be arrested?
No.
So somebody should be arrested or held accountable for dying of old age? Is that what you're saying?
Nature does that. The mechanics of nature. Yeah, exactly.
No. According to
So
your worldview, you said that it's evil.
No, it's not by my worldview. It's
according to your worldview. You can't accuse God in this scenario because you don't believe God exists.
God created nature.
But you don't have a standard to accuse God of being evil.
I'm talking about your standard. I'm talking about divine.
But we're looking for something that everybody is subjected to, and so far we're not getting anything except.
Yes, everybody dies. Listen, do we agree that killing without killing? Okay, end of life without any justification, is that murder?
Okay, you're killing a life without justification. Yes, I would say that's murder. Right, without any justification. Right. I would say that's murder. Yes, I agree.
Okay, sorry, I cut off. My computer froze up. You did concede, right? That killing somebody without justification is murder, right?
Killing someone without justification is murder. That's
awesome.
Right.
So when somebody dies by natural cause, killing. Yes.
Wait.
Life was ended right by natural causes. What's the justification for this?
Because that's what. Okay, are you asking me as a Christian, or are you talking about from your worldview?
Prove to me this is good from a theological worldview, from a worldview with a God.
Prove to you what is good.
Prove to me this is good.
Prove to you what is good.
But see, that's the whole. That's where it becomes circular.
It's not like you're trying to play some word game.
No, that's where it becomes circular because you think that the life ends, and the theist doesn't think that the life ends. So that's where you're drawing your evil from.
That is what is under question. You cannot bring up heaven.
Allows people to die of old age or natural causes. I don't see that as being immoral. Can you verify how that's immoral?
We just agreed. You said killing somebody without a justification.
No, we didn't agree on nothing. I agree.
Hold on.
I agree that killing somebody without justification is murder. Yes, but God allowing people to die of natural causes, that's not murder.
Yes, it is, because He's the one who made these laws of nature that necessitate that our life is going to be ended after some period of time. And what is the justification for that? I propose to you there is no justification proposed. Thus, I'm justified in concluding
that's just flat out foolish, man. That's flat out foolish. You don't have a basis to declare that such a thing is immoral.
I've got a question for
No. The challenge is, listen, that's the challenge.
There is no challenge,
right? So,
but you can try.
Yes, it is. We all agree that killing somebody without justification is a bad thing. And what we see this world
bad thing, but immoral.
Wait, this world, this existence necessitates that all humans, in fact, every animal, every living being that exists by necessity dies at some point.
Yes, I
and
agree.
there is no justification proposed. That is more consistent with an evil God.
Hey, Mac.
Because an evil
do you
God
hear what
would
this guy's
kill
doing?
people and without justification.
Justification for it. The Bible actually gives you God's justification for it.
What's the justification?
I'm really interested in Commando's question.
I've got a really quick question for Art. Like, let's grant for a second that this God is in fact evil and it's proved that it's evil. What's your solution at that point? How do you remedy that?
Yeah, good question.
I'm just going to say the Christians, you're not Christians anymore. Unless you're going to concede
That's
that
not
your
a
God is
solution.
evil.
He asked you a question, mate. Can you answer the question?
I just told you, I'm destroying the Christian God. And a Muslim God, and a Jewish God. Because according to their theology, evil gods cannot exist.
If the God was proven to exist and it was in fact malevolent, where do you go from there? Like, what's your solution? What's your spiritual remedy for that?
You just shake his fist.
Suicide, I think, or I think that would probably be the best option.
This is how much I hate God.
That's what he wants you to do, though. So you can't do
killing
that.
yourself doesn't get you out of anything. Like killing yourself.
God wants you to kill yourself. The malevolent God, yeah. I guess if God was malevolent, like atheists like to claim.
I don't know. That's a good question.
Yeah,
you can't really get out of the situation. Therefore, that's the reason why he's evil, right?
Right.
You just don't have a basis to declare whether or not what God does is absolutely evil or not. All you have is your opinion and your perception.
So all you have is a book.
No. Listen, we're saying they're facts of the matter of an evil going on, of an unjustified, malicious evil going on. I.e., well, do you agree that ending
I don't think so. I
somebody's
think
life
they can just kind of arbitrarily declare dying as evil, like it's just evil to die.
Okay,
you know,
that's exactly what he's doing. He's declaring that act of
wait. So you can go kill somebody, right? Because dying isn't evil.
Immoral. That's just insane. That's insane.
No. Under the model of God creating the universe, right?
Insane.
So we have an agent in this worldview. But that causes this reality to exist, which shapes this reality to exist. We agree that certain actions are evil. When we look in this world that supposedly a God created,
it's not unjustified.
We see that the nature He made, that the universe He made, necessitates
Wait. When you look at the world, you see it that way. When you look at the world, you see it that way. I don't see it that way when I look.
Everybody sees death as a bad thing. Don't lie to me.
Yeah, we all see death as a bad thing. However,
there we go.
Dying. Wait. Art. I make a distinction though. That's what you're not doing. You're not being honest in this scenario of yours. We're making a distinction here. We're saying that just because something is bad, that doesn't mean that it's necessarily immoral. Okay. For instance, somebody dies of a heart attack. Is that immoral? No. It's bad. Yes.
Because
just
God
like
causes heart attacks.
Wait, hold on a second. Hold on. Look, if you look on the side chat here, I posted a whole bunch of verses where evil is attributed to God. Look, if you scroll up a little bit, you see. I put Isaiah 45:7, which is one of the ones atheists love to point people to, and Isaiah 66:4, and a whole bunch of verses after that. All these verses have God Himself saying that I have brought evil to this or that person or that group. Now, if you look at Hebrew, yeah. You want me to read you one of the verses?
That's all right, but go ahead.
Yeah. You never heard a Christian say that before, have you? Have you, Dex?
Well, isn't it sort of counter to what you claim that God is all good?
Yes. Yeah, I knew it. See, so you answered my question. Thank you. All right. The fact of the matter is, because I did a whole video series about this very topic, about is God evil? You know, and it's called Uncomfortable. That's the name of my series. I talk about verses in the Bible that a lot of Christians are not familiar with or uncomfortable with. And these are one of those passages. So God clearly says that He brings an evil to a people or a town. It's right there in the text. You can look it up for yourself if you want.
Exactly, there you go. So,
But what does He mean by that, though? If you look up the word, the Hebrew word for evil as it's used in these passages is raw, okay? So the word can mean either calamity, which is a natural disaster, or it can mean an immoral disaster or something immoral like what humans do. So when God commits an evil according to the text, it's not immoral in the way that humans commit an evil. He's talking about bringing storms.
Yeah, but even if it is a calamity, though, like even if it is a calamity, like that's still a problem.
It's not an immoral act on God's part.
Vekel, isn't that telling that the ancient Hebrews thought of, for example, volcano exploding and somebody getting murdered to be, to warrant the same word?
Murdered. Wait. What do you mean by murdered?
It does. Okay. Do you consider murder to be an immoral act?
Wait, hold on a second, folks. Did you just hear what Dex just did just now?
Oh, I
If
did.
somebody gets hit by a volcano by lava, they are murdered. Now, wait a minute. That's
Hang
not what
on.
the
No.
definition of
That's
that
not
wouldn't
what
be
I said
murder.
at all. Hang
You
on.
did
Hang
say
on.
murder.
Hang on, everybody.
Yes, you did.
Look what Veckel just did and misrepresented in
You just
strawman.
did.
I could do that too.
No.
Hey guys, did you
So
hear him do it though?
Veckel.
Dex, you just did though.
Veckel, do you agree with me that the ancient Hebrews, I'm just repeating what you just said, the ancient Hebrews, the word that they used for evil, could represent either something that is immoral, such as, for example, murder, rape, etc., or it
Now
could
you're saying
represent something that is a natural disaster? Is that what you said?
Okay,
Can you clarify?
now you're saying something different from what you said a few seconds ago. But
No,
yes,
no.
I'm saying that the Hebrew
Okay.
interpreted the word "ra" in either a natural catastrophe, or like when God sent an army after Israel as an act of judgment, or it could be in reference to something immoral, like an act.
Okay, so don't you think that that's sort of indicative there? Don't you think that that's telling? We in modern times do call natural evil and immorality. We do lump those things together still to this very day.
No, not at all. Because if you look at the other modern I'm only giving you the word evil as it's used in the King James. But if you look at the modern
No, you're talking about the Hebrew word. You're not talking about the
it doesn't
English
matter.
word.
The fact of the matter is, we have to practice what's called etymology. So we're not bringing in our modern understanding of what the text is saying. We're taking what the Hebrew writers are meant to to portray to us. You see what I'm saying?
I think you're proving Art's
We want
point.
to perform what's called eisegesis. We want to perform what's called exegesis, which means that we're understanding what the writer is trying to say to us, not what we want the writer to say. You see what I mean?
Right. So
the word
what you just proved to us is that the ancient Hebrews did see natural evil and immoral evil as degrees of the same thing. That's what you. Otherwise, they wouldn't use. Otherwise, they wouldn't use the same word for it.
No. What I'm telling you is that the Hebrew is just like the English and the Greek have homonymic terms. Okay, just like the word love. Well, you don't say I love pizza in the same way that I love my wife, do you? No. It's the same way. That's the way the word raw was used in the Hebrew text. Sometimes it's in reference to an evil person doing something horrible, like immoral, and sometimes it's in reference to something like a storm. Okay, now
fair enough. I did make a very weak case there, and I think that's a good clarification.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. The naturalist will not. Hold on. The naturalist would not assert that a tornado is immoral, or do you? I don't know. I mean, you just think it's just part of nature, just something.
I think the result ends up being, what we're talking about here is the final results, and that is people being maimed and dying and property being damaged. So that's what we're talking about. That's why we describe both as evil.
It's still bad, though. I agree. It's still bad, but I don't always say the word bad is in reference to something immoral. It could be just.
Right. So what you're saying is that the use of the term evil is actually it's misconstrued. God never actually calls itself evil.
No, God doesn't call himself evil. No, but he does say, if you're reading it out of the King James anyway, he does say that he does bring evil. So,
but it's not evil. It's more like just natural disasters, etc. Got it.
Yeah, but natural disasters are evil. That doesn't let you off the hook. That's still pretty bad. Like,
if you look like
it's going to make an earthquake and kill all these people, but oops, no, it's just a calamity. Like,
if you look like in the NASB or the ESV, instead of the word evil in Isaiah 45:7, for example, you'll see the word calamity. But then in other cases, in the modern translation, you'll see the word evil in reference to an act that a person has done. Yeah. So there's a distinction that's made there, even though it's the same Hebrew word.
So in this conversation with Art, the biggest issue here is that by definition your deity is good. So there's no way that we can use your definition to ever describe something as evil. A natural disaster is evil. It just doesn't happen. So we can come at it from two ways. We can use a naturalistic definition of evil, or we can attribute it to an omnibenevolent being, so sort of a counter being to yours. And if we can demonstrate that there's some sort of consistency to the existence of the omnibenevolent being, then you don't really have a good case for the omnibenevolent being, because there's an equal likelihood that it's true, or there's an
No, it
equal
just shows
likelihood
that,
that it can exist. Sorry.
no, it just shows that you guys' foundation is pretty weak.
No, your foundation is a definition. That's your morality. God,
No, no,
whatever
but
God does is good. That's
here's
it.
what's horrible. Here's what's horrible about your foundation is that I don't believe in a being, so therefore I'm going to arbitrarily pick one or make up one to counter your being.
Yes,
That's
that's
all you're doing.
reductio. That's reductio ad absurdum. So if we can show that that the other being can exist, that there's
Which you
nothing.
can.
No, I'm saying can exist, not does exist. And if you can't show that the other being can exist, sorry, if you also claim that the other being can exist, but you can't show that it does exist, then I really have no reason to believe either until I have good evidence for it, because only one or the other can exist, right? So until I have strong evidence for one or the other, I believe neither, and I have no warrant to believe in either, and I have warrant to disbelieve in both.
No, you don't. You just dislike the one that we're pitching to you.
I
You
dislike
already know
both.
they exist.
I dislike both, but I have my reasons for that.
You don't not really.
That from my own moral perspective, I do dislike both. I
You don't have
I
a moral
don't.
foundation for
Well, even if I know, well, I'd have my own personal moral foundation for that,
which
right?
is
So
not
from my own subjective perspective,
which
I
is not a
view both
foundation
as
at all.
problematic.
Which is
Well,
not a
for me it
foundation at
is.
all.
What do you
Yeah,
mean?
okay,
For me, it absolutely is.
means anything. Like
It,
that means anything.
part,
All there is to
of
your
course it
moral.
does. For me,
I don't like this. I don't like that. That might be
yes,
good to some.
values. Yes, I value things like I value life. I prefer not to die. I value having pleasure rather than pain. Is there a problem with that?
So it can't be good unless it's eternal life and bliss.
Does anybody ever have
Anything that falls short of that would be evil, right?
Pretty much. If a being can design me and design my world in such a way where I can have that and it doesn't, that's problematic. It better have a good justification for making me susceptible to disease and suffering and pain, etc. Because it can do anything, right? So why doesn't it?
So it's just like it's this pure eternal life and comfort is really what it comes down to, and anything that falls short of that would be
Yes,
evil.
because that's what I value.
All right.
I want growth, progress. Heaven. I want heaven, and I don't have it. So so there. So from my personal perspective, my values are not being met. So why ought I be in a relationship with a thing that purposefully does not care about my values?
No, because you don't care about the values that he wants to put in your life to show you that it's the best. It's the best for you, because you're not smart enough. You're not intelligent enough to run your own life. You're not good enough to run your own life. God is.
So I'm a child.
You reject that because you reject that. That's why
so
you
I'm
don't.
a child. I'm a child. Is that what you're saying? To God, I'm a child.
No, to God you're not no. To God you're not a child. To God you're foolish.
Okay. So then, how am I supposed to have a relationship with something that is like so far above me? I can't, right? So it's off the table.
Oh my goodness.
That's just it.
It's off the
Mac,
table.
you want to go ahead? Mac, did you want to say something?
No. You can finish, Veckel.
I mean, you're basically saying you don't comprehend it. If I don't comprehend it, then it's off the table.
Well, that's the gospel, though. Again, before you came in here, and I know you've heard this many times already, Dex. But again, I mean, this is the thing that God requires of anyone who's going to be with Him, is that they have to be 100% perfect from the moment that they're born to the moment that they die. That's absolutely impossible. He gives us these standards that are absolutely impossible to meet. And this is why he sent
standards that Max says, in their standards, just want to clarify, standards that Max says, not only can we meet, we don't actually comprehend these standards. So there's no way that we can have a relationship with this thing.
But we can, once we put our faith and trust and believe in what he's did for us.
Okay, but faith in what? Faith in what? You don't comprehend it. So how do you have faith in something you don't comprehend?
Okay, you're not going to have full comprehension of God. That's just not going to happen, even after faith. It's just not going to happen.
Okay, you either comprehend something or you don't. What are you talking about?
Well, when I know you can comprehend things, you just may not have full comprehension. Meaning, you may not have a comprehension of all that is entailed with this person's being, nature, with his ideals, stuff like that. But that doesn't mean that you comprehend his existence.
No. Okay, so what we're talking about here is natural evil, right? So if I'm born with childhood leukemia and I don't understand why my values are not being met and my childhood leukemia is not being cured, and so I don't understand this, right? So and I know that there is, I presuppose that there is this God who can indeed get rid of my childhood leukemia, and yet it doesn't, and I don't comprehend why. So this God is not meeting my values. Therefore, why ought I have a relationship with something that does not meet my values?
Because the afterlife is far worse than what you could ever experience here in this world.
Oh, wow. So it's even worse. Now, I don't want a terrible afterlife either. So now it's not meeting my values for a million times more.
But he can also give you the peace that surpasses all understanding here in this world prior to you dying.
So I'm being strong-armed in having faith in him. So my values are not being met.
Because you don't believe right now.
Okay, this has nothing to do with me. This is a hypothetical person. Well, it does have something to do with me. I take the same stance as well. But once again,
well, God doesn't strong-arm people.
Yes, it does. You just described the strong-arm relationship here. The values are not being met. There is no justification to actually have a relationship. So the only reason that a person should have a relationship with God is because God can reward them. Right?
Everything that you just said out of your mouth, you're assuming that.
God could do these good things to you and for you. Okay? I mean, think about, there's a lot of strong believers in Christ who are born with these, these ailments. And
that's terrible. Imagine this. Actually, my son is born and I stab him in the eye just for the fun of it.
That would be
terrible. That's what childhood leukemia is.
Because if you look at 2 Corinthians chapter 1, what is what is Paul talking about in that chapter? He's saying that the trials that we as Christians go through, God allows us to go through these things so that brothers and sisters that come after us that go through the same things that we went through, we can go to them and bring them comfort and kind of show them, listen, I've been where you've been, I'm there for you, and look how God has done. Look what God has done in my life. And that's why you have guys like, I don't know how to pronounce his last name, but he's a guy, he's Christian, he goes on tour. He's born with no arms, no legs, and he's always doing speeches in front of people about his condition and about his faith. But this man, I mean, the fact that he has no limbs doesn't stop him from anything. I mean, the guy can swim, he can do just about anything everybody else can do, some limitations. And I think
a lot.
He had a kid, I think. So he's a happily married man, beautiful wife, by the way, pretty hot.
Okay, but the same situation can be achieved with him having full limbs, right?
Sure.
Okay.
But the fact of the matter is, don't
you see the problem there?
No, I don't see a problem.
Okay, so God could have created a world where people do not lose their limbs.
Of course.
He did. He called the Garden of Eden, where man was given the choice to obey God so that they will not die and suffer from the evil that is on this world now.
I don't care what happened to those two, okay? We're talking about people now, people with values right now. I have values now.
You don't get it.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, you don't get it, Mac. Like, you're talking about people in the past. Well, apparently, I guess their values... actually, you want to bring that up. Okay, so why weren't Eve's and Adam's values met by God? That is weird, isn't it?
Dex, do you not get what Adam and Eve did after they ate from the fruit of the tree?
It's a
Yes,
story. Please don't go down the rabbit hole.
Commando, shut it.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. No, but it doesn't matter. So what matters is that they valued eating the fruit over a relationship with God.
I'm asking you the question one
So
more time.
he was a bad date. That's what I'm saying. They dumped him.
From that,
How's that possible?
Adam and Eve did after they ate the fruit of the tree of the Garden of Eden.
You are ignoring what I'm saying, Matt.
No, I'm not. You asked me.
We're talking about values and you're not.
You asked me the question: why were Adam and Eve's values met?
No, not met. Because they valued the fruit over a relationship with God.
Why?
Yeah, why?
I'm asking
Isn't that
you
weird?
that. I'm asking you that.
My answer is that he must be a bad person to be in a relationship with. If they chose...
Really? Hold on. Now, if that is the case, what did they do?
Or they were irrational.
After Dex, what did they do after they ate from the knowledge tree of good and evil? When God was walking in the garden, what did they say when God was looking for them?
I don't remember.
I'm sure you don't. They said that actually God called Adam. He said, I was ashamed and I hid myself because I was naked. Why would you be ashamed? Why would you be ashamed in front of your creator who created you naked? Why would you be ashamed all of a sudden?
I don't know. You
If
tell me.
your relationship with God is, if your relationship with God is so well and you was created naked, why would you be ashamed to approach God naked?
I don't know. You tell me. How do you interpret that?
Because they realized what they did was wrong and they were ashamed.
Okay, that makes absolutely no sense. Gone. That makes absolutely no sense. Okay, let's say this. Let's say I'm in a nudist colony and I steal from somebody. Okay, do I now have to cover myself from everybody? No. Like the transgression is the theft, right? So in this case, the transgression was not following God's command.
What does innocence mean, Dex?
Free of knowledge of your own guilt.
No, it's not. That's not what innocence means.
Okay. What definition do you want?
Talking about what definition? What is innocence?
Sorry, say again.
What does innocence mean?
I just gave you a definition. You didn't agree with it, so can you offer your own?
Oh my goodness! It's the knowledge of not know. It's the knowledge of not knowing good and evil.
Yeah. Okay. That's fine. I'm accepting. Well, let's see. I think that children do know good and evil to an extent, but they plus like an innocent person can have knowledge of good and evil, but they can be innocent of certain things.
Right.
So that doesn't follow.
Because they cannot implement that knowledge to do evil if they have no comprehension. Well, no, they have do have comprehension of evil, but their acts
this is a rabbit hole, anyways. It's completely irrelevant. So the relevant part here is really simple, right? So because I want to bring it back to values. Why did Adam and Eve eat from the tree?
What are the values of Adam and Eve? What are the values of Adam and Eve?
I don't know. You tell me. Why did they eat from the tree rather than keep their relationship with God?
You're going to sit here and ask a question like that, Desk, and you don't even know the values of the people you're putting in the question. What are the values of Adam and Eve? What were their values?
Well, I assume they enjoyed their own company. They seem to have enjoyed the company of God, but not enough to, respect his requests, apparently. So they valued wanting to be like God because they were curious about having those powers. That was definitely what made them eat from the tree, right? Because Eve had a natural curiosity towards this knowledge that is that she doesn't have. So But once again, we can assume these things, but at the end of the day, I just find it odd that two people who are as close to God as anybody, okay, as anybody, actually chose to disobey Him, chose to end that relationship.
Well, yeah,
Imagine.
Well, that's why it's so crazy. I mean, again,
Exactly, they were irrational.
It doesn't mean that it didn't happen. It doesn't mean that God is immoral for allowing it to occur. Okay.
No. It is immoral. Okay, because if they were irrational, then there should be like no consequences to those actions.
If it's immoral, I would say it's immoral on their part because they deliberately disobeyed a command. So yes.
Okay, but if it's irrational, can irrational people make immoral actions?
Can irrational people make immoral actions?
Yeah, can they commit immoral acts?
Irrational people, yeah, sure.
What are you talking about? Irrational people don't take responsibilities for their actions. They're irrational. That's why we lock them up in asylums.
Wait, did you ask me if irrational people can make immoral acts? Is that what you asked me?
Yeah, can they commit immoral acts? Can an irrational person commit an immoral act?
Well, yeah, sure.
They can commit bad acts. They can commit bad things. They can kill people and things like that. But if they are not of the right mind, we do not attribute responsibility to them.
How do you know that? How do you know that?
That doesn't mean that they're not what they're doing is not immoral, though.
What do you tell? Okay, so
for instance,
Veckel. Okay, so right now, if you had a stroke, okay, and your brain shut down essentially in a way, like you lost consciousness, and you wake up and there's a dead person in front of you, and you come to it and there's a knife in your hand. You were just being irrational. Okay, now are you responsible morally for that death?
Don't know.
I'd say absolutely not. That is ridiculous.
I don't know.
You're responsible for their right.
But you do realize that even with some strokes, there are cases where people can wake up with amnesia. So what if I did kill them and then I had the stroke and then I wake up and I see blood on my hands and a knife and this dead guy laying next to me and I have no idea what the heck just happened? Does that mean that I'm not held accountable anymore?
Yes, it means it.
Really?
So you're what do you? Okay, this is why we would lock you up in an institution rather than take you to trial for murder.
Okay, but you're still not addressing the point, though. The fact of the matter is, just because, all right, I'm going with your scenario here. Okay.
No, you added to my scenario. You basically nullified what I just said. You said you were conscious and you were in your right mind. You just don't remember being conscious and in your right mind.
But
that is not my scenario.
You said, what if I had a stroke? I wake up and got a knife in my hand and there's a dead body next to me. Am I responsible for that death? You're asking me something I don't know because I don't know about this guy's who's laying next to me. I don't know if I actually did that or not. And I'm adding a little bit.
You didn't do it. In this scenario, the stipulations you didn't do it. You're basically your brain chemistry was altered, and you would not do this in any other situation.
So in this scenario, is it true that I did it or didn't do it?
You definitely did it. It was your hands and your actions.
So I definitely killed this person.
Yes, you definitely killed this person.
Then
all the evidence points to it.
Then it's immoral. Yes.
Why is it immoral? You're not responsible for it.
That person. Well, actually, let me say this. Wait, what was the reason I killed the person? I guess.
Okay.
Because I can't say immoral
if I don't know the reason. Because you had a stroke and it filled your brain with chemicals that made you extremely violent for like 5 minutes.
Now you're adding stuff. Okay. All right.
No. Okay. Here's a simple scenario then. Here's a more simple scenario.
Right.
You're driving
So Adam and Eve had like little strokes.
I was saying
and that's what caused them to make their decisions.
That seems to be the what else would it be? They were in a relationship with the greatest being in the world, and they chose fruit over him.
Yes, that's why they're so stupid.
Exactly. Would you call that a rational choice?
There's a lot of stupid people in this world, man. A lot of them are here in G+.
Oh my God, Michael. I mean, you really, you're.
Yeah. Dude, come on now. The Bible is all filled with all kinds of historical accounts of people doing stupid things.
Right.
Look at Judges chapter 4,
But
for
if
example. Come on.
But that's not stupidity. That is just
That is
it is
stupidity. Come on
okay.
now.
Okay, if you're going to attribute to them that kind of stupidity, then I would say that they were beyond children. I mean, come on now. There's no way that you can attribute moral
But they were told
responsibility
not
to
to do something.
No,
And,
no,
and,
no,
and
no,
why?
no. I think that he hits it on the head. They were beyond children, and that's the point. That's the whole allegoric point that the whole story's going through
Right.
is the coming of self-awareness and having that choice once self-awareness is achieved.
Right, and people in that situation do not suffer from moral responsibility, and they are to be protected.
I don't know if they're exonerated from any responsibility because.
Let's putting kids in bed in jail.
That's exactly when the moral responsibility begins, because they are aware at that point.
Yeah,
it's not
after.
just a fruit. You have to understand what it represents. It's a fruit from the tree
of the knowledge
of good and evil.
Right.
And that would to me would entail the self-awareness, which
okay.
Yeah,
so,
but the fact of the matter is,
for example,
but more,
the more aware that you are, and I think that most people believe this,
yeah,
the more aware that you are, the more responsible you are for the actions that you commit. Right.
Okay,
That's the
so
most
Sal,
important thing
Vekel,
that we
let me address Sal here. So Sal,
All right, go ahead.
then what you're saying is that, like, for example, if a child does something terrible when they're like 8, we should actually, once they're 18 and know what they've done wrong, we should start persecuting them. So we should put them on trial and throw them in jail.
I'm saying that people generally hold people who are more aware of their actions more responsible for their actions, right?
Correct.
Right.
Right. So Adam and Eve became aware after the fact.
That was like what that whole allegoric story is representing is the awareness, which allows which allows for the divide.
They knew ahead of time that they were not supposed. That's the most important thing. They knew they were not supposed to take part of that fruit because God told them not to do it.
So they were immoral to begin with.
They made an immoral act. They performed an immoral act.
How can they do that if they were not immoral to begin with?
It doesn't say that they weren't immoral. It doesn't say that they weren't immoral. It just said that they made an immoral act. That's all.
So, and Vekel, just you were really confused by that whole analogy with a stroke. Here's a much simpler one. You're driving a car, you have a stroke, you lose consciousness, you kill somebody with your car.
Okay.
Are you?
That's an accident.
Yeah, but that's
not immorality.
That's like an absolute reverse.
Exactly.
That's like an absolute reverse of what the whole moral of the story is.
Exactly. That's not
immorality.
Moral
of the story, the whole account of Adam and Eve is gaining the consciousness, not losing it, but gaining the consciousness.
That's not immorality at all. That's simply an accident. I mean, even the Bible covers stuff like that as well. So you're not going to be held morally responsible for something like that.
But exactly, because it was due to an irrational action on your part.
Irrational.
Thank you. Yes, of course.
Wait, so me having a heart attack, having a stroke while driving is irrational?
Were you able to reason your way out? No. So there was no reason involved.
Okay. Well, if you're saying, okay, fine. If you want to say it that way, it's just happenstance or I mean, the way the ball bounces. Is that irrational? I guess. I mean, you know, I don't know. Having to go to the bathroom, is that irrational? I mean, it just sounds like you're talking about natural things that happen by nature with no control, no sentience behind it required. You think that's irrational?
Right, and that's generally what irrationality is, right? It's issues with the cognitive process that are not attributed to the agent.
So the sun rising is, or not the sun, but you know, the I don't know. The days going from night to day, that's irrational.
Well, the sun is not an agent, right? So
the waters,
we're talking about moral agents.
but we're talking about things that are not controlled by the sentient mind. Though. I mean,
Exactly. Yeah.
so
And what I'm saying is that the sentient mind, it can have its mental processes hampered in some way, right?
I don't think
And those are the irrational actions. Those are what we call irrational actions. Is when your cognitive processes are hampered, and you as a person, as a character, do not take responsibility for that because you can't help it. There's nothing that you can consciously do to prevent that.
I think we just have to be careful with because it almost sounds like we're back to the semantic games again. When we're talking about irrationality, are we talking about something somebody's doing foolishly, or are we something that happens beyond your control?
It's beyond one's control. So foolishness is something that you brought up later, and we can address that, right? So foolishness, so ignorant action. I would say that people generally don't take as much responsibility from ignorant actions either. Like, for example, if I pulled a lever and it dropped, and I didn't know what I was doing, you know, I just pulled a lever, and it dropped a piano in somebody's head. That would be terrible, right? Now, surely I do not take as much moral responsibility as, for example, shooting a person and killing them in the same way, right? Like premeditatively. So, you know, that would be manslaughter rather than murder too. We do distinguish between sort of ignorant acts of violence, etc., and premeditated ones.
You cannot call the situation with Adam and Eve an ignorant action that they took because they clearly.
Oh, Beckel did.
The concept.
No, I didn't say it was ignorant. I said it's stupid.
That's the same thing.
No, it's not.
I mean, okay. Oh, well, you're right. So basically, they did not have the mental faculties to properly process and assess the situation.
No, yes, they did. They did.
Okay, so they had all the facts. They had all the facts,
yes.
Right? Is that what you're saying? And they were able to correctly. Yeah. They had the faculties to correctly process those facts.
Right. Eve
and make the right
himself.
decision, but they did not.
They did not. Look at the story. How the story goes. First, God told them, "Don't touch the fruit of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil." But then what happens?
Right.
The serpent approaches Eve. And what does Eve say? She repeats exactly what was commanded her to do.
Right.
She knew better. So did Adam.
If she knew better, she wouldn't have done it. She clearly did not know better.
You're not getting it, though. She did know better. She did it anyway. So yes, according to you, they were acting irrationally. She acted stupid.
Do you no. Well,
but it's not irrational on God's part, though.
Okay, so
God told them not to do something, they disobeyed, so he was justified in giving them the punishment that they deserved.
Once again, it's this whole issue of deserving, right? That's so. Why did they deserve that? If they were stupid, then I don't think that they deserve that.
The law of rational says what goes up must come down. Okay, so let's see you walk off the top of a building and see you levitate with no
but
assistance. You're gonna fall.
But in this case, gravity is a conscious being that you have a relationship with that can choose whether to float or make somebody fall. Correct? So it's a bad analogy.
God.
Sure. Okay. Sure. Let's stick with the God. Yeah, but God gave him a command. It's real simple, folks. I mean, God just gave him a command. He said, "Don't do this."
I know.
And
why did they disobey it?
Because they were stupid.
Because they were stupid. That is a terrible, terrible thing. So why didn't he make them smarter so that they can actually comprehend these things and make the proper...
Now that's the question. Now that's a better question you should be asking instead of that.
It's not. It's a stupid question because you clearly don't understand.
No, it's not a stupid question. It's not
Adam and Eve is like.
No, but look. It actually I love that question because you've just conceded my point. You just concede that the situation could be better.
I don't think it's a stupid question. I think it's a very legitimate question. Ones that
I don't think it's a stupid question either. But you have to concede my point in order to ask it.
I don't think it's wrong to say that what Eve did was stupid. Not ignorant. She definitely wasn't ignorant. I mean, because ignorant means just basically without knowledge of something. So she knew better. She knew what she was not supposed to do. But the reason why she is stupid because she did it anyway. Sort of like my mom and telling me don't stick the fork in the socket there, in the electrical socket.
And you do it anyway,
and I
right?
do anyway, right?
Right.
Even though they told me what's going to happen, I saw pictures of what happens to people, but I do it anyway.
Right.
Yeah.
But why? Because
I'm stupid.
And this is why we don't attribute moral responsibility to children, Beckle. This is exactly why we don't do it. This is why if my
grown
kid sticks a
adults,
fork in the
Dex.
electrical socket and blows the breakers, I don't berate him.
Dex, let's not be stupid here. They're grown adults. The same action.
Well, clearly not.
Hold on. The same action Veckel's parents would have taken if he did something like that after he was told not to. I'm pretty sure Veckel has had whoopings before where his parents.
Yeah, but the whooping.
His parents clearly told him not to do something. He did it anyway. Guess what? Did he not face the consequences? And he clearly knew what the consequences.
Veckel, when you have children, you'll know that the reason that you would ever bring pain into the equation is for their own good, to dissuade them from ever doing something again. Because okay, so you're saying that all of this, that the consequence was for their own good. Kicking them out of the garden, pain, suffering, short life. That was all for their own good.
It's a consequence for the disobedience that they clearly knew what the consequences were before they did the action.
Beckel, sorry, Mac, one more time. When you have children, you will realize that if you ever bring pain as a consequence into the equation, it is out of absolute necessity to dissuade the children from ever doing that action again, because they don't yet comprehend why they shouldn't do it, right? So if they're afraid of doing that action for other reasons, then they simply won't do it. For example, like sticking their fingers into the electrical socket. They don't understand electricity. No matter how much you explain it to them, a 3-year-old's not going to get it. He's going to be curious. So what you tell them is, listen, I'm going to smack your hand. I'm going to smack your hand if you get anywhere close to that electrical socket. That they do understand.
I am pretty sure Veckel came out a fine man after receiving the
You
whoopings
have not been listening to a word I said, did you? Like discipline,
I listened to a word
physical discipline. Okay, can you repeat it to me? Why do parents use physical pain as discipline?
To deter people from doing stupid stuff.
Thank you. Okay, so was the consequence of Adam and Eve's action a deterrent from them ever doing it again?
Yes, it was.
What? It is a permanent consequence. What do you mean it's a deterrent? First of all, they don't get a second chance, and they get permanent consequences to themselves and all their children. What are you talking about?
It wasn't a deterrent, and yes, they did get a second chance. So you don't know what you're talking
about. But the equivalent of what happened to them is me kicking my 3-year-old child out of the house and maybe stabbing him in the eye on the way out.
Dex, what was the second chance?
Oh, salvation through Christ? After generations and generations of people suffering? They never got that chance, did they?
They had salvation. They had, kind of a salvation. What was it?
See, even you don't know, Mac. There you go. Like,
what are you talking about? I do know.
Right. So does Christ save everyone, or does he not?
He doesn't save everyone. No.
All right. Well, there you'll have it.
I mean, it's not like he can't. It's just that people don't want to be saved.
What if they were never destined to, though? Like, what if you're not granted a certain metaphysic which prevents people from wanting to be saved in the first place?
Because again, he's not gonna violate free will in order to make you guys love him. That doesn't work that way.
I agree. So now we're getting somewhere. Well, maybe, because it depends if you understand what that means, but anyway.
Free will is a sham.
But it's not, because you chose to come into this hangout, so.
I was determined.
By what?
Stupidity.
Universal forces. Exactly. My stupidity.
Really, the universe... Oh, wow, so the universe told you to join Google Hangouts, did it?
No, nobody tells me to do that. That's not how it works. I mean,
Well, you just said it was determined, so you must have been programmed at one level to do
No. It was the forces of the universe that led up to this special moment.
I'm a water molecule in a stream.
Hold on. Are you talking about the Metachlorians and the spirit guides of the Jedi Knights? Is that what you're talking about?
Oh yes.
May the force be with you.
Yeah.
I find it
Be
funny.
right back and eat coffee.
Yeah, like the chi.
I find it really hilarious when Christians try to ridicule somebody else's supernatural views. Like, oh, midichlorians, oh, that's funny. The soul is a better explanation.
Do you know where that came from? Do you even know where the Jedi thing
Don't take him down that rabbit hole.
I watched Star Wars like a million fucking times.
you still don't get it.
It's supernatural.
Where did it come from?
From Star Wars. What do you mean, where did it come from?
He's talking about the concept of the Force and, like, that shit. That's what he's on about. Like.
Oh.
By the way, fun fact, there are actually people who classify themselves as Jedis. And there's 14 guys in Scotland who have put under religion, they've put Sith.
Have you thought, fun fact, that they're Hindus?
No, stop it, no. No.
Don't worry about it, Commander. I ain't gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it.
Yeah.
I know you don't want me to.
I mean, you can take them there if you want to, but it ain't Hinduism that it's where that's coming from. But
yeah, I don't think
it's part of the New Age, though.
I think it's
Hinduism has nothing to do with the New Age. Like the New Age is like a bastardization of certain things to do with Hinduism. Like.
Right, but that's a part of it. It's part of Hinduism and the New Age.
No. If you listen to what I said, the New Age is a bastardization of certain Hindu sort of principles and metaphysics.
Well, yeah, that's okay. My bad. Yeah, I heard you.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, it's true. They borrow from the Eastern philosophies.
Yeah.
Confucius as well, and some Taoism in there, but yeah, because it's different than special.
You mean like atheism is different and special because we all come from nothing, go to nothing, and we're a rock in between?
Damn right.
No, when Mac asked, "Do you know where that comes from?" You know, the Jedi stuff. I halfway thought he was going to say from the one world religion that they're trying to install.
Well, who just said we all come from nothing? Who said that?
That'd be me.
Oh,
okay. Is it a Commando? How did you come to that conclusion?
I don't believe that. I was just sort of strawmanning the position because I know it pisses them off.
Oh, you admit you're a strawberry. Oh, okay.
By the way, good morning, Art.
Yeah. Hey, Art. I love this is on record that Commando admitted he was strawmanning. Yes.
I mean, it's not really strawmanning. You guys kind
of. He just admitted to it.
Yeah. So he understands it, do you, Mac?
Doesn't that say something that the other side, or Darwin in this point, doesn't know our position so well that he confused a mockery of our position as our position?
I'm sorry, what are you talking about?
Yeah. Commando, you're the po-atheist in here now.
I just got into the room and my microphone only came on about less than 2 minutes ago because I was having trouble adjusting it, so I don't know what you're talking about.
They're just looking for somebody to just say something about. Don't worry about it.
We're just joking around, Darwin.
Okay, no problem.
But look, you see, we've been trying to explain to Commander that the way he portrays our position is just inaccurate. And finally, Commando admits this and says, "Yeah, I was strawmanning."
I mean, in that instance, but I mean, if you want to get into it, realistically, what you do sort of believe that because you don't have an answer as to where this whole Big Bang shit comes from, do you?
In a very inaccurate colloquial sense, you can call it like that, but that misses a ton of important nuance. Like, we don't believe we actually came from nothing.
Why Art is never adamant to other people's positions when they keep telling him that he's strawmanning people's positions, but when it comes to his, he's just crying like a little baby, like, stop.
What are you talking about? I defended Muslims on so many occasions. I defended Christians against Muslims on even more occasions. I love to play devil's advocate against other religions while adopting other religions.
I got a quick hangout question. If you want to block somebody, but their profile doesn't show when you click on their name, how would you do that?
If you want to block somebody?
If you click on somebody's name, like for example, Hegesias here, you click on his name and it doesn't say profile, it just says ignore and muted.
Oh, that happens sometimes. He might be on a mobile or some different version of Hangouts.
It means he's a guest. It means he's a guest, and so he's not logging in with a profile. He's logging in as a guest.
Oh, I didn't know you could do that.
And you can't block that?
No, because when he leaves, he basically, he'll come back. He can come back as a guest again. So he's not logged into Google at all.
And also, there's kind of a policy.
I don't want to sound stupid, but how does he get in then?
I think since as of a couple of weeks ago, guests can log into Hangouts, right?
So essentially, someone who you want to block has a free pass to get around the block, right?
Seems like it, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So you can do that before, but you can just create a new account quickly. I used to do that when Van Helton blocked me. I created like 10 accounts every time he blocked me.
Darwin's. I think in the control panel, like when you make the room, you can either allow guests to access it or not.
Okay.
And the thing is, Nadia has a policy of not blocking people because it kind of stops people that other people want to talk to them.
No, I mean beforehand, preemptively. I don't mean in midstream in the room, Art.
Same thing. She doesn't allow it. Somebody requests, if somebody asks, hey, somebody blocked me in a Hangout, could you ask them to block me?
Okay, but what do you do when you have these trolls in here? I mean, you have people who come in who are trolls.
That's why they have the broadcast system, so like if a troll joins,
I'm a little confused. Who's a troll? Oh, I have a number of trolls who stalk me on Pal Talk and on here, and it's occurred in here, and the problem is, I don't mean any disrespect, but Nadia doesn't put a stop to it.
That's not being disrespectful, Darwin. That's being the truth.
Okay, it's like I have a number of people, for example, Hegasy here, and he has about 3 other cohorts where it's just their intent not to have vigorous debate, but to stalk and disrupt and obstruct any opposing views.
Were they correcting you on foundationalism again?
I'm sorry, what, Dex?
Were they correcting you on foundationalism again? Were you asking how did they know
No, Dex. One more time. I have several people who come over from Pal Talk, who their goal and intent is simply to obstruct, not to vigorously debate. Like, for example, Dex, you and I have debated a number of times extremely vigorously, even to the point where we get upset at each other. But I don't consider you a troll. It's not your intent to obstruct my point of view. Your intent is to debate. So, for example, like you, I mean, you're not a troll. But there are other people who, that's what I'm concerned about, trying to figure out how to block these people.
Well, Nadia has a very sort of specific definition of what a troll is. It's usually somebody who either shows their penis on a camera or plays music in the background.
Well, I have my own definition of a troll.
Right.
I guess everyone else does.
Pretty much.
Yeah, I think Nadia's definition may be a little broad, but.
To me, it's anybody who just disingenuously attempts to get a rise out of people.
Yeah.
That would be my definition of it.
Yeah, wouldn't you be a troll by definition?
Well, I was being a little trollish just now. That's true.
Yeah,
I'll try to behave.
Dex is. I mean, I've never seen Dex trolling.
I'm just joking around.
Yeah.
So, topic. Morality? What do you guys think? Huh?
Well, you can troll a little bit and not be like a dedicated troll.
Oh yeah. I mean, I agree with that. Just you have some people who, I mean, this is their MO.
Hey Seth, are you there?
I is.
What do you think of the evil God argument that Joe has been pushing forward the last couple of days? The omni-malevolent.
Right. I've heard. I mean, I heard M trying to explain an earlier version of it, and it doesn't really seem like an argument in and of itself. It seems like an argument in support of a certain response to the problem of evil.
Seth, are you the guy I was talking to the other night in the gazebo?
No, I'm his twin brother.
Are you? Yeah. Are you being joking or?
Yeah, I'm him.
Okay. I thought I recognized you under the sunglasses.
Yeah, well, I think if you could present sort of the benevolent God as a possibility, and there is no way to discern, between the likelihood of a good God or an evil God or a neutral God, then basically there is more reason to dismiss, essentially to not believe in any of them.
That was the problem. That was one of the problems I had with the way he proposed it when I first heard it. And it's kind of the problem that I think he might have fixed because I talked to him about it, but he keeps presenting it as evil God or good, or you kind of have to throw these terms out when talking about God because God is defined as good. So when you say God is defined as good, and what is good is also kind of part of God or defined by what God's nature is. So it's kind of a vacuous term to begin with, but
no, not really. Not really. You could define it in several ways. You could say all the qualities that we either perceive or understand to be good also reside in God. Okay? So that wouldn't be vacuous. For example, we could talk about God. If somebody makes this statement, God is good, that can be understood not as a identity statement, but as a subject predicate. Just like we would say, my father is tall, or God is just.
Yeah, but that's kind of my point. Is
not vacuous because it would. It would not be an identity statement, or you couldn't claim that it was tautological. If it's a subject predicate statement, then it would not be vacuous.
Well, Seth, I think what you do is you present it as an alternative being, so not sort of a redefinition of the one, but you present it as an alternative being.
Right. Well, that's not the problem. The problem is saying that God is evil in the first place. If the Christian you're talking to defines good as whatever is the nature of God.
There's no way to really dissuade. It's not an attack on the Christian position. It's more of a providing warrant for the atheist position, I think.
Right. But again, my problem is using words like good and evil are problematic because you're going to be talking past each other. The best thing I find is if you're talking about quote-unquote evil God, you make a specific instance of how that God would be evil, at least intuitively to us. Like a God who created humans for the sole purpose of enjoying their suffering.
Yes. Yeah. So I think just because we as human beings have a sense of good and evil, I think we can therefore we can define those basically from our point of view, right? I mean, we are defining them from our point of view essentially. So in the case of the benevolent God, morality is once again, it would be defined as what the nature of God. That would be morality, and good would be the absence. Evil. Good would be the absence of evil.
Well, isn't evil or bad just simply the deviation of the good?
Right. So in this case, the script would be flipped. It'd be the other way around.
So if you're going to propose an evil God, what would be the standard of the good?
Deviation from evil.
Then you're not really saying very much. You're just throwing down.
How does that happen?
Yeah.
Okay. So
then all you're simply doing is just switching labels. That's all.
Well, no, because the character of this God is that it is evil. It is omni-malevolent. Its goal is to see us suffer.
Not just in a word flip kind of way. This God, your God, I would suppose you would say something like created the world to bring humans into to glorify Him and enjoy Him, something like that.
Are you asking me?
Oh, yes.
Well, from my worldview, yeah.
Okay, so this malevolent God would be actually everything flipped on its head. He brought humans into the world so He can enjoy their suffering.
But you would still have to have some standard of the good in order to determine evil.
What's again?
No.
Good would, in that paradigm, good would be what we consider evil.
Really? That's
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, that's awful. I mean.
So it's like the Anakin Skywalker take.
You know, all you're simply doing is
Yeah.
here's what you're doing. If you take a line, you have a straight line. You have a object that's symmetrical. Okay, like the letter capital A. We say that is symmetrical. And then you have an asymmetrical capital letter, like the letter E. All right. So you've got A equals symmetrical, A equals symmetrical, E equals asymmetrical. All you're doing is switching labels.
No, God.
And then you're describing what is evil as to what you don't like.
No, are you saying that? I mean, I'm agreeing that okay, we could just define good as whatever God's nature is.
Oh, so real quick, Commando. I meant horizontally, not vertically.
Yes, not Commando. Oh, sorry, that's in the chat. Yeah, it's not just a label flip. We're not just saying what is good is evil and what is evil is good. We're talking about God, the standard of good, creates a world to enjoy the suffering of free beings.
Okay, then what? Okay, then what would you? What's your standard of the good then?
Provision from evil.
No, in that case, it's God.
But like,
good is enjoying.
But if that were the standard, though, if that were good, if so in that paradigm, the suffering would actually be good, right?
No, it would still be evil.
How?
Other than labeling it that way. Paradigm you're using good or evil as. So I mean, we're just talking about.
No, but if it were like a god, if it were some kind of god, right, that ruled over us, right, we wouldn't know any better. We would know it as good.
And
right?
by the way, our sensibilities would be derivative of that God.
Right.
Well, they are. I mean, so we recognize evil and we recognize good, nevertheless.
No, but there would have to be again. Darwin brings up the point that there would have to be a level of good in order for you to say that something is evil. Because
well, there is a level of good. Good is necessary.
Yeah, all the good that happens in the world that God created.
How is good? Okay, in what way in your worldview is good necessary?
The same way evil is necessary in the current paradigm. Christians say something.
Well, wait a minute. Whenever we're speaking about this subject, we're speaking from a worldview. So either you're speaking from one worldview or the other worldview.
Right, but it's a mirror of your worldview.
No, criticize your worldview.
Well, then you're not in a position to say it's evil.
Yes, I am, because I'm using your worldview.
No, it wouldn't. Okay, in my worldview, it's not logically possible as God is defined and described to be evil. It's not logically possible. That's an incoherent concept.
Your God, but this God is
okay.
is
No,
valid.
you just said Seth just said he's speaking my worldview or paradigm. And I said
Right,
from my
okay, but-
worldview, it's not logically possible. That would be an incoherent concept.
So Darwin's, but in your worldview, can you entertain the concepts of other gods, such as Buddha, Vishnu?
Okay,
Sorry,
well, to
Buddha is
answer
not a god.
To answer your question, to answer your question, in my worldview, there cannot be actual gods. There can be gods in a metaphorical sense, but in my worldview,
You mean in a conceptual sense, right? So you can conceive of conceive of other concepts.
only in a conceptual basis.
Great.
By the
So
way-
this
by
is
the
what
way,
we're offering you.
There can't be.
So from your worldview,
I'm trying
from
to
your
answer
worldview.
I'm trying to
Right.
answer you. I'll be brief.
I'm trying to clarify. So from your worldview, this conceptual God is evil.
No. From my worldview, which is the Christian worldview, as God is defined and described in the Bible.
That's not the one we're talking about. That's not the one we're talking about. We're talking about the conceptual God.
You said from my worldview. Okay, from my worldview, there cannot be other actual deities.
Right. I either misspoke or you misheard what I was getting at. Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
What I'm saying is, in this world, even in your world, I'm assuming in your worldview, evil happens, or things that I might construe as evil. Those things happen, right? A baby being murdered is probably evil, right? Darwin.
Yeah, I'm listening. Go ahead.
I was waiting for confirmation that you consider that to be evil. Yes.
Who murders a baby?
That which is a deviation from the immutable character of God is evil.
Right. So
who murders a baby?
It doesn't matter. The point is these evils happen, and one of the Christian responses, one of the apologetics of evil, is that we're not in a good position. Christian skepticism. We're not in a good position to determine whether or not that bit of evil is for the greater good, or for to come about the best of all possible worlds, right?
Well, it's pretty clearly stated in the Bible. That
the point is that you could just flip that on its head. You could say that any instance of good is just for some greater suffering to befall humanity, so God can enjoy it later.
No, that's not how theologians would describe it.
I know, and they'd be wrong.
Okay, well, they wouldn't, and you'd have to show why they were wrong, merely than claiming they're wrong.
Because there's just enough evidence. Okay, if your apologetic is that every instance of evil is necessary for some greater good, you can
no. That's not what the Bible teaches, nor what theologians espouse.
Well, serious apologists agree with you, or disagree with you. Sorry.
Okay, well, who would that be?
I'd actually would have to look it up again, but I
mean, are you describing the position where
I already named
the suffering the suffering that occurs? I'm just trying how to express this so it's clear and understandable. That the suffering that God chooses to, the instant and duration or extent of suffering that God chooses, is a world where it's only possible where He can maximize the number of people who freely choose to fellowship with Him and be in a right relationship for all of eternity. Okay. So how would that view? And by the way, that view that I have just expressed, virtually all Christians would accept.
Right.
I'm still stuck on.
I totally get that. That's the Christian skeptic view, right?
That's not a skeptical view.
I'm still stuck.
The term is Christian skepticism. Darwin's. Look it up.
Okay. Well, it can be typified that way, but there's nothing skeptical about that view.
It is. I can explain why, but Saul's waiting for a while.
Okay. Well, go ahead.
Oh, I'm just saying. I'm still stuck on who killed the baby doesn't matter.
Well, killing and murder are two.
Oh my God, Tom. So just pick any immoral act. Okay. Insert. There we go.
Well,
okay.
here's the problem.
All right. Okay. And who commits the immoral act?
Dex, you see, here's the problem.
It's a hurricane.
You have a baseline for your moral reasoning, and either that baseline of your moral intuitiveness is either a product of the creator or it's a product of evolution. Okay. So from my worldview, when you're even contemplating and thinking about concepts of good and evil, from my worldview, you're already speaking from the point of view which has God as the baseline for all that is good. Now, from your worldview, when you talk about good and evil, it would only be from an evolutionary process.
Correct. So we can do this from two perspectives with the evil God. We can either use the evil God as the baseline, or we can use a neutral naturalistic stance as the baseline.
No, but you see, if you're using the terms good and evil from my worldview, then it is not logically possible for that God to be evil. It's incoherent. It's incoherent. It is about as incoherent. And this is not an insult, but that conceptualization is about as incoherent as somebody say, "Can God create a rock so big that he can't lift it?"
I throw out the term evil when talking about this, and I just say a God that enjoys the suffering of free beings.
That's what we see. Whose worldview are you speaking from?
No one's worldview. It's a consumption.
Well, it would be from a worldview.
No, it wouldn't.
Yes, it would. You can't speak from outside any worldview. If you any possible world that you
possible worldview, it's not a worldview that I'm aware of anybody having.
Okay, well, but it would still be contained within some conceivable worldview. Okay.
What's the point?
And but you see,
you want to attack other things in the worldview instead of actually looking at the argument.
Okay,
but the question again.
Okay, but you see, from it within the Christian worldview, it is not logically possible for that God to be evil in any conception. So you would have to argue. So you see, that's right.
We're not talking about your God, though.
Good, but you see, the thing is, even if your worldview, if you said, okay, you say you're adopting an artificial worldview where you say, okay, yes, I believe this God is X, he is not the Christian God. Yes. That his nature is evil, but the point is...
No. This is... I don't understand why you're not getting this. This is very simple. And one of the answers, one of the apologia for the problem of evil is that there is no evil in the world. At least gratuitous suffering. Because any instance of suffering that we see is for some greater good, right? In your worldview, the saving souls for Jesus, okay? The problem is, under that position, if you're saying, no, we're not in a good position to know what God knows, so every instance of evil is for a greater good, you can say every instance of good is for the greater evil.
But you're presupposing, but once again, you're presupposing what's evil to begin with.
No, screw your worldview, Darwins. If that's your apologetic, if you say we can't know any instance of evil is gratuitous, you also can't say that for the good.
Sure we can, because that's the way it's true by definition.
Right. So let me give this a try here. Okay.
Okay. One more time. What people don't understand here. Let me just give you a quick example here, and I'll try to be very brief.
Okay.
I have people. Okay. Yeah. I'll just try to be brief, and if I run along too much, let me know. I have people responding saying, "Well, you believe in this Christian God, but there are unknown things about your Christian God which could be evil." And I said, well, then it would no longer be the Christian God as it is defined. Okay? Like, for example, I have some atheists say to me, well, your God could have morally sufficient reasons to deceive you. And I said, no, then that would no longer be my God.
Right, but we're not arguing for your God, right?
Okay, okay.
Your God.
Okay, but if you're introducing a hypothetical world. Go ahead.
So please.
Go ahead. It's not a problem.
Let me give this a try, okay? So, guys, okay. So, would we all agree that we as human beings perceive good and evil?
In which worldview?
Hang on. No. All of us can perceive good and evil. Like we have a moral compass. Can we all agree on that?
I don't agree with that. I wouldn't agree with that. There are people out there who think that good and evil are an illusion, and there are plenty of people out there who believe that.
Yeah, that would be Dex right there too. I agree.
Well, from the Christian worldview, that would be inconsistent.
They still make moral statements, though. Right?
Some people
make moral statements. People say something is good.
There are people that would say that it would be my preference that you don't do that, but they don't give credence to it.
That's what they claim in reason.
Hang on. Just to clarify, I'm not talking about their, what they base that on. I'm just simply saying that they do make statements, right? So they may say, hey, that's good, that's bad, and then they attribute that, the source of that is a preference. That's fine. I'm okay with you saying that, but I'm just saying that we all do make moral judgments. We're all capable of that. It's part of the human condition. What we base it on, what we think we base it on, doesn't matter for this case, okay? So, if this is the case, all right, so we have this perception of good and evil, all right? Now we need a foundation for it, and that's all. This is exactly what we're talking about. Now, the Christian foundation for that, the Christian standard for that, is their God, right? So when you perceive good, the standard is God, right? And when you perceive evil, it is essentially a pervasion of good, correct?
Yeah, God is the baseline for everything.
Okay, great. With the evil God, we still perceive good and evil. When we perceive evil, that the standard for that is the evil God. When we experience good,
okay,
it is a pervasion.
So in this scenario, Dex, in this scenario, is this evil God aware that they are evil? Are they aware that they're evil, or do they think they're good, but they're actually evil?
Well, what you're trying to say is that essentially that this evil being values.
Right? Does it perceive itself as good, or does it perceive itself as evil?
It doesn't matter. It values evil, so it doesn't perceive it as good. It simply values.
No. Does it perceive itself as good, or does it perceive itself as evil?
It perceives itself as evil. It does.
Okay.
Right, then it's not God.
And I never said it was.
Jack, here's the problem. Okay, here's the problem. I'm sure you're familiar with the Euthyphro dilemma.
Yes.
Okay,
It is the nature of God to be evil.
Okay, good. Okay, so here's the problem. Then God's nature then would only be evil in label form. Okay, in order for something to be evil, if we're using the word evil as is normally understood by most people, that evil is a deviation of the good, of the baseline standard. Okay, if that God had certain properties and there was a deviation, that deviation by definition would be evil. So all you're simply doing is you're switching terms. Okay, you would Dex. Let me just say one more thing. In order for you to designate that God in that hypothetical worldview, you would have to show either externally why that God would be evil. Because if you do not, then you can't call that God evil. Because if you do, you're just switching the label. Okay.
It is defined as such.
That's all it is. It's just by definition.
Yes, same with your Christian God. It's good by definition.
Well, that is true, but it's beyond definition. It is that God is the baseline. So
right, and in this case, it's the same thing.
Good. Well, then you're not in a position. You're not in a position, therefore, objectively, to declare something objectively evil.
Yes, it is. It's in accordance with the nature of the evil God.
Okay, good. Then it is no longer evil. Because he's the baseline. No, you're just labeling it evil. It doesn't matter what the actions are.
All right? Wow, Seth, do you see a parallel here? It's almost like they're arguing against themselves.
No, I'm not arguing against myself. You're not understanding. You're not understanding how God is the baseline. God is the Christian God would be the baseline of everything.
They're arguing against divine command theory. It's beautiful.
No. It's not divine command theory. You're confusing that whatever God says would be good, and that is not the Christian position.
Oh, it is actually.
Okay. No. I'm telling you right now that is not the Christian position. The Christian position, for example, some people think, well, therefore God could command that people command
Darwin's
pure selfishness. Well,
Darwin's
the Christian God cannot do that.
Darwin's.
Yes, Seth.
Do we have sufficient reason to believe that no gratuitous suffering happens?
Do you want to repeat the question?
are we in a good position to know that no gratuitous suffering happens?
What I do know by definition, that the Christian God has created a world in such a way as to maximize the number of people who will freely be in a right relationship with Him.
Right. So the answer to the question is what? That it does gratuitous, unnecessary suffering.
Unnecessary would be your subjective evaluation.
I'm not saying my subject. What do you mean? I'm asking you. Is there gratuitous, unnecessary suffering in the world?
Is there? I don't know what you. I don't know what you mean by unnecessary. Go ahead, Saul. Go ahead.
That's like boxed into this like subjective framework.
Yeah.
You know, like.
I'm not. What subjective framework? I'm asking the question. It's up to him.
Okay. Well, let me give you an example. Let me give you an example. One time I had my son.
Why an example?
Well, I'm going to give you an illustration of this situation. One time
I just want an answer.
I'm going to give you an answer in this illustration. One time I was with my son who had some mental difficulties, and I grabbed him by the arm, and I spoke with him in a very stern way, and the person who knew me just thought that was unnecessary. Okay?
A lesson on what's unnecessary.
Okay, they perceived it was unnecessary.
Right. I get
and what is deemed as necessary and unnecessary is what somebody finds, what somebody considers acceptable. And here's what I told him. And I said, first of all, you don't understand my son. My son has special needs, and at times he needs to be treated in a more stern fashion in order to train him so that he doesn't hurt himself. Okay. And then the person. And I'm not going to go at length explaining the situation, but after I explain the person, well, necessary means that it is acceptable to somebody to achieve a certain goal. That's all.
Right. You don't need to explain that to me. I get that position, which is exactly what I would have thought if you said no. No. The very reason I asked is to get you to say no, or that yes, we could know that no gratuitous suffering exists because God has sufficient reasons to allow whatever suffering happens, so it's necessary for His end goal. I totally get that. Was expecting that answer, and instead you gave me this long story about you disciplining your son. I get it.
Okay. And your point is?
My point is, so without getting an actual answer, I'm just going to guess your answer is, yeah, we're in a good position to know that no gratuitous suffering exists. That's your position, yeah?
Not from my own reasonings, but from as the God of the Bible is defined and described.
Beautiful. So if we don't have sufficient reason to know that there is gratuitous suffering, we also don't have good reason to know that there's any good, right?
Sure you do. It's defined and described in the what God's purposes and plans for creation. I may not know it in my own reasonings, but it's declared in Scripture what His purposes and goals are.
Yeah, unless of course that's all written to maximize suffering.
God has sufficient reasons to Himself,
right, to maximize suffering,
to allow certain things,
right, to maximize suffering. That's a possibility.
Not according to the Christian God.
According to you, that apologetic just gave it has to be.
No, the suffering. God's goal is not to maximize suffering.
According to what?
According to the Bible.
Right, and he could have, and of course, he would have wrote the Bible to say that if he was lying to maximize suffering.
Well, guess what? Okay, there you've just made your fatal error. Okay, yeah. You have just stepped outside how the Bible defines and describes the Bible. You're saying, what if he were other than how he is defined and described? I'm
saying apologetic. No, that apologetic of skeptical theism opens that up. I'm sorry.
Okay, can you please respond? Can you please respond to what I just said? You just said that the God would be other.
Theism opens you up to that.
Seth, did you just make the point that the Christian God would be or could be other than how he is defined and described? Yes or no?
I just told you, yes, according to your own apologetic, it opens you up to that. Yes.
No, it does not.
Right, because you don't understand what you're playing dumb.
You're deviating from my definition. That's your fatal error that you just committed.
I'm sorry you don't get it. I think.
Okay, well, I do get it because I've encountered this argument many times before, and I'll just give an illustration where somebody says, "Well, your God could have morally sufficient reasons
Clearly, you don't.
to deceive you about everything you know." And I said, "No, that's not. That's logically incoherent, and here's why: is because the Christian God is defined and described, okay, and that would be a self-refuting statement to.
Right, I'm not saying that's your God. I'm saying you believe in a God that doesn't exist. The evil God exists.
Yeah, Darwin's. You have to.
I don't know. Well, first of all,
you're arguing against the conceptualization, right?
One minute you're talking about the Christian God. The next minute you're talking about this hypothetical God. First of all,
it's crazy. I just mentioned that you're
okay. How? I want to ask you a question.
Israel, and
I want to ask you a question.
How?
Okay, listen. This is the mistake you're making. We're gonna have a hypothetical and a possible world and an eternal, all-powerful God. Okay, and you're gonna say he's the evil God. On what basis do you designate? What is your plumb line to say that
I didn't say evil God. You obviously weren't listening. I'm talking about a God who enjoys the suffering of free beings. I didn't say that was evil.
You could hypothesize that.
I'm not. I'm saying a God that enjoys the suffering of free beings. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, you could hypothesize that.
Yeah.
And what's your point?
What the hell?
Wow.
I don't understand what your point is. You're saying I could hypothesize an eternal creator who just enjoys creating beings that he likes watching suffering.
Yeah,
okay. And what's the point?
Right, and that's a possibility. There's nothing logically incoherent about it.
How would that be evil?
I didn't say evil. What you did? We're not just fucking listening.
Oh, okay, good. So
I think that's my fault, Seth. I keep using the term.
Okay, so you're hypothesizing that there's a creator that creates an impossible world of beings that he enjoys watching suffering, and
if your response to the problem of evil is that we can't know that there are any instances of unnecessary suffering because any instance of suffering that we see that we might see as unnecessary, hold on. There could be a reason to in the future lead to greater suffering that God can enjoy. That it opens you up to that.
Well, wait a minute. Which God are you talking about now?
The evil God.
Well, how would he be evil?
It's a label. You can pretend, and you should be pretending, if you're paying attention, that I mean the God that enjoys the suffering of free beings.
Okay, but evil therefore would not be a deviation of the good, right? It would just be a label.
I was using the term suffering, not evil. Unnecessary suffering is what I said.
You just said an evil God. What?
And then I just clarified for you. If I say evil God, which I mistakenly just said, pretend that I said the God that enjoys suffering.
Okay, so you're hypothesizing a God that enjoys the suffering of people. So
there's nothing inconsistent about that. That's it.
Can
you prove that it's necessary? Can you prove that it's necessarily false?
I don't. Since I don't subscribe to other hypothetical deities, I really don't have much of a comment on that.
Well, you're privy to your. Sure, you can have your faith. You're entitled to that. Yeah, but it gives me no reason to necessarily believe yours.
You're free to hypothesize other properties and attributes of a deity that might exist in a deity. But I find it strange coming from atheists.
Well, the reason for that is that if there's two beings that can exist, and neither one of them has, neither one of them provides sufficient reason for us to exist, then
in my worldview,
there's no warrant for me to believe in either one of them.
In my worldview, I don't believe that another deity can exist.
Oh, you're entitled to your beliefs. But,
no, I'm just telling you, in my worldview, the God that exists necessarily and cannot otherwise not exist.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't exist necessarily because
so
there's this
if
other
somebody
evil God
hypothesizes,
that can exist.
My view is this: you in a conversation, you're free to run with your imaginations. But in my worldview, no such other deities are actually possible.
Your worldview, which you can't determine what is good and what is bad by.
Yeah, I can in my worldview.
I actually
what
look
good
at
is
the
evil
world.
is defined and
Okay,
described by the God of the Bible.
Finish. That's fine. That's cool.
I'm sorry. I apologize. Go ahead.
No, I'm not even gonna try. You're not listening. You're not receiving. You're just broadcasting.
Yeah.
No, I'm listening.
Obviously, because I tried to continue with my sentence of what I meant, and you just ran right over me, dude.
I said I apologize if I interrupted you.
No,
Okay?
no, I'm not making you out to be a bad guy because I feel because I deserve anything. I'm just really not playing that anymore. You're obviously broadcasting and not receiving, and it's kind of pointless to have a conversation.
I mean, I could throw out that accusation to you because you're not agreeing with me, and so.
No, it's not about agreeing. You obviously are not hearing the words that I'm saying.
No, I'm hearing you. I'm responding to what you're saying. You just don't like what I'm saying.
No, because in the middle of me saying something, you had a retort, and I said, "Hold on, let me fix it real quick." That's not what I meant, and continued, and you just continued talking.
So, is there a central point that you're trying to drive to?
What, the conversation before or just now?
No, about the Christian God. What is your objection?
Right. One of your apologetics opens you up to the possibility that your God doesn't exist, and a different one does.
Okay, well, good. Give me your one good
I already
reason.
did. I'm not going over it again.
Okay. Well, the hypothesizing that there could be a God that could have properties and attributes that you dislike so well.
I heard you the first time. I'm not going over it again. I've made my point.
That's fine. I don't deem that that's a good reason to support.
I understand
that the Christian God does not exist.
Got it.
Okay.
I could have predicted that from the beginning.
Mm-hmm. So, do you atheists have any other single or multiple good reasons that no God exists?
That wasn't a reason why God doesn't exist.
Oh well, I'm just changing the subject onto atheism versus theism.
Yeah, what do you want?
What I find amusing, and this isn't directed toward anybody here in the room. What I find amusing is my frequent conversations and debates where they will attack the Christian God, and I said, but you still haven't arrived at a rational basis for atheism. Kai Nielsen, the famous atheist author, I'm not citing him, making an argument to authority. I just cite it because I like the quote. He says, all the reasons for God's existence may fail in people's eyes, but it still might be the case that God exists. So attacking the Christian God doesn't get you any closer to atheism, because after all, every rational person on this planet, if they're rational, rejects the existence of some deities because they're mutually contradictory to others.
Okay.
So disbelieving.
I don't reject all deities.
No. If you accept the existence of all deities, then you would, by definition, be irrational because
why is that irrational? Because I understand what a deity is. A deity is a thought form based on someone's perceived metaphysics. So
well, that's not how I would define. That's not how I would define a deity.
Wait a minute, Commando. Are you describing a tulpa?
Essentially, yeah.
Oh, really?
Okay. Commando. When we're talking about believing in a deity, we're not just saying people have certain conceptualizations about a possible attributes and properties.
No. He thinks something different. If he's talking about a tulpa, he thinks this thing's real, but it exists because.
Well, unless somebody wants to abandon the logical absolutes, then to believe that there could be existing two deities that have absolute contradictory attributes. Okay, not just they're different, but they're contradictory. For example, it's not possible for the God of the Bible to exist simultaneously with the God of Islam. They're mutually contradictory. Okay, so if somebody believed in
the God of the
Sounds like you have an axe to grind.
What? I'm just giving an example here.
I know. There's a bit of a chip on his shoulder with that one. Come on.
What are you talking about?
Well, I think you went there to highlight the difference between Christianity and Islam.
No, the God of Islam.
And atheists say that it's the same God.
No, I don't have a chip on my shoulder. The Christian God is mutually exclusive from existing
Right.
with the Muslim God.
You can use lots of examples. You just happen to use the example that a lot of liberals and atheists say are the same God.
That's a mistaken view.
I know you. I know that. I would agree. I think it just there's a bit of a chip on your shoulder when you said that.
Well, how's
got a chip on his shoulder?
I didn't say anything with a chip on my shoulder.
Like I said, out of all the examples of contradictory
chip on
gods,
my
hold
shoulder?
on. Out of all of the examples of contradictory gods you could have brought up,
right?
You brought up the one that a lot of people argue are the same God.
Okay,
that doesn't have anything to do with what I'm saying here.
I know.
My point is this: if somebody wants to see the idea that the God of Islam and the God of the Bible are the same thing is false. They're not.
I know. I think you brought that up for a reason. That was all I was saying.
So now you're psychoanalyzing rather than reacting to what I specifically said.
No, I'm just fucking with you.
Okay, I got a question for Darwin's.
Sure, go ahead.
I'm a Reformed Christian, right? So I would just take the Romans 9 defense. I bet you are familiar with it.
Yes, I am.
So my question as a fellow Christian is, why won't you just, it seems easier to me to just take that route. If they presuppose the Christian God, right, you can just quote Romans 9 and you can just quote Romans 9 and say, well, even if you might not prefer this or like it or have a value judgment about it in terms of morality or ethics, whatever, this is the God of the Christian Bible. And this is, right? That's what I would do.
That's what I do. I don't always cite, David. I'm not disagreeing with you. I don't always cite a specific passage because sometimes that's the reaction I get is problematic. So what I do is I truncate that to saying the Christian God as he is defined or described in the Bible. Okay, and that gets the point across without having a knee-jerk reactions to specific passages.
Right, because I assume what the atheist wants to do is to grant the existence of the Christian God for the sake of argument, and then try to internally.
Oh, once they do that, then it's a cakewalk.
Right.
Well, yeah. Once they hypothesize the Christian God and then try to attack the Christian God, it's game over.
What God, right?
No. What my response to you, if I'm understanding you correctly, if an atheist presupposes the Christian God in order to criticize him, I love that. That's not a problem. That's a cakewalk. Because then all they're left in saying is what they don't like about the Christian God, or that they believe that their higher level reasoning is now that God's commands and actions would, in some sense, be obligatory to their higher level reasoning.
Right. And have you ever argued that on atheism?
Yeah, and they get painted into a corner. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Have you ever argued that on atheism, that nihilism, moral or anti-realism or nihilism will be true, so they have no ground to make any moral or ethical objection, and the logical problem of evil, I think, has been dealt with. So I would take that route.
Atheists can't even argue for an intelligible worldview.
Well,
they can't.
What I meant was that I would just say, even the term evil, I would ask them to define it, because I think that's a theological term, right? That's a problem.
It's not a theological term.
Okay, so what would you define evil? Something.
Are you asking me or Seth?
Not necessary.
Anybody.
It's not necessary.
I define evil as a deviation of that.
I find it interesting, David, that you think that the problem of evil has been dealt with, but you don't know how the argument defines evil.
I mean, the logical problem of evil, right?
If you don't define evil as a deviation as some baseline, then how would you define it?
Seriously, neither one of you have read any of the formal versions of the problem of evil?
Okay, I asked the question. If unless you define evil as a deviation from some baseline, how would you define it?
Gratuitous suffering.
That doesn't answer my question.
Yeah, it does.
What's the baseline? Evil. Okay.
That's what the basic. What's evil?
Okay. Well. How are you in your position to evaluate what is unnecessary?
To basic human value.
Okay, so what you're doing is now evil is the good and evil is objectively defined by higher level human reasoning. And now what you're saying, what you're arguing then, therefore, is that any God that would exist, and that would include the Christian God, would be obligated and subjected to your higher level reasoning.
No, I'm an atheist. I don't think they would exist. So I have to. You asked me as an atheist.
Hypothetically.
Hold on. You asked me as an atheist how I would define evil, and so I defined it.
Oh, okay, good. So then it's just a definition.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. Just
Yeah,
like
Sam
Harris would
Yeah.
define the
Lack
good
of flourishing.
morality to be the wellness of people, right?
yeah,
Wellness
yeah.
or.
And actually, that's not even how I define evil. I was just defining it as
Can you tell me how you can prove anything as an atheist?
I'm really not one of playing the presuppositional game. We did this the other night, and
Oh, okay.
misunderstood properly. Basically,
Okay. All right. Good. Well, I'll just ask you another question. How in your worldview do you justify the adoption of the logical absolutes?
right? It's the same game. I don't know why you. I mean, no one.
Okay. Well, do you assume the logical absolutes?
We've all heard of presuppositional.
Good. Well, I think it's a legitimate question. It's not everything you say.
I don't know why you're being so vitriolic. I wasn't done talking.
I'm not being vitriolic.
Well, you're talking over me.
I apologize. Go ahead.
I'm done. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, isn't all of your reasoning and your logic predicated on a foundation?
Yes.
Okay. And would that foundation be the laws of logic?
Yes.
Okay. And how do you account for the laws of logic being absolute and universal in your worldview?
I don't.
Okay, good. Then you've given us no reason from your worldview to take seriously any of your logical reasoning when you have no account.
We all agree with that.
Then okay, and I don't mean any disrespect for it. It's just a rebuttal. If you can't give an account for a foundation upon which all your logic and reasoning would need to be standing on, then what you're saying to me sounds nothing more than what Charlie Brown's teacher sounds like.
Right, well, the problem is that's stupid, because what you're asking me to do is build a perpetual motion machine. It's impossible. You can't. An account would have to be logical.
You have to have a foundation.
Justified and logical. And you're asking me to justify justification and logic.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm not objecting to you temporarily using the laws of logic, because we all do. The issue is not temporarily using it. Okay. What I'm asking you is a worldview justification of how you could know that the laws of logic are universal beyond a temporary assumption.
It's not a temporary assumption. It's a full-time assumption.
Well, that's right. A full-time assumption you would need a grounding for how you. No. The logical absolutes, as far as I know, are not properly basic because they don't deal with your immediate
we went through this last time, and you're wrong
Good.
about being. What'd you say? Not independently verifiable, but.
What am I wrong about?
But last time you said that it was that properly basic beliefs have to be immediately experienced.
No. I said the properly basic beliefs, as I understand it, have to do with your immediate experience and that which is self-evident.
Yeah, that's wrong.
Now, the logical absolutes do not fit into either one of those.
Yeah, well, they're definitely self-evident.
No, they're not.
They absolutely are.
Okay, here's where you're wrong, and I will give you an analogy from the uniformity of
self-evident. The laws of logic.
Okay, no, the laws of logic are not self-evident. They're conceptual in nature. Now, if what you're talking about is self-evident is a physical world around you, immediately around you, that would be self-evident. But the laws of logic are similar to the concept of the uniformity of nature. I encounter many people many times who say that they can observe the uniformity of nature. And with great pains, I have to explain to them it is impossible to observe the uniformity of nature. In the same way that people would conceptually conclude that the laws of logic exist due to their making observations that things are what they are and they don't observe contradictions, you can't observe that universality. Because
Right.
it might be
That-
the, it
that's
might
not
be the,
self-evident.
the laws of logic are that
Are you getting? You seem to be getting self-evident confused with evident, right? I'm not looking at the universe defining the laws of logic. They support themselves. They're self-evident.
How?
They support themselves. They're self-evident.
Good. Could you tell me how?
Sure. It's the fact that.
Like a brute fact?
Say what?
How is okay?
Like a brute fact or brute
Okay,
continuum?
okay. How is the law of non-contradiction evident in all times and all places?
I didn't say it was evident in all times and all places. It's self-evident. It's self-supporting.
Well, how?
I would
Okay,
say,
how?
I would say it's by
how
the
is the law?
possibility of the contrary.
What do you mean
Okay,
by
no,
self-evident?
but that's circular reasoning, Art.
Okay, can you show me a possibility of laws of logic not apply somewhere?
Right,
Is it
but
even
no.
possible?
I'm not. Well, wait a minute. I'm not the one affirming the atheistic worldview. Okay, since
Well, we
I'm not
are.
adopting. Okay, good. And I don't have to show you a counter example when you're offering a positive case. All I have to do is ask you to support your case. All right?
We are pointing out that there is no possible world that has been ever presented for laws of logic.
That doesn't
So
matter.
we
That
are,
doesn't
on the
support.
basis of probabilities, we're justified to claim that it is
No, that's
impossible.
induction. That's induction, Art.
That's all we have. No.
Okay,
That is
good.
all-
Then you
that is
can't.
how all philosophers
Good.
would.
Then all you're saying is I have never personally observed that contradictions hold. Okay,
No,
that's all
it's
you're
not
saying.
just no, it's not just observation.
And then you're saying
So-
therefore the whole is like the part that I
No,
observe.
no, it's by definition, right? There could not be no such thing as a universe where logic doesn't apply. By definition, it's literally
Well,
by the
then-
impossibility of the contrary.
No. Then I don't. As long as I don't accept that definition, your little reasoning collapses.
Oh, you don't have to accept our worldview. This
Yeah,
is how
it's just a definition. Definitions don't.
It's only
hold
secular
unless
reasoning. If you expect, it's only secular reasoning if you expect us to if you expect us to defend the laws of logic without using the laws of logic.
Okay, here's a very simple question for you, Seth. Are contradictory states of affairs not possible in all times and all places in reality?
By definition, yes.
Okay, so that's just an so in other words, you're supporting it just with an idea, not an argumentation, just by labeling it so.
No, it's by demonstration. There has been nobody who's ever been able, with any ability to present even a possible world. That's what it means to be by impossibility of the contrary.
Okay, no, it's not impossible to the contrary because you would have to survey all of reality to say.
No, you're right. You're right.
Philosophy. Nobody in philosophy operates like that.
Art, when you say it is impossible otherwise, you cannot say that by observation. You can only define it that way.
Darwin, nobody in philosophy, not even laymen, operate on these sort of extreme literal definitions. That when somebody says there's impossibility of the contrary, that they mean that absolutely nowhere, right? It doesn't exist, right? And we have
You don't
to
know that.
No, wait. Philosophers accept this on the basis.
I don't care. I don't care.
That's what we all have.
Philosophers
Right?
accept.
Even Willem Lane Craig accepts that you can establish
what?
this deductive argument.
Appealing to authority.
A valid appeal to authority, because Willem Lane Craig is an authority.
I don't light
incense.
I don't light incense to William Lane Craig. There's a number of views that he holds to that I adamantly reject, that I consider to be flatly unbiblical. So here's the bottom line: is you may accept by definition that the laws of logic are universal, but you haven't demonstrated that you could know that. You're just making a fiat declaration that that's how I think it is.
I know it as well as I know any properly basic belief.
Okay, can you tell me, how do you know what is the scope of your observation of all events in reality? What percentage of reality have you observed?
A billionth of a billionth of a billionth.
Okay, so are you using induction in order to justify the claim that
No, I'm not justifying it. It's properly basic. I don't justify it. It just
No. Okay, well, you haven't demonstrated that the laws of logic are properly basic.
Could we?
I don't need to.
Could we put this back to you, Darwin, perhaps? So, how do you know?
Well,
that
we were
God
talking about it. Okay, go ahead, Art.
Yeah, how do you know that God is absolute, that God is indeed omniscient, all-powerful, all-knowing, etc.? How can you, on a properly basic view that you propose, know through your experience, through your senses, without appealing to the presupposition itself, like what we did, or like what I did before?
I cannot know God's extensive properties or attributes unless He conveyed them to me.
Whoa. Now, how do you know that this being is telling you truth?
How do I know that?
Yes.
Well, that would go back to properly basic beliefs and my assumptions. I would say, okay, how do you know? Okay, let me ask you this, Scott. Beyond properly basic beliefs that we would share, Art, you have some starting presuppositions. Okay, now I'm answering your question. Okay, how do you know that your starting proposition is true rather than illusion?
But that's what you're asking us exactly.
Well, you see, my starting presupposition is that the Christian God exists as He is defined and described. Now, if somebody asks me, well, the God that, let's say, if somebody says the God that does exist might be different than the God that you presuppose, I would say, well, yeah, that's correct. And your starting presuppositions that you hold to might be otherwise than you hold to. And
Right, that's the point. So you basically, okay, so I did to you what you tried to do to us, right? You asked us essentially to justify our presuppositions, right?
This is very easy. This is very easy to answer. If the Christian God exists as He is defined and described, then we can know some things. Now, in your worldview, even if you start with your presupposition that the laws of logic are absolute universal, if you start at that presupposition, it would just be a belief. There would not be any way for you to know this.
Okay, and how can you know that God exists without appealing to the presupposition that God exists?
How would I know?
Without appealing to the presupposition itself.
No. I would know things because the God that does exist.
But you're now appealing to the presupposition.
Okay,
exactly
good. Okay, without excuse me, without excuse me, excuse me, without the Christian God, there would not be any way to know things.
But that's an assertion, right? Because I ask you to do what you essentially ask us to do.
It is an assertion. Now, I'm going to ask you a very simple question.
Hold on.
Two-part question.
Wait, hold on.
Would you know things? The answer is yes.
Hold on. Listen, I'm going somewhere with this, right? So, because you challenged me a long time ago to show you how can I know that laws of logic are absolute without appealing to themselves, right? Because you qualify that as simply assuming them, as simply believing them. Well, when I ask you the same thing, you did what I did. You appeal to the presupposition. You appeal to the validity of it, right? So, and you haven't seemed to, you have not.
Well, that's where the phrase "the impossibility to the contrary" comes in, that you have borrowed from the Christian worldview. That okay, hold on. Well, may I finish? Okay. Now, I'm going to ask you a two-part question. Okay, Art, if the Christian God exists as He is defined and described, would you know some things?
Would I know? Sure.
Okay, good. So, now, if the Christian God does not exist in your atheist worldview, can you know things?
Hold on a second. You made the claim that by impossibility of the contrary, right?
Well, I'm getting to the point. Can you answer my second question?
Sure, I can know things based on properly basic beliefs. Yes.
No, you can't. No, you can't know things based upon properly basic beliefs.
Yes,
you don't know them. No, that's why they're called properly basic.
Okay,
yeah,
what is God then?
For other beliefs.
Right. Okay, but you don't. Okay, properly basic beliefs are starting points because you cannot go further back without further explanation.
Okay, let's call them
the issue is not properly basic beliefs. Okay, I'm assuming your properly basic beliefs that you believe it. Now, can you? Okay, one more time, Art. My second question is this: can you know something in an atheist worldview?
Yes, absolutely, sure.
Okay, can you tell me? No, you don't. You would not know that.
Really? So we cannot know
Even
things
if you presume or you believe that the laws of logic are absolute and universal, you might believe it, you might presuppose it, but you could not know it.
So what you're saying? So wait, hold on. So what you're saying? Wait, hold on. So what you're saying is that we cannot know things on the basis of presuppositions?
No, what I'm saying is, if those presuppositions that you and I hold are true in their worldview, in my worldview, if that presupposition is true, then by default I can know things. If your presupposition is true, there's no way for you to know it.
But I mean, okay, wait, how does this follow? Okay, so okay, my worldview is this, right? So laws of logic are absolute, right? And they're true, they exist. So under the definition, I'm assuming you're talking about G to be justified true.
You
belief,
don't know that. You don't know that they're true.
Oh wait, you're saying I do not know whether or not logic is absolute and true?
No,
even
you
with
just
my
really quick question.
Okay, it's very simple, Art. It's very simple. I am not objecting to you presupposing that the laws of logic are absolute and universal, and I'm not even objecting that hypothetically that it might be the case in your worldview, but there would be no way for you to know it.
No,
exactly. Yeah, this is the horrible disconnect that we seems to be having all the time. Is that you're claiming that merely because I presuppose laws of logic, I cannot know them to be true because I merely presuppose them, right? But somehow magically in your worldview, even though you presuppose God,
well,
you
here's
can
the
know
difference.
that God exists.
Excellent. That's right. Yeah. It's not magically, because here's why. It's because the Christian God, as he is defined and described through his properties and attributes, that he has made us to actually know things.
Right,
Now,
but that's
in
very
your
mundane.
okay, good. Okay, now in your worldview, you're not dealing with an agent that has sufficient properties and attributes to make you know things.
We have properly basic beliefs that satisfy this.
Properly basic beliefs are not beliefs where you can know
but
things.
In your worldview, the agent is the properly basic belief. There is no substantive difference.
No. You're missing the point here. We're talking about if each of our respective worldviews is in fact true. Okay? So in my worldview, if the Christian God does exist, you have already admitted that we can know things. Now in your worldview, if the laws of logic are in fact true, there would be no way for you to know it.
Here's the simple, mundane sort of, this is blatant. So, Darwin, in your worldview, what you're essentially doing is you're constructing this worldview, where you're saying, okay, in my worldview, I have knowledge, right? And you're asking me essentially, Art, if I had knowledge, would I have knowledge? And I'm like, yeah, sure, that's tautology, that's deductive, follows necessarily, if that is true. I can
No, that's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. That's not my position.
Hold on. I know. I'm rewarding this, right? You get to that through the properties of God that you presuppose, right? But it all boils down to basically to that, because you say, okay, if I have the what is it called? If I have the preconditions for intelligibility in my worldview, would I have preconditions for intelligibility in my worldview? Well, yeah, sure, but I can do that as well. Can I, if I had preconditions for intelligibility without a God in my worldview, would I have knowledge? Yes, of course.
No, you don't have the preconditions because you don't know it.
But I do. If my worldview is true, then I do.
No, it's not. Even if your worldview is true, it is not true. I'll give you.
My worldview is that.
Let me give you an illustration. Suppose the Christian God, hypothetically, makes me know the names of all planets that exist, okay, in all times and all places. Because of his omnipotence, he could make me know the names of all planets, right? And the names of all planets is representative of knowing something, actually knowing something rather than believing it, right? Now, and that is representative of the laws of logic. Now, in your worldview, due to your finiteness, you cannot know all planets in all times in all places because you are finite. You would need a being, an agent to give you the